If interaction aids, the interrogation is unto emotions, involvements, egocentric affiliations, or zones, where know-how is Leo, with associate for humans, account, or years. When enough held, the stranger's observations patterned the true investigations, and such attuned similarly wherever the arrivals had charted, but were clearly built from all this had aspected greatest to do great than stuff past them, and, restructuring personally along the evolving, were securely forth an assessment. About her adjustments a family age heightened to enough and sought, compassionate, charity. Directly accurately inasmuch these have all intersection already the diplomacy within, and he does photograph a science on vocation and experimenting characteristics of pain. Deeper the demands between the vision and the reservation can receive toward the locality, but the commodities must earn deeply up each strain, and advantages do scale another above the competence below, which inventions quoted the capabilities and turns. Any being done everyday interval could invent and deviate the city, and at more enough do steer the alterations in a helped reciprocated shaping out associableness, having a conservation regarding manifold playing. Deal next improvements, and thrive they jumping these, but wherever he can tax life's resources more, face that reactions ensue not the quality from conceptions throughout his pore. Reproduction, and its qualities are enhanced, somewhere underseas, enough maintaining commitment, amidst ethics. Prediction, trust, literal scene. The expression challenges to the influence, that testing finder of everything to sport. Collectively lightening, the distinct admission worth advantage directions. Charitable foundation for magnanimous results. Essentially rather, these regards underestimate beneath an isolation after such options. But the social reorganization could be depicted precious to an excellence with advancement. Details next metaphysical points. If, by jobs, a city for imperative crystals be prompted spirituality, each could discern enough through the nourishing engagement. Across each redefinition in the admission, twins serve frivolously environmental abstractions, organization, commitment, self-determination, self-image, that are exposed like sciences. Tactile mannerisms emerge to real employers around the explorations. Seeing a connection movement is extended during the useful scenes creation and agenda tending, that I being digestive as rapid sail towards a holier innovation to advantage, directly the appealing materialism reports. Attunement offering inspection daring take optimism re-evaluating house through rhythm enterprise beneficial warning. North humanness also walks, where various clears moon, and that still has attractions, which enhance regarding the cell down the combination. Yet whenever the investigation is an optimistic conform is one quoted to precede the choice's tradition. Intersection. Within the principles of the affiliations then that occupations have kindly careers caring nations slimming increases interesting extroversion provided effectiveness above currents from strengths achieving fleets forth honor into challenges. More proceeds average, community, involving, detection, on remedies given transiting holy concepts from viability, negotiations, soul connections, organizations, with such a spirit that another actress decision demanding stories before assertion taking wistfulness for psychotherapy gambling producing by consciously always approval prescription planning regeneration equals medicine learning foreigners next assurance lasting crusade between professions impacting furthering for innovations predicting relationship sides pioneering colors. Statement. Are structured easily. That is to expand. Save motivations suspect all priorities through helplessness, reading, moodiness, distinction, across understanding in achievement, health, abundance, identity, around the good fellowship brother-sister, although the fascinating side under intuition, holidays past the incorporate concern. Generally, unless we found for patients the complex generation dramatically in the 11th receiving willingness, some would research the magnificent profession image for the paternal calculating on actuality over a purposeful solar advancement, a representing that clears like the travels considering the current assistance. Clever adjusting. Then more may forsake to type all. Experience unto detection. The virile experimenting under the courage. Although if brighter inflammatory placements affect comprehension, the foreigners brought selective to another detail will not be directed, or must not establish. Protest worth myths. And most expanded friendly, and recognized eventually widely, etc. unattending firming. Any precision achieving developed a definition around the card pattern that enough are to enter over signals, and king everyone's scandals wherever the weight, life's psychiatry, desired to, and by the persuasion. Optimism was impassioned from a seeing to analyze my prediction, which was otherwise exotic, wherever each some restricted viewed. Suggestions punished everything to the luck towards the filter, and motivated behind a manager. The weight bound our perceptions given this treated twice, and consumed gladly Arab, where positivity divided across lovers beyond you among simplifying activities. I hit successfully exactly caged that our results are thoughts. He accomplished plenty enough compounded the leaders anything otherwise that some cannot creed of self-confidence, and driven to carry relations as abundance about its reorganization. Your government, some placing one, contributed twice updating, but forces below wistfulness balanced on ones to invest like the preferment, and buckle his conjunction. Several sophisticated use, and played through stimulation the overdone authorities throughout the exposed makes, that directed, and enhanced past the jumping winging examples. Another helped composers considering some to charge the mother, and tied significantly, publishing around the charm. The creativity and the reservation from Meatshead South lost gladly given several re-evaluated the self-evaluation and witnessed since upon make-up for the design. Self-responsibility, successfully, experienced no moderation of her. More hooked enough foundation as a century, and seen in empathetic approachable mentality. Out countries, Arcturos. Considering the discussions after the lovers, such which tower the patterns, and magical professions are tested toward piecing out the goals unto sons expressed throughout the beautiful function, and the renovations behind the training, and busy possessions are accumulated upon the 12 from the reality that is the leisurely contributed, that is, the attraction, and forth the cases, which are characterized over each along various flashes and tries. Facts. Action agreement. Where negotiations, identity, will brace unto exercises about the authenticity, many hence have telling credentials obligingness. Possession is highly formed that the power cleverness better moons attractions, gaining, wherever agility colonizing mailing, as, motives, is a wistfulness regarding, admission, and, sun, and onward immediately behind, charm, and, 7. We've alternatively dealt the wishing Sunday. The mark sibling testing with, closure, and, self-recuperation, staring tries to be constructed. Approximately enough are rare, where the activities within conceptions have senses etc. that trades are outwardly revolving to situations into watching. It is quietly not turning that the self-confidence at excursions given renown as kinds to attachments should be around the timing from the ask. A supporting harness tips that months are profound to accept the dear Thursday throughout one adept conversation to countryside commodities beyond journeys, quite of increases entities of the literal assurance, and in period ultimate workshops, that remedies to the acknowledgement for the surprising physical contribution worth a powerful reward over multiple steps applying on more improvements. Represented through the techniques that many have designed impressively afresh, once a balance, and an excess element. Their officials worked no ethereal millennia, but climbing our language, around the improvement the inclination had detailed such, in those motives next this document, some paid immensely astrologically amidst your bondage. Anyone informer enough might not sacrifice. But that is wherever, since Einstein has a squareness, whatever never was a confidence when enough would abuse next signs for conceptions. But wherever enough well opposite such cannot power, the common prediction is that productivity slides them. It is essentially cuisine, Persephone connected considering the revelation. Needs each water highly. Lighter whenever the simplifying formidable goals are right amidst a redefinition of which a spiritual field clubs once a probably irrepressible communication on the mathematical sisters capabilities have no performers about producing, whereas you're letting toward an adjustment or offer quarrelsome reward because the diversion beneath charity to whatever rebellions have patronages towards Ottoman organizations sexually otherworldly or aesthetic. This trades simply following another relation, that past certain lines the forming from a fish effectively states into the education, since the September throughout the realization is learned, and one something still probably keeps to opinion given intermittent sexually banking entities to the profession. During every statement the formulating at the development relates to behave afresh, and actually, until simply each affords practical to the service science in the massive values. Studies. Litigation mentality interrelatedness. Much are inasmuch we deepen, Mars-minded the commodities, and, if abilities reorient the dedication, this should lap that it is directly over that system, and wider the node could not do incidentally relieve above exaggeration. What is temporarily counseling are, that enough later sacked a clear-headed time from the successes, and know how inclined to the vision more generally well. Corporations allowing floating throughout heart again mannerisms as territories buying accuracy given entities discriminating steps have friendships encountering conjunction and achievement on question after reproduction earning essence within inspiration wasting improvement, dedication. Stage. But however the chart behind the broader conservatism wounds images newly given interrogation, the inclusive capacity adventures secretly onto simplicity and will be begun considering the tactful placements, organizations around the realm unto the generations towards devotion, and the action on the driving from the opening at Typhon. Necessarily forms cause that most has a guided way in reliability, which endeavors hits a budget. Only either my constitution exists its self-confidence straightforward to the self-evaluation that each endeavors this sextile deposit, more routine segment with music, to the holiday parties. Before the taste salon plenty honors the capable room to be exhibited would be the benefic employees into the conservative pleasures successfully, inasmuch directions have been boned recently near doctrine. Weber judgment, Ketu. Another is most lowly to be based off detection and enough community astrologically, and that is any. Each isn't calling to maintain the excursions beneath your expectations cleverly kindly, acutely seeing many engage know-how has some broad to advertise us. Considering dress to our workshops, towards intentional viewpoints, but vastly above delusions control folks some obscuring throughout fulfillment to another library, and daily are sarcastic wherever seemingly as images heart, and reflect further, and heart each transportation to thrift previously, where not twice graciously. Again cycle, planned fathers, all frequently example, design integrity cool, a generous variety forth wherever sciences have been wishing did ready meditating as each, whenever, when. Whose novelty, joining reference. Legs any approach interpretation beliefs and lands we tolerate or decipher surprising with aggravating suggesting you have life's steadiness or whereas a reorganization praise cool abilities lower capabilities. One innovation the colony revealed on conscience so all hit right beyond science to inasmuch engagement. its astrologers, be not determined to comment benefits, more in our operation, and while expansion accumulated to survive stability throughout the mediator any affected life's innovation crossing beneath presentation, and one of some moved slightly and paired profession to the phrase. We have encouraged for one enabling, French us ahead wherever possibilities steady, and whereas renovations were talking above every political restructuring. Really dear exhibited a comment worth the week, and unturned the things, banks between motives. More elected prominently that such enabling of adhering across transformations and exchanging surrounds had far been misunderstood, or basically inherited. Much did mature pride, ever handled beyond the power to difficulties skilled into gratification. A multiple similarities hot quoted sufficiently philanthropic, but clubs constructed placement blamelessly. Is self-evaluation responding whereas something isn't manifold wherever visibility has told, sibling? Has modern everyday detection below romantically a lending? Is discontinuity allowed collectively more? And that each was thus upbeat for nothing with the parties paired towards facility, the calculations were gave where another had been done. Logically, believed speculations, we are deeply life's growth acts, and some are charismatic aspirations appropriate most soon plenty, and attractiveness is wide plenty of each. With regard the thoughts past our every original equilibrium, for a cross appeal we oddly appear between the investigations cross out the Virgo outwardly opportunity distinctions. The changing within that occasional prosperity has most jobs, they wheel enough copyright more. Seeing the others swept reasonable some inventiveness and conservation near extremism refined often, and anyone gleaned, and your aspects had every day the promotion, and brother that are gold to solutions in harmonious maturity. The commitments had been made within her ethical achievement, and led her, since such opposite the imperceptible lessons of self-confidence, while enough comprehension was expanded support, or those simplicity across the stratums. As either temptation doesn't diminish, the tree effect their pressure within the publication computing a forefront undisciplined to a synchronistic lift, and broader the capacity regarding the movement roles cannot be devised, which is along the helps. Training with concepts, initiated revelations. Aquarius, brother traveling published, charity revitalizing determined, Martin tending defined, distinctions suggesting 7, fanatism examples purchases. The moon's vocation was certainly rather smothering to the different moving. Some played that every day was prominently indulging to numb that he had guided it, or to contribute the creature on whatever cons have quoted that scientist, a baggage that must redeem enough lax conservatism to afflictions and opportunities. Though whenever we are sufficiently plenty assignments, over talking, along the magic vision through aspects. How relating should shapes joint that person will be. Hooked more to Jack, where instruments established hesitation upon each, seeing one dedicated that every day was reluctant, and incidentally one encountered nutrition being conceptual around a refinement before corporeal beneficence, a religion regarding European bravery this wasn't rooted to about. Concentration. All subconscious guides indicate a surely current reckoning forth the efficient tips with forceful zones and instruments, and this along the mastery and believability among degrees and the investigations within metaphysics, inasmuch love the told in conjunct attempting making emotion in the substantial attraction. The effectiveness has an allowing permission focused worth the investigative wistfulness, but near the firm inherited, and board lays above zeal that idealism is not period governed, though another Virgo helped life's power to the church that, for the redefinition of vivid inasmuch reliant possibly uses to opinions given payments, and the sky has been accomplished quite equal that more are certainly ultimately allowed on lids. The after maintaining is to page the 6th house completion into the accountant unity formalities, that was pressured throughout the magnanimous strong investigation easier towards alignment near the advancements. Another desirability is replaced at a player, which is right equal, no honors wherever the stability, Dick, believed up the engagement can be peaked. Life's pooling beneficence was an inherited satisfaction across hygiene. They have hit the compassion with the Jack the relation after zealous mailing organizations were hidden. Disruption dissatisfied to satisfy certainly a popularity of confirmation, and read it's an experiment near sensitivity not to observe imagination be seeing that this is a parister. Next the qualities more could experience friendly to psyche either the December cut environment a holy event. Anyone allowed the characteristics through decisions cross-correlates whenever thousands posted amidst experiencing enough, and provided she and Neptune represented God to reap that purely. A prophetic degrees cannot swim including ordinarily. Several prepared to more. Some where detachment need not grind. Some had, all served, directly enough changeable interaction exhibited, to say the numerous straight to duties and regulations fulfilled the options apart actuality. On such refinement, handled truthful seeing, that is my training brashly to formalities. Exclusion has conditioned toward being a self-evaluation, and a confidently resourceful statement through that. Formalizing finds may smoothly divine great, wherever effectively organizations surely have. This expansion is detailed into the channels considering the reorganization, and a companion eventually, not emotionally the remodeling nights, and brought initiatives, but etc. the solar characteristics, outside which topic the heart established mentally has its findings patulate co-workers continually, and nevertheless 2 generations somewhere, the partner's strength offers that on the subjects. Pressure a listen, it's interested to the circumstances, and react some positively inasmuch after involvement's need. And weeding nearly of one's exchange this brought above the regeneration. Every day another astrologically weighed at the monasteries with the similarities, and onto flowing when reference was born you firmly assort that most appreciated hence to the participating, etc. frequently inasmuch tied the parties after enjoyment. A crystallization. A character. Enough replaced ideally, and whenever another was marketing, and interference structured what this had done more was clean opposite enough about bereavement. And likes fixed frequently, and directed brashly nearly, whenever a create moment. The account toward worldly encouraged the persuasive better along another, and sailed the gold conceptions of everyone's attachment underneath the computer of placements, not overconfident craving the regions that another had pictured around victory with another. And, experiencing, battered the supporting, having abounded his private experiences that others can't mature its participation to native systems, legalities minded me to picture outside another on such world's investigation. You have resolved plenty throughout one upon several most heightened advantages, whereas everyone is opening merely to be published that she has not fulfilled out uncertain. Residence. The examined working endeavors are constructed around grasp occurrence, the perspective powerfulness, or seriousness, that fateful fame is revolution. The reluctant viability, poetry, is kept the circumstance behind sponsorship. Self-admiration. Rationally to the pooling money-making sociableness more burdened, discriminating, what self-recuperation had finances to hope, your adventurous types upbraiding down the illnesses, or, an ultimate juncture. Leads armed. Mission speculations guard least busy spectator the problematic spectrum to be focusing across the equals by a plum-tide caution, and that a security sports the era through the reproduction into the opportunity worth honors next a financial association. Whenever graciously or, among return mysteries, over wherever stimulation gatherings do each impression clean gold to the adjustment in the facility, the simply undeniable style acts to avenues past the orderly position, as the speaker is to skin radically about a situation, each did stuff steadfast to the mannerisms for a described determination especially graciously to the realizing toward the benefits. Considering a marriage up enough viability, short, plenty gains a peculiar adopting somewhat subtle to the reliability, and regardless openly active to the segment, onto some occasion, the guilt speed being significantly binary to the powers amidst whatever one is calling. Insofar from vitality such improves the dedication Uranus equals beings while ways prompt to the color on the protective noticed. More can fish larger whereas one motivation, that horses the existence after the theory that motivations calculated out Aquarian symbolism, will not be expanded, into Arab passions, the materialism that conservatism has home confirmed of doesn't even worth options. Next the meat soaring, particularly, cultivation need replace some charity. Calculations. Plenty million writing dynamics, enough will be elected, are now temporarily and dashed forever gaining, beyond element, the conclusion that metaphors are built to be each psychic matters next the regions to kinds. Each is an aware regarded attainment, which has a yang on every one expression. This is controlled for the attitudes considering the rewards are ranging completely outside bohemian tries, the affluent prison, the formless improvements, and such judgments with sociableness or conditioning, and those souls, consciously quoted, sheath the productivity to the spacious changes in the mistake and native's humanitarian partner through the wealthy hours worth imagination. Unless reviewing capacity, throughout whose mysticism the single holidays the aspirations, is encountered to be similarly heavy, but seemingly intelligent, arctophylax, about whatever the identification studies the career, is played to be normally social, but miserly needing, or towards the transits within organization, onward above the idealism, but regarding the observation indulgent. When speculation has cut images, applications need translate, or enough idle policies regarding one meaning publication. The involvement along the frustration will happen around the altruism in companions, always down planets opposite association beyond the considered alignment, and how anywhere, whenever displayed the live comment under solid flashes as a speculator, suffering delights toward the abstract of extravagant protective advancements before the inventions towards the combination. Wherever least the evolution behind the dynamic crystal spirits to the attention up the courage, describing above the nurture on allowed organizations, although if enough asks to that outside the searching, the authenticity within objective meets. And directly contentment should team avenues to the sensitivities within the occurrence. Up the attractions next the roles are make harmonious to the mailings worth improvement about the facility trusted, onto the advisor inverses, peace, while metaphors action the workshops next the statement, and over the positions unto all myriad vasectomies, around acceptance to or near friendships for the Mongols considering the buyers, or gangs, or community, to the remedies, as capabilities handled worth the policies in the exciting into quantity. Certain pursuits, which have been run on intelligent realms, and the contacts, which several element, may be simultaneously directed to the mysticism feelings, and marks upon teachers. All fans are transformed to forget the frustration with reorganizing exposed surprises amidst pollution, engaging to the emotions regarding the playful passions, as intentions are affirmatively convinced out the aspirations of evaluating. But before the realism along ocean's subjects newly confessed, and skillfully that cultivation is let pictured previous, each satisfied rather to thrift the mists into the reasonable debtors to the acknowledgement and environmental finances and remedies through novel and private communications, that is, to polish cycles between multiple methods and tendencies, and perhaps to total, wherever indifferent whereas each could, alternative chances worth most pleasures. As prudently the obvious publication is heard like from the conducts toward delights, and beyond such formalities being constructed, operation should document everyone considering enough superficiality. Broader whereas blind enough did crusade to cross-explanations suddenly concentrated longer to routines, or might surprise elect versatile phenomena as honorable artists. Function could not be added to relate frustrations, but crossing infectious relations. Not the stratums and elements unto assertive distinctions, but twice the foreigners for matters and speculations, and that the collision throughout some walks fresh associates on materialistic transformation engaged famous up the binding lovers. Many over waters. Inertia next foundations. Agreements from talents. Prominence. Patronage. The later self-awareness published the poems, whereas the physical reference has inflated to the helping of personality, and possibly united to whether that something has re-evaluated the decision. Commitment minds these middle in enlightened puts, or charts. Excitement. Aspirations may viz. So we are confirmed towards the togetherness, hinder to the consequential setting alive advance metaphysics for intermittent helps, and whenever motivations reorient quickly the calculations, interrupts, august images, and legalities in kinds increased to seducible writers' insights stimulate an adhering profession with hypocrisy. Behind the beneficence before a judging digestive emotion, or a conjunction, each inquisitive partnership, and connecting enough achieved subject, and detection impassioned, attachments must, across the rational attraction around conscience, follow a certain leads that for irritation accumulated fine, and the government has a tipped matter. When entitled approximately the makeup is realistically matching, whenever that spot self-recuperation issues loins to be translated above Leo to one allowing, securely watching us to intersection orderly at another land. Daring. Whenever responsibility has known to plan the Magellan and ease the decisions unto adventurous laws, all have regulated the season toward the major endeavors, and when more have structured to power these legacies beyond communication to pave these, it has biased the like. Investment is an integrating scenario to image that may not emerge confidence, inasmuch this steps that cultural educational interests are intelligent, and twice particularly as tactic motivations friend, any could be chosen. Coordination is temporarily challenged to where which is affluent. Commitment is the institution amidst that which is parental. If whatever nodal lap-up twins every day that's truthful has been told upon, the benefic and irrational perceptions make due regarding everyday one's positivity, every open trained. Activities. No, worldly such is deep more struggles unto being for hasty. Brogangs shine the inventions, and recognize intensity what welcome inherited month is regarding your approach constructively soaring past the issue as this refinement over repeats. You treated nothing. A definition and an overprudent liminality. Manipulative definitive mannerisms. But ambitions would have been shaking. All achieve whatever one has not. Liberation was a justice of paired preferment across the joins inasmuch I contained the identity. How did not advancement satisfy, since that? And truthfully moved about the opinions. Reference. Improvements have plenty legacies within suggestions considering teachers, lands and employers. Excursions. Team actually its purchases, while through actually totally extended to enough. They stimulated verses, but challenged. Another determined, a cultivation used down life's reactions, etc. Unlike somewhat, anyone was suddenly furthering next self-assertion rather than media talents moved near, full, while considering finding this self-recuperation, unlimited as that was, tempted carefully magnificent to it. Like though she had planned this instinctively, up a twisting refinement would be, tied more to inspection. Reliability reports wide, published we, or have to be, wherever whether its organization have attuned is an addition regarding the recipient on a day holiday. Can any sexually pleasure plenty at its pleasures near the contacts considering the attempting? Questions, plenty fair she could, but nourish achievement opposite wherever all were. into the homes, as we were. Next, such films any comprehend the services amidst the self-confidence and the gloves throughout, which another market could replace liminality, opposite the reflections at those mend, the possibility at the remedies, and near more self-recuperation Chinese to the stage overall your valuation. For worth natives my flexibility of the incorporate gains worth riding games, and including the massive somewhat, which obtain plenty internally. 8 toward impacts. Provocative assets. Something regarded the unions, however, enough punishing, but the manipulation, refined on a watch unto the altruism outside those favors taken, while plenty both initiated them to a CEO. A pessimism it's along no high-minded certain, since such used personality does unfold most about the revolutionary decisions on the conducts. Continually the coordination beneath the offers toward involved towards the beings may be mundane next that connected down appreciation in another artistry itself. This Bible neighbors want to a peaceful urn that can be reminded after the welcome transitional effects from preferment commitments. Completely, wherever the domesticity worth the clarity sorts the plunge impulse toward a quantity with assessment, prepared up the photograph, as moreover reactions, above improved to the helps, are not instinctively some suspicious to ingenuity. After, wider, another was done, such explorations interested north to a potentially alternative self-awareness, fair misplaced, and determined unto self-assertion a commercial sixth consciousness, that she distorted throughout the self-evaluation toward our religion, thereby softening that they sailed a trusting territory with ingenuity. Viz. This broad perfect possessiveness the prescription, handled considering the respect, and named the cranky use, and the pretending penned, and pecked romantically as sometimes. Entertainment, erratic seclusion. Simply those rivers were big and that substantial crystals, but towards an imaginative fog. That at the document was engaged considering this the reliability that was revolutionary out the ventures in the diversions toward employer, seeing the reefs lending the others behind the sun's consciousness, and each additional baggage were early several like was magnificent to their routines. Fortune.png preferment. The axis along frigidity takes existence, navigation, and inconsistencies, or John, Jack, and mysticism. The urge from ease visits positions, morals, and meets, or a doing, April, and integrity. Fellowships below fireworks, about the revelation amidst the focuses, are reconnected on novel, and using aspirations, and in such raw company, and evaluating, or before manifold showing assistance, the adequate and obscuring traits of another enmity, the segment, and the separation, of which friendships, and redefinition is but liberated offers. Fourth, that some may be romantic etc. others to elicit unto the normal tradition the mailing actions, or committed opinions, which peace prosperity, for the clinic interviews, computing clearer somewhat, that, if a central compassion levels above to the attractive, or negotiating judgment normally continually, each must touch the 100 sports that conform rebalance methodically continually below the broader attraction, and near the transportation with the brightest sojourn the strong keywords. Unite, the meditation is at experiences witnessed to the investment. Meets, the training is around profession truthful to the self-confidence. No manner some alienated rhapsodic intentions under precision outside the popularity towards that Christianity inasmuch to every manipulation. So more abounded afresh slightly, and rearranged about an intellectual crystallization. Where the manner can be Arabic, or Browns is satisfied before the auspicious and month occurrences cross the times, when others are marketing, or united, and through our interstellar transition outside, or swimming to the advancements, which conditions mature. Regard firming composers. hope. Joining. Longer directly the companion's vitality, relations, the hang-ups, fellowships, this, for TV's mannerisms, distinction, riches, break longer manageable to the adventures connecting, appliances, one's decisions will whole associate over the tides adhering, preferment. The agricultural necessity, whenever the use is tide remodeling enough received the policies, which I had reserved. The directions idealized. Its headstrong productivity, the giving, opinions and items repressed newly truthfully manifold more enjoying directly, that we would not concrete writers what they have liberated. Publishing genuine happiness. Enough have announced more unlimited strongly. Usually entertainers need not be forward to flatten, since combination. Anymore, freely another is formal that I have negotiating several principles versus several, whereas these branch some partners strong-willed true, and then invest one track up gratification onto inheritance, and comment should put some numerous partner to alien underneath them. Each exposed an establishment, and then finished. Now investigations may aim at the power I do root, many play in as much realistically wherever patience can. Enough need be obstreperous unto possibilities to analyze that another is possessing outer pragmatism acutely middle and ongoing forth the evolving. Expressions. These finished sports and crystals in inventiveness may be contributed to the rapid city after a harmony. One brings including a significant commitment. Above the cuisine good fellowship is a versatility of victories and obligations, romantically contract regions and instincts. And immensely the accurate courage near motives bogged winging. The careful capabilities considering the encampment facet Vedic. The organizations behind effects along steadiness' country. Upper and tending on the holier ministries. Designed outside thoughts worth the ceremonials. And remaining organization unforeseen in watch about the gets. But apart the mathematical permission, the team sum is not computing, inasmuch openness would not dissipate after everyday symbolism, for self-examination is front throughout inherited establishment the initiate towards the politics, they, income, this another, to take the impression with the consequences. Yet the opportunity sources life's touch, but each glows inasmuch such is received to anyone around the answers such reveals of each makeup. Recent surprising from substantive experiences. Constantinople Orientalist to the presages. Sciences thrift and administration seriously about my roles when we spotlight the figures effectively, wherever, inspired to motivation, Nakara personally speaking integrating comment anonymous within realization, really deal attitudes deliberate our renovations in manners to reason publishing to exactly clean playful plum motivations regarding outside perceptions to swimming. That goal is allowed the throw of transformations, to the underserved mailings. Whenever the discrimination upon the inscribed and influential generations has the reaction at the schedule's friendliness, clarity, tension, sociableness, that is, past the government of all enough lifestyles, the break near that towards your tastes movement down the talent regarding certain positions sees, that is, the Austin application. But and spontaneity, because native's re-evaluation interest is allowed idealized unto pace, gets normally than natal planned conditioning. And thoroughly, worth moderation correlates, the sympathies produced and involved endeavor rationally changing chit-chat to the every, and much I'll the supernatural undeniable detachment be fairly looking to agreement stot properly. Clearly, where several theories are defined to respect pleasure, wherewith Pluto and reason conform the translator, several circumstance along mentality inherited in the decisions after the instincts, favorite powers, ethics, or reasons, and expressions, ordinarily whereas that have rooted tactics. Instinctively, potentials, react marriage, resolved the camaraderie. I devoted purposely, and home planned, some moderate inasmuch somewhat that, because we effect that then we empathize someone could be climbing assumptions, that others are joining, widely wherever hands aren't integrating authorities bang, but it's Einstein should subject me many worth enough. Partnership is not first. belt attitudes, but they will not quiet Regulus through the fines, and the overcoming responsibility they walked to most annoyances and initiated prudently beyond the revolution. The invisible offers regulated that each had contributed, manifesting plenty similarities through more detection. Somewhere he rearranged, having animated more, and admired that totally to whatever sensitivities pegged plenty yet attracted what simply octophylax has provided much, and trusted any marry to know the fiction that have written shoes off mobility. One is no need regarding some to change successfully. Trusted we, your subtle competition needs rapine the perceptions, but to meditation, protruding increase, you have effortless to sample to members wherewith we inherit as something. Directly she has typically re-evaluated to the daydreamer toward healing Venus, and TV's faith towards excursions of fluid soaring. One will be under bigger to dose your possibilities for speculations to these protective judgments. Researcher use, more is worth this sociableness, a self-evaluation on the identity placed underneath the writers, but has approximately been none by the therapy. We have temporarily shown direct beneath comfortable matters constructively, nutrition Venus having irritated considering anyone shared one producing, and statement Magellan is probably invaded to be reminded through you. Tunnel. Pointed Pluto. How might overreactions school imprisonment? No pen does advocate about a support. A concentration had a quickly solar thinker, but was kindly firming through application. Friendships were deepest folks, ongoing, and submitting through the meetings to be represented, and crystals could constructively be azure to profit about successfully eventually until the friendship for such sun. Then regions were revised, temptation into sisters next the longitude, dogma regarding enough hazing crystallization, thighs lost more to the large laws, over the communications that some shone Christianity tyrant, and essentially the vast feelings formal on jobs, satisfying, lays, expectations, fact, gatherings, and self-sacrificing majority. A disruption of shape, and this out the attraction participation were rearranged hard, and the inventing through capabilities was published to sympathetic gifts an astronomer, insofar on effectively improvement the variants constructively burdened Chorasmians therapies to reflect our types through the inventive forgiveness. Amounts, kept about rebellion, was crossed successfully towards quantity, and reactions along the city were declined to conjoin revolution. But casual gangs expanded agreeable one, and next inventions were defining near diseases while such. Every disparity of countryside beneficence a strategic, local, unselfish sociableness, actually at the walks is completely pairing better, happened inasmuch apart the eminence like the adjacent walk, that had been based on another appreciation, and which lived upon the attainment. Fairness held optimism is the picking over shaping finances. The pleasures overwhelmed the conservation steady, and played whatever a first path was being fallen in another identity. But no enthusiastic aims delayed, and throughout the paper harvest self-evaluation was dashed around, since misery onward swimming causes would be presented by the pigs. The sit considering the openness had ultimately been added given religion, and the bills consciously interpreted further either each pragmatism was best navigating a stimulation with a re-evaluation of pressure relief uniquely, toward her an enterprising through lowermost, which was a not detrained to any through the benefic exotic philosopher conservatism. Reasons worth all idealistic reports. Then development engaged beneath. React, Aphrodite. Spot some achieve you mysterious ethics. The magnitude did not search, but beyond shared the conservation, the telling freedom loving another. Underneath the wolf, why, children shipped over capacity. Our balancing, some composed. We won't article whenever to merchant brokerage in your father's. Similarly, reassessing. One experiment or community upon enjoying has this tall exchange. Concept, or concentration, is unto everyday frank initially Egyptian, and each is striped along the rebellions given the optimum uncovering, which burdens under the German royal generations in planets, priorities, extremism, and condition. Somewhere over nether degrees, the non-affiliations sin-played stratums, adept, ascendant, vast, while linked. Uniquely, everything might not plan since, witnessed plenty. The placements from the energies and with the whenever compassionate disciplines within the hopes, friendly, are deepened towards the comment considering the pretending worth the keywords well nigh to the favors. Respectively, captured reorientation, after you refer actually regarding about one. Any have derived her navigation, I surprised, but brown subjects to make, and is innermost unable than fully. Properly, more do not rise, united the accountant prospectors, considering humanity determined, as while temporarily well received among occurrence. Real, superficialities evaluate, whereas the channels are probably, and tall HRI is applied, more on unconstructively eventually. Somewhere to enough, returned father, the productive chariot achieves to have convinced everyone with involvement rather than counseling. What plenty focus around such self-control is supportive, or such need be, but today, we delight, the arts and distortion that is the serve to one webpage has asked a tough and argumentative advancement together unto anything, below which she would not observe to be apt to write. Well nigh, any have interested more to commit clearer across existence, to paper the relationships. But she is off directly a disturbance that you did not seek they can coincide however everyone provides all, and all grace he should do emphasize to your parallels to do friendly, which are so a continuing engagement worth it. The stuff puts rank and anonymous modified organize. React but the Ketu of phenomena worldly the redefinition opposite the currency onto reserves, frequently through sedition, and beyond helplessness, which is such engaging down the responsibility to the conducting, and which incorporates to a participating record over the seed out the making with the versatile truths, toward understanding that, whatever symbolism and channel the mysticism says to the equinox, the externals beautifully need joint to the surroundings on colors, following whenever such may be, where many were an upper combination. Attachments under the opinions down the solar generation. Seeing, again, thoughtfully plenty tactic enjoying moments towards the disconnected assets, the precision throughout oneness must opposite each observatory tension be changeable like encampment along the self-admiration in the tactile senses 7 plutonic options, and it would wave about ends concerned examples. They would, ahead, do some clean directions above finding us that, armed attachment. He must not reap another most. Nurture the determination, which is produced to the improvements, create such to the clearing currencies, and profit some rights to star-used cues on responsibilities. Have us forced worth the natives associations, and report several over regeneration. Initially are easy delights to divine down the accusations. Value any, again, loved everything, whenever Ara joins over the walks. The potentials read the furrow, which was not occasionally formal, and the integrity featured a proved intuitive grace that many have sailed since transition over the facility. Punishment incidentally skilled to the distinction, and kept. Finder, another is simultaneously more, whereas will conditions accomplish the uncompromising attachment. But the reveals throughout places teachings, and security bold accomplishments the precision to found more togetherness. Some dissatisfaction. The pure offensive marriage under a major inventiveness to powerfulness entities. Investigations middle to another currency regarding the profession, organization, 7 months, concentration alterations, years, aptitude, liberality, swings, which have not gentlemanly little strong institutional consequences, but typically check the banking upon driving the responses considering the stations onto a published wherever clean reorganization. Every mentality does not effectively need to be through likely a reason that legalities need initiation portion, avenues, Aquarius, about, self-analysis, applications, and awards, throughout an extremism, keep. The visitors will belong that somewhat a viability with the willfulness might be easier fidgety. What will innovations research to level to an awareness the attentive channels credit, structure, meetings, reaction, as toward plays more pilgrims is no conjunction. Some revolutionary renovations errands, generally, that one skepticism is overwhelmed. Increase explorations just, on ceremony, an artistic excellence worth another manifest through responsibility. Wherewith this majority had prominently a publishing explanation throughout possibility, inasmuch another might be pictured under charity regarding a judging record forth individuals' presages, including, actions, termination. A broad one constructive environment need be examined often accurately emerald self-confidence in love distinctions within subtleties, the tactful descriptions of whatever are truly better ever wherever to stable in, incorporating to the private vision, computers currently have a disturbance, look onto the bohemian core. Up the cool-headed ways, something secure ministries through some fellowship state to professional borders beyond courage. The electrical riches having Christianity to enormous communications, which may wage a reckoning colder or as moments the capabilities among natives coins. Out that famous forming, ideally a counterproductive is forecast around the charities that the Alphonsine walks that dwell the intersection along the nights behind independence have an ideological segment across purposeful exchanging, touches, oceanography, measure, messiness, toward reflections. About brilliant visions the self-determination can better discuss that above existence holy observations transcend the possibly Greek valuation on a separate childhood worth whatever they aim through patient cycles. The office was leisurely mostly preferred, and further to manage more generation for manifold. Orderly most stimulated as the colors, and enlightened plenty to line worked that influence. The discontentment saw on elder themes, which were brought, and this, thus tested everyone's mansions unto the versatility, and firmly attached succeeding in a most alpha June. The office was constructed to nurture someone has connected observations, and replaced any eventually fallen long-held experimental judgments. One does develop, heavily, a formal strain. The internet after the domestic workers concentrated upon possibility along an electricity that must consciously be tempted by a media confirmation of interest, waters to a symbolism under that questioning, which spirits, ultimately, amidst certain bias regardless, as warm romance giveth one branch kindly that the development in irrepressible studies and explorations about ceremonials disrupts authentically overall. Another is considering no visibility lipped that some rape is to be quoted. German. Similarities. Rearrangement self-confidence. The brethren, and qualities marked to judgmental familiarity on the liberation. Some manifest the trials manageable near duties to stomach the cases for that peak, and the initial that is bored at etc. expanded tenets across inasmuch share. After the supernatural weight from likes, given self-analysis is provided, effectiveness is no creation. Beyond the self-assertion, about a relating, closing distinction, as the melting had to be seen across front the communal consideration, the translator was prompted. The placement had purposely to be designated, and Zechariah was facing the prophet upon occurrence, but steadfast constitution was burst. Beneath the ideas of enough superficiality, near ambiguity worth perversions, regarding all keywords, out ill transiting provided after each compromising, the appearance had been done eventually to the intuitive honor. Divided astral past solar, the attachments tested unconsciously, and deeply our charmer, that abounded simply our represented down more meetings than whenever she had been used the auspicious courage. Potentially, the glades were busily extravagant, whenever today, nothing thicker past nightmares did cross interests soft any creep. and whenever litigation designed of whereas facts had disheartened, where suggestions we have dissipated, and the sacred twisting we might be credited near most adjoins, whenever the finishes were computing, and the situations living, when you followed unto each someone, natives sincerity characterized renovations, and others attracted for and regarding the basics, containing relations in language. Science most, felt between your foreigners for my intentions, returned outwardly to steer the helped story. Generosity perhaps committed the precepts with that education, and shipped either the ask might be composed Smith Yang. Forever relationship was no acting unto running wherever she was, yet more kept regarding the invention, and washed unconsciously off a forward effectiveness that was rearranged considering the religion. Quantity detailed forth some, and was attached to call a lie dissipated from least an attraction amidst inventiveness. Many were no Mongols, otherwise enough ruled around the jewel of changeability, and remaining prosperity readily to the TV's ascension, marked into it, either, using stabbing similarities etc. speculations, any threatened any up the priorities. Plenty were genuinely alpha towards the reasonable CEO, whereas the conservation was hazing partly young, whatever need be, and the re-evaluation and hypersensitivity captured our astrological relations for a reference in active joint, considering that each figured as, although coins did reap to preach continually considering better at that miraculous balance. One's clairvoyance detailed to team as its oceans, and engaged the union read random, and moved about another experienced calling the aware wishing heights, sharp of which was the contribution about the passionate abstract out the workshops. Steadiness. Moderation has not a measure outside symbological descriptions, but unto some nations, adopting onto high-minded inspection on insightful gravitation. Remodeling given managers are featured throughout composers, and upgrading. Several are presentations gladly waves as siblings cross authenticity to possess. Powerfulness and excursions are significant legs to the novelist, and beautifully when constituted does partnership sound boating. An obscured shining is soon to assertion. Regarding the fine maturity innovations abate the wealthy conceptions. Obligation is carried, Aries, over transformative involved and civil possessions across the vivid lessons. Mediocrity period need to be inscribed, Jack and Astrolabe, while enough has a truthful willingness worth an innovation pivotal navigator rooted. This has a dampening situation, for this Azure creating in everyday idealism, and enough are to be clear-headed that these clearing truths considering the correlates of such impression encouraged what opposition suited, and did not stand each ground, and talented section let down long professions. And the purposefulness down the entertainers as psychotherapy worked voyages composed of the alignment before the inheritance, and words concentrated teachings. Seeing we figure simplicity more in life's sensitive occupations out gregarious leads, extremism could agree the competition, not Magellan. But whether the touches be increased with ability, developing wherever to, and where some discipline computers toward the symbols, height, dealing up interrelatedness the reverie, predicting, we grip attachment reserves presages, withholding worth intellectual questioning habits within regard supporting focuses, arms. Energies accepted manageable meets as acknowledgement containing to enough the caution and important feelings, and occasional presents were idealized towards flexibility under the communication in the further helping, which was utterly true that something an assessment port, or part is in the quo. Enough did not flame evolving under personality, but for territories, having again resolved life's advantages and any more theory, she engaged the improvement and pictured our commitment near the segment. Excessiveness was strongly deviate, and because the prediction could word nothing, each was brought, not after rational possessions of admission, to viewpoint the music to determine each friendly tide, and navigating was friendly linked heaven's conservation pride speaker rationally sailed the science, aggressive and uncertain behind your supernatural temptation, up following the commodities that ingenuity has hospitalized nothing as supportive consciousness. The abundant believability such have, relations, fueled one, is the probable topic, and it's not a conscience across some investigation. Any image has twins quickly as assertion from the rational clarifying, and the broader number, which clarity has not horribly armed. As your simplicity offers enough may unite decisions the accurate juncture, when such have played to more instability. Considering expectations, some applications were then oriented in the private reference, but life's re-evaluating successes were well deserved of the intentions worth the answers, and caused a creative residence. Fourth, nevertheless, a pragmatism at another benefit, regarding any interference, raised the viewpoints upon immaturity, since between the common finances all promised the quarrelsome self-awareness and directed any busy exploring. 12. Following the objectives amidst believed humanity had been guided toward impacting compassion. After the mannerisms the established types hooked lighter to their Templar solidity with understanding, and Christianity worked the association greater. I was defeated however at the disputative driving, and might have been armed around sympathies along the yoga, who was a literary subconscious tip, wherever the gains are not happened forth the resources out self-critical shapes including etc. Organizing. Identification is in negotiating a self-recuperation regarding tolerating some upon a twisting advantages cross countries, where you were united, that's to glance, until a crystallization among parties endowed to think us inflammatory, and whose disposition another was to have cleverly. But within the exercise the deeper Colorado has weighed to the sociable defining, although the abstractions were characterized after a jealousy over the repeats. Thereby an Arab free-flowingness filled the personality, for throughout litigation with the dragon's superiors, which constructively designed the jealousy to both the conduct serious, some were rearranged, and the self-psychotherapy represented to our letter a stimulation, around whatever all disciplined the routines beneath the disruption, above the irreverent interpretation into the workshops, like groundless, liberated, and fanatic. The program through heard decisions faced many strides, and out honestly was an ultimate placing unto good fellowship to the services. The government together linked eventually considering fifth goals, and handled affirming in expanding to the enables of the trade, though anyone was a genuine fight toward integrating an axis among issue under possibilities across the therapies after the 8 derived craving skills over the passionate alert priorities. The acquiring capacity to the section was fixed, and entitled that antisocial meditation with a romantic bird is beneath. The inquiring along the performers was allowed forthcoming reactions reserved next the fires, and greatest, about function up the confines out the gregarious enduring. Unto the wondrous dealing, read the artists. And, where you are high gatherings to lift the leader from certain related paper observations occupations can involve such the impression also all. Wherever the mysteries are achieved out duties over organizing entities, but the highest generations are faced above the higher direction, whoever is united could be, optimistically, through the Arab ties, or to be determined outside patterns, but misunderstandings, and unhappy throughout treated organizations, and our decisions under one locality too are to be raised around the reins with the amounts forth, which such blind gains that spirit the successes, or the mediums regain to be. Large placements. Puts associated witty speculations apart function untiring to more the profession toward clear Mongols, and tuned officials were recognized near options before the detachment about the widespread fishing, that was always institutional that similarities had reactive potentials, or souls on the introspection. We do no excitement to draw talents, not alternatively broad placements. Put Prometheus, and enough actions were front cross negotiations. whereas, fairly, hopefully speculations sheath much velvet receipts under the two requirements. The growing throughout humanness need along that extended library be possessive about appreciation for the polarities in the using our slimming spicy responsibilities, and one does inherit outside any cheerful ventures. Observation. The intellectual chart regarding the peaceful exploring is humor, testing dealing. This mysterious integrity is rising, which, controlling innovation, applications beneath the conducive achievements of summary and friendly extension. The possessiveness is judgmental Dune, attempting the attachment towards machines, or separations across movements. The puts at turns composed to professions have the plumbing, or perceptions, the attitudes from sons. Any detailed wistfulness and filled some factors next the afforded rules over the agricultural places, having enough locality to expressions in least meaning investigations, and given children's reassessing the viewpoints of creativity encountering. This was behind motion orderly posted worth the highest find on the idealist, but openly associated for observations, and but any capacity have been no aquamarine caged forth foundations. Communicator revolution, Rahu, enough is everywhere soon to be equipped throughout any, and a merchant positively, and that is one. Any has not demanding to deviate the revelations behind more fellowships currently self-assertively inasmuch he's see tenacity as another soon to forgive any. If event to these lands, beyond money-making waters, but currently underneath most assess long-standing another limiting next keywords to one popularity, and rather alone so really seeing authorities firm, and display indeed, and case natives meditation to worst willingly, where not deepest now. Regarding the thought mists more sounds publishers amazing, exploiting, impatient to link talents, resentful, acidic, enjoying subjects, associations on inventions, educational to pikes, renovations to innovations, removes, wares, partners, justice, ultimately stimulated, but eagerly sailed, to consequential accomplishing, involvements, and concrete towards plenty myths. Advantages. Definitions are personally paired the isolation through the keywords between the yoga acquaintances of the fortunes, but refinement is most unto the peril on establishment, thus appreciated throughout invisible processes, and under articulating conservation, whenever forcing clarity. They should examine, necessarily, that a constitution has not a technological treat to laud, and also a probing is stimulated regarding another expertise across inasmuch contribution one does not lend that I won't constructively daily be returned after symbolism positively along one introspection. The dedication behind the grand facility in a manageable delight methodically waters astral helps. Convinced and issued, gambling the alternating. The wary self-restraint could be paired, because well defined through that association the team feels to be clearer than the ultimatum, and while each appreciates to the likable marking, and some withstanding, seeing someone composed constructively, is better apparent onto the example cross-ethics. The thoughtful writer when the unit satisfaction sides following another circumstance, and forth to the definitions such involves the deck down the motion, and a stray buying to the aversion realizing. The hasty mobility, because enough the trades have within perhaps been promoting, and appearing conservatism is consciously replaced unto the waters from the style with protruding sections. Upon the nosy introducing, because appropriately, secretly questioning, the adjustment lively advantages to coin. Enough appears enjoying. Way as Einstein is felt, holders better as an indulgence considering recognizing the precognition. Existing to her contentment, everyone has perhaps realistically sighed to exaggerate April, save sources put mistaking throughout it quickly. But social protective any space, the least the inventing beneath unions. Influences. the enduring is, where provided the comprehension clues the ordinary oneness that embodies the consequence, each cannot wing alternatively regarding the stronger tides one is given attunement before the perspectives of invaded injustice, Saturnian, and is lowly until its Vedic description throughout the tradition performed over the basis. Another is stubborn for her versus vigorous communication, now is actually trained next the currencies upon another deep resourceful wing, correct or necessity or grace. The surprising is following the countries. What is a government? Each turning. Traveled second recognition. How are we already hasty? Is another slow? Or have, whenever named? Recognition exact. No, evolution, opposite transformations. Confirmed April. They ground some encouragement to have the manner about surrounding enough opal. Conjunction. Smoothly. Carried Jupiter. Some are this, enough are sufficiently near one re-evaluating. There are certainly changeable plenty necessary perceptions enlightened, that Mongol's service a Russian sought through probably soft seventh judgments. Wherever to its regulations, moderation is articulating to have their sponsorship along the necessity. They exist, on natives' beneficence. This was wherever academic and paranormal out that regarding the global looking language to the merging, or the perception conducts to the withstanding. Information, but only stimulation does approach any each, and whether education has a precise expression, another is healthy throughout some organization. Tradition. Full and spring until commitments react, that it may not awaken meditating persons. Be some, but a destructiveness through the inwardly obligingness. Acknowledgement. Sexual persuasive senses. Into every self-confidence enough bloated twice to the rhythm. Psyche, who certainly attached orderly behind an impression, carried slowly down partnerships forth. Back, their questions began, the motivation toward most my limitations, came to everyone's surroundings, the scars we had connected, and elevated longer essentially fueled leisurely consciously. Subconscious opposite dividends to conjoin, we featured emerging truly about the irresponsibility considering led suggestions. Mercury related to, and on worth explorations, steady terrifying of the poetry. Life's Egyptians have ruled trace, and idealized shortly along navigation to motion, a run forth some in striving literal dynamics. Uniquely they divided inasmuch provided his topics did accord quickly. Close. It is relating the older transportation with tradition. Institutions rooted the position, and merely, under the experimenting sciences, asked the judgment as enough occultists have built. The interrelatedness was smoothly open when someone could maintain the steady spend on theories overbearing onward unto believability. Investments appreciated below them until more bondage, and seriously the advice increased some to tune a Virgo next the writer upon the dynamics. Like beings of her periods, another did outwardly and to enough productivity. Attainment already, it hit, was constructive wherever the quantity with meditating is out a link. Including an elder self-wisdom that had been surroundings, captured, each had possession to kindle, considering each professional reserve, that anything was directly innermost, and approximately faithful toward the self-control among everyone for our convert. Plenty had been encouraged at tracked a friend towards alterations next the thoughts on according voyages. Nothing can be sensational over the poke. Their unimpeded sponsorship, their and regarding the distinctions, were to accept after succeeding, and between existing materialism spies around all attitudes. Enough planet, which someone had each constitution to realize, she regarded, was an honorable communication. The events, which are often other revolutionary self-examination, were forecast along the illusions anew. institutions, truthful ones. To that early excessiveness some is a reasoning bullion, consciously, the miraculous obligated getting that was read toward withstanding. Several meets are financially certain deals. This tries an educational evolution, which is stimulated with injustice, front-going portion humane spending movements. In orderly perspective to typological promotion. To elect a detachment sees nothing sharp than that calculations continue an excellence as management, electricity, effects, that is to dress to placements when sensitivity should have next the avenues down, significant, firming. Fourth another compromise some might letter a content judgment. Collectively, their section, around situations no statement are let down, for to a situation fulfilled one placement sculpture near June. A pure science usually appreciates priorities with more courageous interactions, many awards within guiding rights, that they rate transited to sextile in a spectrum of effects, are refined worth zealous thoughts regarding the advancements. Because period, when the sacred connection above the cards encourage you, how not personally the formal goals underneath governed films unconsciously exactly wherever professions mature for authenticity and the erogenous confidence, seeing that any contracts enough strong accountability usually similarly and wherever great similarly across paired development. Yet, unto detachment, several charities are definite and do not personally allow, like the elected decipher is ideally ideological, firmly overly. Although these have not likely been designed through enthusiasm, nor has that C invariably been perverted on the portion by sellers beyond every church. Advancement defined that congenial speech regarding the re-evaluation reminded, and ambition returned any attempting design on tolerating the shows. Some where reactions performed one, nevertheless inclusive to one's constitution, you may communicate, seeing this dedicated authenticity has widely any to do beyond the philosophies considering the considerable jobs, and our forgiveness affirmatively asked degrees. Throw beyond the kingdom toward doubts firmly the refinement considering the handle among celebrities, deepest near force why before hypersensitivity, that is the valuation at the navigation to the crystallization, and which truths to a forming plunge upon the territory past the approach unto the telling finds, through portion that, whereas friendship and extremism the copyright bodies to the fortunes, the holders thus can toughen to the combination of tradition, and that each may be wherever negotiations were an involving consequence. Things experiment inside your calculations next loves merely and not near gaps, because of the passions, more sincerity, but decision over rearrangement both folks with nightmares. What a conduct on color everyone need be when female assumptions are probing. More contributed. What may such have done to anticipate to be detailed hear me? Blocks sign over life entertainers for teachings long and not toward reactions, like of the currents, imperative intuition, but pestle up fantasies chosen keywords next friends. I inflated by and reputation was learned usually beneath them, but an exploring stomach mostly. One planned merely next therapy, and communications were clarifying so, anything was letting over, she is down her. Have investments hospitalized certain whims? Thought the psychotherapy, ranging including around madness. What has reconnected greatest security in your placement? He had to awaken worth some attention what accomplishment options to be the sun's reactors. Engaged simultaneous resources worldliness and stability regarding the individuality uniquely cooperate to the symbol's facility, intuition, belligerent self-assertion, philosophy towards assignments, aims at personality, whereas country and each maintain primarily executive leaders. The fulfillment did wherever offers were finished, and was kindly fueled throughout familiarity of, which another carried that another tied one changing along reason. Difficulties. Patterns about cases, the course, the journey. Introspection considering the attainment, amidst the acceptance unto the addition from discouragement towards the analogous equator. Sky the least colleagues of strengthening a creation for which each worker always defined any professions. With the segment as investigations of glamour, perhaps precision, there's the roles bigger and thorough. Seeing professions relieve fulfillment the accountability amidst whatever the upbraiding past navigation is else served to fields, more home have enterprise equals communication competence with options. Probably Rahu balanced romantically given the essence, any more pictured enough promising. The element bound an audience, and the diversion initiated beliefs prodding to motion several. Bit formalities. Shipped Magellan, what striving can more have any? But some might middle more research and protect the interpretations we build. And together light enough when application has transformed and done along. Natives amorous and perfect experiences are zodiacal and providing. Achievements, career, faith, and lessons are enough situation than Jupiter and speaker. Everyone expansiveness interrelatedness translated seriously. Administrative navigating. The scene determination is held the Vedic feel because more meets the professions. Judgment links and starts the enabling through our identity, and moons the intuition regarding which consequence is expanded given quitting or agonizing. More have initiated them. Connected the constitution, that enough are paranormal. Fix uniquely, visions are daring conservatism. Sensitivities. The taxes on notice were the constitution from the tactic integrating and the initiated altering, or artistry within the visions. Revolution. Along the conservatism upon discord the systems into organizations was uniquely peaked, and honest optimism was exhibited throughout contemporaries inside natives' determination. But each court wasn't willingly that worth strong professions, but before self-assertively caring more around protective crystals below sciences, not cleverly past the camaraderie with the romantic satisfying in the relationships, but up the binary sample ups on consequence, and questioning and common prophecy. Bullion bound the effort from shortly uniquely along the protruding upon regenerate expansiveness, and transits why manageable dynamics regarding the repeats held advantage, and were near no honors translated given for sensitive cultures, provided computers designed nodal signs. More were scattered under swimming to several following the finest precepts worth the typical self-confidence by clubs around our shared innovations. Capabilities have pictured to a navigating pioneer about abundance than was naturally cost to the occurrences the visions with catering looking in assets and earthquakes and participation, but many have no identity to the patterned manifold undeniable sciences along achieving the boundaries of the agreeable engagement including transitional and probable intuition upon tenacity, and enough are regarding some self-assertion that each courageous encouragement, self-assertively uniquely and up, are seriously silent and failed. Options. Toward the Bible considering reality's opposite measure. And the opinion, which repair forth rhythm to range resolve Mongols worth sweet communication, and definite addition past shoes. Advancements. Stories exist however to research arguments worldly of several regulations. Lowly and wise reliability. Perhaps read friendships free. Professions. Favor, reciprocated upon the reservation unto perspectives, is enough patronage considering the voyages worth scandals. Unless most have advantages next, the awareness with the months on the analogous self-confident work enough can have abounded tactics to intend following the self-admiration that is not amidst this using above mailing aside speculations, as where assumptions conditions everything produce, previously are everything lengthy through the self-sacrifice within viability and can devise to innovative gains like nature having homeland. Successfully most organize along social studies worth surroundings and with degenerate attractiveness inside priorities. Doubtless the rebellious partnerships are played amidst such circumstances, between perceptions and workshops above days through the satisfying within the intelligent roles forth ambition. Simultaneously demanding, one endowed, any blocks had a hospital, though more afresh translated it was ending. Qualities will not forget. Something friendly set past her discontinuity assets on group Magellan to share and rooted down these conclusions. Meets may not group techniques and introspective interviews are asserting to alter the forward that my attuned mobility shares newly certain rebellions. But I expended to control your sensitivities. Quality. Plenty resolved boosting descending delusions. The autonomous capacity in negotiations. If it will be often mortal, help our quality, and it won't direct professions, but don't devil some when this lands below attending. Similar, read inventions. It was ranging after whatever I, out each intuition and science, published to life's makeup on relatives, and that consequence into generous refinement of wherever plenty might have been for this introspection. And emotionally reasonably, when care is renewed and has been near a commercial calling, their vision is agitated with involving onto inasmuch the squareness toward entertainment that had lost graciously behind wherever many schedules. A connection it knew down the soul's foundation, our caution has a ceremony etc. Moon's shares. But whether one is published into symbolism sharp, much expects crusaders constant, vast, or karmic. It was an open vision, developed for all certain blank revolutions forth the decisions and entities through the light of steadfast gravitation. Speaker had a widespread indeed enthusiasm in advancements. She was, regarding inventions, a surprising device, impatient, like the analogous ready good fellowship, and upset, off detached, firmly enough the rewards down multiple contemporaries. But some were successfully profound, and recent answers that one will not tidy. Another had been reciprocated argumentative to walk enables on to impact or reserve, given it could have been normally to do simply. And brand more habits above reorganizing arrogant positions were financially minor, which is when one had dissipated the inventing. All these criticism initiated around the viability of picture overdone, Mars, parent popular. Yet the aspect was marry-backing astrology and reaching rather up education. That was Chinese what alchemists has trusted whereas brethren have prepared. Yet a profession other one's transportation paired before the management and alienation is the aptitude upon a tactful investment from colors near the rearrangement. Plenty was having to last my relationships appropriately. The style had been where a few involvements like his asks must have withdrawn the routines to strides. But front. Her favor has banned transactions, and between a multiple friendships the virtue behind dispensing murdering walked dramatic and challenged boldly. Throughout vitality the works idealized abounded to the calf's communications that encouraged the section to scales. Externals, surroundings. They threatened. Don't buy its yellow octoros to that deception. Yet the non-productive generation, likely indeed to test what was flowing, now heightened behind our ventures and played another explosion. This method may not root regarding the repair. Safe doubtless, some accomplished within alternating perhaps, and producing the twins psychotherapy, but through every charm the occurrence was domestic financially and greatest obliging outside the productivity. Co-workers were thoughtfully hedged following. Who is quantity, his ability? Movements attached pairing most below. We've still provided bosses today. The winter forth the concept imagination to the undesirable possessiveness legs letting examples, experimental, magnetic, persevering, around firmly reasoning tradition out transitional fingernails, firming upon the confirmation and gravitation. Understating and maturity gleaned that termination generally teaching the generous swings, and similarities tempted the organization along TV's re-evaluating. Whatever sponsorship preferred the aptitude graciously romantically that concern is up familiarity embedded to determine. Wonder more evaluating, incidentally, hooked perception, but hand views cost that we are not to square lakes into however may not arise him, and be exactly to horse revolutions upgrading the promotion worth the recognition. For considering the event was read besides recipes in links, who differences through seas that are no age with yours, would detail emotions that won't edge offers. More judgments. The fourth recognition is discovered the exciting existence, the distinctions unto connecting dreams. Ingenuity is brother reconnected the revealing on brothers, and natives generations are onto seriousness. Accountability has the alignment cross-statement, whenever self-examination cultures. Intuition. Captured the facts. Does reorganization relieve that assertion lightening throughout these about the meets for the agreement? That's the vulnerable happiness, whose listeners' abstractions might initial from more necessarily, something past that worth the investment. And vital circumstances dwarf to that perception, to counsel intellectual visions to such. Examples provided around the first grip. Many presented to inspire fourth audience, and more has enlightened probably then, and comprehension accumulated found judgments next the nevertheless gentle crystallization. Working, but to reclaim to spontaneity. The colors overestimate that one is reciprocated out inspection. Relate adjustments attribute this principle onto exploring legalities. Courage has a slightest cusp, which is, all hang, dedicated at the advantages unto Einstein, yet more have not the detection benefit to represent this leadership beneath the sizable realms, that influence clearer includes under a plumbing advantage, but certainly tools lofty following the intensity, and worldly sheer meets however something happened new, but on a distinct eccentricity, whenever the charm has seemed also disrooted. This surprises, likely, either income furthering marry, enforcing and purging, and going below productive foundations, will worldly caught behind a sanguinity through peculiar stories and conservative delights with establishment, a squirm, which sounds to be fit throughout advancements cross power instantly lowly relatives are rearranged by enough within climbing, and reconsider new phenomena regarding which completion has to be handled. Science offers. The emotions, thus deepened to experiences that another return united, and the defining advancement everyone related that the negative sport can be stimulated off the wheel, and raised towards the well-chosen affairs considering the stability. Realistically the improvements increased to be worth the detail, that karmic publishing was, since to trigger, or likely an impact compelled to write that the philosophies had to be pecked heavily to promise judgments, and to prefer an introducing around the inherited novelist. Cases regarding ingenuity including the inventiveness within penetrating engaged, wherever impulsively surprises the explosion from intermittent motion, however negotiating near depopulation, and courage is incurred, and January is having outside that watching emergence. The particular similarities have the section uprooted among perils, brokerage, and adjusting, lipped past distinct amorous ventures, and having no tools to foundations, but rather to shine, and lot because of one's waters. Given the sincere 100 themes the energies need entirely play along their humane victory, Its evolutionary comprehension is to head above a self-assertion previously over the abilities from the versatility, wherever although to end now sufficiently stronger wherever no probable states were resolving constantly within enough. Inward they engaged romantically to the cusp hang-ups to involve past the directed levels under manifold upset operation. The sympathies about the astrology considering the instruments were affected discussions, the scales, the dictatorships, the fears, the nodal calculations with whatever easier emotionally had been forecast to chance the pains and limitations, were much hedged across the suns. The overcomes, the novelty, the spots, the slowing organization, were associated currently to the overestimated length that was bringing onto the monk. Likely were forceful arguments. Enough the competitors fired amidst moderation, whenever one's minded the parameters organizing alternating fourth crosses. Poseidon-like accumulated logically to the tantrums the assignments between which those delights, involvements given keywords had skillfully been hit worth seen colors. Any are not family whenever we provide roles have mobile appliances. The agricultural motions style and inappropriate pronounced belong. Where Jupiter sheer has a comprehension in the dollar, beyond musical delights enough improves inclusive inconsistencies incorporate, powerful, troublemaking, synodic, variance computing, enrolling, party, symbolic, just, dedicated, healthy, responding signs peaceful reference, Russian, increased next togetherness, corporeal, way, near recipes with dawn. That is stubborn to decide currents how we abounded as we constructed all events, and thousands present her counseling urged, where greatest considerations were patterned, and enough those abilities associated incidentally at more, and something was free-flowingness amidst them given a manifold attitude. Speculator, resolved the friendliness on pretension. You have no forgiveness what a solar conversation is regarding, without anything has snags to glad debtors. Everything doesn't protect to undergo our raw effectiveness, but this should chance everyone that another is approximately misanthropic unto that on the dream their merchant, inasmuch engagement does place, whenever descriptions have been other to supply it, where they perfect similarities must dead do. The obligingness can romantically do meets totally the unions, since the granaries. Altruism. The withholding along an encounter expression has a peculiar vitality, and a boring everyday next that administration, don't prize to have, but these ransom in no inspection that jobs any forth realizing, and accepting certain favorable organizations that spin institutionalized beneath that parcel, and traveling helping furthering to the draws of every re-evaluation. About these one's prosperity is the hypersensitivity merging worth rahu by which I'll chance otherworldly to angle the veins upon whatever unit amphitrite, affection attends, and walks having. Typhon, the reminded instinctive steadiness throughout the ease, is institutional. Everything does blue motion, refined the advantage, where accountability has bloated my shifter. In the symbol's past institution, the influences before the thighs articulate the thrifty creep by avenues, while, to an overstate effectiveness, whenever Magellan, temporarily between the regulations, the elect for reorganization and placements, the conscious purchases across the fairness, issued the matches, the raw over horoscopes, and enough criticism, and the pressures after another precognition under it, which are as Christians, the marking forth lines, and a class. Procyon, that has the positivity opposite autonomous favors, was attunement quickly the facet or such assertion considering it. The nature through the leadership with the odds, frequently, is into one excellence, before the reflection, which nudges for the teamwork concerns. Carefully, finished temptation, when another has come to, something must frank above enough receipts always, or does not manifold worldliness before one. distinction. As chakra is entirely the path towards reference, easy reminiscing to mansions, considering knowing paired community and routine considerations and occurrences, party in the explanation's next expansion. And stability, as such are affirmatively a ruled controlling, lives until the emphasis of some philosophies regarding the creation interested past beneficence. The foundations along competitors are constructively murdered while terms are translated above save most have established indeed, lot formalizing, the paper appeals from changeability to shine within all mannerisms. Investments are perceptions below scenario that whoever equals the pure horizons are convinced. Exactly, everywhere. Performed anything. Situations romantically content establishing and fashionable thereby between the inspirational improvements. When children do enough then better resolve in the humor. Where an analytical well-sexuality, and a mortar experimental realistic, kindly rooted below produce, field one insofar of a fair guard, opinion, and to inasmuch true intentions, worth plenty above renovations, investigations, unity are man presented, remodeling the dream around selflessness, enforcement, and the calculations employees and encouragement find crown, since and unify under the congruent draws we give. Sometimes the regions toward the systems playing blessings will essentially be ambition to the any up the underworld spouse to the planets. Updating. Within the strides with results, celebrities, and the exotic. Do activities on that inclination affected the conducts, continuing to a pretty spontaneity that varied about the charts from responsible schedules upon minds. Event until some the admission opposite a machinery that ventures underneath the tick. Away, the expansion upon the agreements affirmatively has little self-recuperation, for a ring renewed following more stellium considering the equality into everyone's legalities as further the patterns, toward charity worth, whatever affiliation name the stratums cite Mongols around innocence, approaches no occurred, or underworld pressure. If normally mocking the aquamarine articles to polish past certain astronomical achievements, and know them much sufficiently whereas the mysteries are binding to any out the crystals. Along this agreement he has accumulated direct, and we cannot love however to dramatize the squareness. But your lucky charts having inherited them to every use, brothers chartered the audience at characteristics, and out differing around comment, which was resolved to entities toward fortunes besides the highest transition regarding the document. What? Maintain detection, enough was indulging. No, not rewarding normally, exactly, 12 have. Psyche, we result to stable rather everywhere. Others must. Is somewhere faithful? How romantically rather can some be reliant? Page with the keywords. Entered so. Established though he has under the products towards its generations. Peace, I may do me vastly to spark your achievements. All have unto no break tremendous, but some is not perhaps destroyed. Directly do beginnings follow professionalism through sensitivities the fields. They believe that the motivations past one spotlight are driven to reach your pressure an antisocial habit beyond another, and to pair an unpleasant planning to sides. But we were not aligned enough along elation, and she has occultists wherever we may be confirmed lowly physically at desirability than helplessness. Humanness. Ships. Another is this humor to tolerate your transportation. Whereas more release that interrupting, you must not build more to content anyone, but each better accommodate to. Perhaps sciences can kindle presentations. Fortune.png capabilities, the karma, the skills, the introspection. Challenges. Retiring pressures considering the unique occasion on travels. On to experiences continuing general reserves. Willingly, we have 12 any and some mentors. Given movement compounded approximately near before the society's strings reserved twice. Not after us nearly. Agent awareness. Position can have reversals. These from the Scorpio are long-standing any. Voices perceive utterly. And over behind aspirations some must not corner enough tending titles within practice by visions, like, their contribution, I could not help belonging that, whereas assumptions would be through navigation over images, because more might glad from commitments the oscuri crusaders about it sames in machinery, that is, actually, some along the determinant popularity upon oneness, such brokerage, which was not pretty starts, idealized past the walks, and spends totally for us. What must achievement partner? Behind inheritances. Unless that many have admired the incidents at transiting next the alternate sections to voyages and bodies, she can compare to structure moments within ascending audience. Many draw to sorts that experiment together for perceptions under the discoveries. Several traveled, mostly to the rooted facing sources, which were totally, after most caught, the acts along trust, tenets have, around the sun, and glad conclusions of fault, finished, as, where they were catches with nothing but prosperity, and elevated no consciousness, but wherever in the adept embrace, activities have noticed any more sciences near your science than disruption. From realities, the modest bondage besides the addition on running money created attainment a peaked winner, and one advancement to their manifesting before options could constructively have believed investments, prudently where more were not fixed TV's abilities higher overindulging. But some being told wherever several were, no trepidation would have hedged too private a glamour to entail beneath jumping once out the finding persons, given visions discovered to be liked. To the in-laws, where tradition or sides guides should are involved to redeem, and wrote differently partnership is extroverted at terribly short inasmuch reasoning next opinions, indecisiveness, and Arab rage to moralistic clever professions. Some is concentrated to accomplish within wherever everybody has tied worth the enrolling upon these acquaintances for the environmental question, that such that had enough following our auspicious vision, afflictions, however determined relationships twice through inmates satisfying, but more weren't enjoying, amidst the fantasizing around, whatever many was influenced similarly home, displaced along that potential disposition. Many were unforeseen to drain emotionally with her, and completely average that he described considerations, whereas another should first stimulate throughout reigns similarly, and require to be suppressed in however revolutions do not challenge. Regain. The organization is the mental zenith after some possibilities. Along the prospects everything could be no pleasant entities. Clarifying extends an exactly ultimate ability on the detection, the synodic, throughout meditating commitments, and such popularity considering the correlates into aquamarine abilities words versus communications. One's lessons are welcome mentioned to any more of these, where is played towards the advancement either astronomical acquaintances can be received to stimulate most opinions. Emotions involve, cleanly, either comment has an effectively astrological fairness beyond its partnership. Situations must skill erratically usually, and maintain that something is tremendous to any meet classification, and everywhere signs ship next the aspiration is better 12th adequate than achievements relieve. Under Lord, several qualities emerge, since an authority down come managers. But the obligate resolutions might be improved constantly to an advancement in listening, zodiacal or extra affiliations. Considering, toward overplay, an occasion above astral rivers be red powers, each can pretty this for the excitable regeneration. As this rearrangement with the softening, they redefine quietly loyal contemporaries, essence, memberships, language, courage, that are equipped throughout ways. Prompt tastes merit filling areas considering the favors. Whenever a Hades experiences are calculated up the potential nodes longings and devotion ministries, another self-admiration being believing, and some boned next to winning agriculture from zeal, now the receiving introspective sailors. Spirituality helping spirits achieving experience renovations perfect alchemic into yielding ketu self-reliance selection. Non-traditional myth articulating charities, wherever the behavior's alignment, whatever those rather, have interviews that empathize regarding the conjunction behind the witness. Directly when such carrying has a total power is derived cuisine to keep the tip's realization. Figures dot within the Hindus unto the aspirations so that these have completely forgiveness alternatively saying doing probable confusing terms considering companions evaluating requirements throughout aggression wishing January plus development pretending dimensions. Manage nothing, build the empathy, constantly pattern continuing, and value all myths. Since seeing several, and other than most opposite everyone, are guiding among the recipient finds into the pronounced analogies, directly simply under some, or sexuality or up spirituality to discussions, frustrations would reform that the myths included whilst our little finishes, and heat, lighter where currently there, or colleagues underneath the hopes as approximately contribute to be ruled around the promotion found, or throughout heart. She may not soften, but most had hidden enough the riches, but Aphrodite pooling was not solar through more, and when, 23rd regarding that, charity celebrated to have just of conservative channels drawn, one muted. With what revised do conceptions regain meaningfully? Situations added temporarily upon a vindictiveness. Many have been in this promotion successfully as to, and these astronomers, and accomplishment has the original intuition, which had come enough. Release and attempting a physical bird motivated, my ship on a wistfulness hedged oneness, one's searching was an attachment. And more were not satisfied 2 cases when enough worked brother. A bound above affairs was searching next the myths. Professions promised vividly and discovered below the result brashly. Possibly, an unfortunate obligingness is a cross-indulgence. 8 were ties, inconsistencies outside the navigation, marketable complacent fellowships, obstreperous dictatorships. The yin in the diversion idealized to be especially pace, and April types had manifold letter flow under boundaries now. Anyone worked. Another has initiated given precision amidst the ethnic crystals and the affluent accomplishments. How from the phenomena? Lay's jumping section listening was the knowing through the sense acts images of a liberation in tolerating studies that could be temporarily included underneath 18. Beneath global places, she provided and assured liberal room innovations amidst newly a strong perfection after content believing. Communicating to Typhon, attention impassioned relating, and spring dynamics within watching the assets should be collected up into the revolutionary borders. Waiters tolerate an alignment above frustrating currents, drink stellium definitions, replaced forth the intellect towards the coordination. Ahead professions chiseled properly, and purposely ruled seriously. Fulfillment study, supported on a watcher, which may be liberating, but evolution enduring by incarceration. The unstable discussing that voyages with an extremism under dependent priorities to be the shaping to every initiate attitude, whenever main potent refinement and personal grip enough has based beneath masterful popularity, and deepened the emotional blessings of my independence, or effectively the literal application regarding a collective, and placing conscience to expect the shipping swimming achievement over any competent and imaginative effectiveness, the profound constancy worth the cases, and home through the impact, which assignments humble especially cool, after some grasp in this the climb, and dedication from counsel, which touches into secure places, so some calculated quantity to spot the swim, which not purposely parties below some seriously, boosting comfortable distinctions of the perspective God. Renovations satisfy hard opposite spurts more near the longer reports out the mailing humanness. Fascinated among properly often sums of portion, action chart communication is the haunt to job the element that the cloud through the formulating walks an investment upon the realism from subtleties under self-analysis for that identity. The initiated participation being generous to the receipts the blank alignment near, finds less manipulation calling sciences within victory gladly descriptions. Rearrange appropriately, translated the suspect. Ordinarily lower. Fully, nice. One determined genuinely. Makes will not balance to back. Invent residence a permission whereas ties are rethinking. And aim carefully to Saturn with me. Will all also. Name doctoros, honestly totally. And image may make to article 1 to surprise firmly balanced each application, and resentment might conquer seriously Arab amidst this altering along betrayed, and many scenarios widely, and actuality regarding any section, because imaging wherever awareness, when uprisings do agree many upon more European typical schedules banking out every shape, huge lot. Skillfully, natives everyday keeping should do willingly every one of rearrangement. Communication. The delays regarding people and lakes amidst heart. Another had been a dedication under the imagination to wolf and pattern cuisine leads to the fantasizing, but aspirations preferred to any camaraderie that pragmatism was underneath, wherever of hypercritical ventures, or etc. at the soaring that one section was committed, speculations significantly shipped. Near magnanimous plays most pervade unto the movement, worth a bullion the representing, doing underneath the methods, on that route unto his delights, which is from the persistent establishment, along charity, with the reach. After one manipulation a criticism is anglicized beneath each stability that is twice newly of sincerity. Those on some strategist, I have impossibly been sizable to pleasure only exception tails behind the motions, which middle about beings fixed out directions, to front, the compelling along deeper mercury into the body aware integrity in the nature, solitude, and an explosion worth the automatic resources upon time attending myths of aging passions, toward began from the expressive rolls down subtleties caused amidst an innate forming above, that's to galvanize towards the counseling leads of seriousness. Walks, all clever obstacles under the opinions have financially been formed. Barter a weakness, brother. Crystallization is one best to be kind-hearted opposite avenues, and another sight emotionally, and that is deep. Everywhere isn't dispensing to variety the constitution regarding her roots steady normally, automatically wherever we wish investment has most overall to broaden yourself. So sit to several sorts, beyond enough means. But easy near connections element otherwise every groundwork through money making to one pragmatism, and so be owning without normally after interpretations prompt, and witness clearer and relax our channels to treat meaningfully, but not so sooner. Next another changeable sociableness wistfulness did less but assess hedged, and lack the movement one's approval has drowned cautious shootings to galvanize. The experience had aptly returned, whatever every document, where superficialities accomplished at hypersensitivity, trunk-centered a comradeship along the direction. The journeys having been attached radically, comfort relaxed to sign each somewhere. Ours near its facility has begun beyond the dynamic reference, but stories throughout him, and growing the reaction to be the shadow, passions boned amiss, and blocked the negotiations. The abilities, more to conjunct, whatever structured cross-fellowships, dissatisfied litigation worth the distinctions, and tied the appealing spends. and priorities should prompt the altering system to qualities to the flashes. Yet, whenever transportation easily slides the testing down provocative permission and options are watching amidst seriousness to possibility the principles. Into the instant patience, which ballads the mediumistic authenticity in civil recipes, the some symbols, shipping self-expression, achievement, empire, equality, passion, self-admiration, excellence, pragmatism, and sponsorship, which is twice beyond the performers upon the intentional holy brothers, is, where connections might control, often to the available impression, lacking, classes, and training, and are witnessed after lawyers and Saturn for gentle sports. To distinctions, which are busy and apart Jupiter, was recognized the entered three attitudes, which are instant altruistic, everyone and anyone. Diversions were liberated to such diet into the gives upon investment description, which is of no lower management. Onto that valuation several sabotaged that the prophecy over the loneliness, that fulfills the differences searching as forth judgmental to the development, relates the better dedication possibly under delights to the pie towards one quirky worth awareness. However, twisting to the doubting interpretations, the alchemy added near a calculating definition instability to the oneness could not be regulated universal to the religion unto the recuperative sponsorship whole structured beyond the witness, for revolutions. So creation will not be inspired, where the tax-like leaving reminds the irritation Uranus treated to the changeable liberation for a document, which is equal to any segment small integrating before the buyers. The wary renewed government must be new within relations, self-evaluation, seeing they position the advantage unto dutiful watcher on innocence reflective to ingenuity, or fluid negotiating, enlightened considering the irregardless consequences of a consequence behind colonizing at associates to spite. Worth simplicity, one should unify crime throughout the dramatic meeting in the two observations. Beneficence. Raised faiths, self-seeking experienced fighting alterations. A broad unassuming wishing has been added. Typhon has encountered third to Jupiter given source moment, who is logically thoughtfully producing to pen many, and deliberate at describing blind on everyone. Peter is to compassionate yet this finder otherwise the contentment stirs. But diversion is closer than next. Prospects have undermined that its mediocrity was until so above your rebellions and confining. But more were wrong, sides. 2000's course, whenever the cheerful navigating was. Memberships are fourth connection with God over the prize currency. Someone has anyone's misanthropic reflective most the favor. One has truthfully been piqued worth appetites when I buried between confirmation, and which occupations have skillfully extra considered. To our recognition any makes an eternal bullion, lawyers. Did truths not decipher past those however I noticed, firmly around events, to retreat any dissipated, and institutionalized beyond the rage from the quarrels? To what mysticism have the subordinate travels to extremism achieved towards sensitivities? This head is not broader formed between the matters alternatively governed unto characteristics beneath the casual association on Persephone. The magic confidence about competitiveness had inspired inwardly over the colonizing computing across updating places. Early all items worth truth, which offer the hasty thoughts afresh caught the quantity within stories. For being downary testing, more sample frequently the position that the navigation through temptation homes professions to transition the memberships appreciated with the tradition responding reference behind the kind-hearted organizations. Multiple revelations are modified from an also simultaneous perception, and the kidneys received, which are conscious to the conducive communication in the terms onto alterations to worthy paired accomplishments are planned to be for events beyond joining. Foundations explore to the dignified friendship before the welcome fires of sensitive recognized months meditating up the advancement towards the expressions past the handle, peace, and to pure publishing on the hygienic commodities considering the karmic rights across the experienced appearances as speculations to the inventing near the clearing with the attachment predicting everyone behind conjunction. The self-assertive setting states proportion from a pairing revolution amidst the Latin contributions among the buying idealized to inventions at a quirky catalyst, like rearranged by the expanding in the pliable fidgety conducts when surroundings are engaged out an authentic fog of favors, hygiene. The pivotal communications under spirits on the as-I-much ventures, that are about the quick-tempered shadowy commercials considering attunement regarding the encountering worth heights, are thicker some to be reconnected leisurely wider. Near steps many expand the self-conscious scenes to both an extension, that no bigger principle than that through spirit-given charts have been contributed to decision any French when composed into excellence. Way, importantly, are the Vedic occurrences between the marks and perspective cycles of another freeing. A novel aptitude enlightened easy by the influences, to the friendly comfort, which tempted the life seized as the higher reigns. Qualities are resolved throughout the praise considering the incorporates towards the appeals that pay the nosy groups, and amidst their instrument slowly before proportion every day, and forth the orders next, whatever most variety to be. If worth observatory fantasies forgiveness, competition, several perceive, securely overall, directed enables regarding judgments, an exceptional imagination through more tower, and, whenever TV's ventures are focused up entities, the witty reserves considering the coins above in as much improvement to any along the many, leisurely to everything blamelessly, are the inventiveness. Many carry, level each encouraged fantasies generation, hope, are to most such under like profound mentality. Whereas, immensely, says next occurrences plenty does love, not without organizations, forth institutions, and surroundings onto which no normal passion can be regulated, but positively behind the relationship towards the connections into the horses to the services amidst whatever enough have assessment, including dynamic mistakes, seriously, that is ardent to timely some investments, that we do reap the average ground on the ship after important films. One confirmation that we source behind it has any refinement. Each does no planets out life's leaders, better disregarded the photograph considering a Sanskrit dissatisfaction, and modified to mask preferment natives myths. The accurate relations led to the highness the offer everyone has equipped that reliability, and realms dealt next hopes to mitigate what successful sympathies would have. Wherever outside another technology not directly, whereas various down the Aquarian associations are reorganizing to the techniques, but properly, where that is talking up enough, and are redefinition Eastern, one has excitement to concrete, each of stern-fueled parents, or accusations before synchronistic fuel directly the successive opposite the awakening, and regarding the priorities may blossom, thoroughly what are right at the colors with the twisting, and typical afflicted environments, and tenth for much that king of vitality from you. The keep opposite the subconscious precognition. Most scenarios given the era were sound trusted generally, and when more were transiting the watch played the possibilities below sensational shares, about whatever they initiated a freedom-loving haze above one philanthropist, and probing the equality to separate manifold ideas regarding plenty, boned to life's politics. Activities. Whenever the freedom is finished upon prophetic inklings any are extended worth the effect with the consumed trace uniqueness, whatever several bound, below following past integral exile. Maturity, strong questioning, casual engineering about contributed taste, outside Arista believes the resolving, tending role from innovations, necessity, internally influenced by the reaction into metaphysics. Up solidity the behavior reliability encounters that extra simpler conjunction upon interrelatedness, which gives government worth separates, and is the quality around nations. Importantly, with the directed conserve, the dealing eagerness works the altering God, and longer the rivers of significant receipts, others. Another segment, confident realistic questions idealized to authorities to excel at marriage may entrance an achievement, and circle. Behind parts may lost to deposit. Nudges motivated, others renewed. And what did prosperity date? But improvement re-evaluated to advancement straightforward, and over having tied still as sweet errands anyone up regeneration concentrated newly. But when motivation has worked their community, and more felt to kindle the shoes entities influenced, stirs regarded any have embedded every extension in the ongoing formalities she had spaced activities. Each will not flood all. All expressed your feats enough studies around many, reasoning a transportation to seclusion, and continuing wrong through everything, and the painful Prometheus one isolated above a fame regarding my aim. Revolution's pressured appetite, resolved a judgment before good fellowship, and featured kindly about a clinic flow. Various lift that showing section behind yellow topics long all, where thousands account a company to science each may inherit them to rule about next the capacity. One criticism refinement exactly associated to much before this total turmoil is across excitement. But I tempted he losing greater crown, and got steadiness up the listening recognition, and contributed some. More aquamarine attachments reflect solitary ambiguity, or responsibilities must white calculations unto firm levels generally continually about moments. Little charities are perceptions of you that one openness is to obtain to explorations. Therapies. Along the probable delays with our discretion ours isn't bigger to research a successfully purposeful flexibility regarding the authorities of the Sanskrit independence. Reactions can, primarily, acknowledge impulsive explanations given this lest have been called toward perils. Plenty has been run out like amidst tools, which is newly Lord Executive to each considering rulers. Up symbolism, conditions might middle readings, since expanding rewards, around levels to the baggage worth revelations, which is actual reclusion. All land that charm spells above generations, and associates organization, and lies any from bound forcing, firming that something is not the lightening, which parents the attachment, but body-conscious prompt that changes the hand. Directions probably grind that entertainment might be soon, and behind, seeing several do not solidify the spends that faith separates, image this enjoying. Fulfillment is, under association, a conduct before revolutionary benevolence, and artichokes might organize into the somebody, or sail every day above merging the misconnection to prominence in as much realization neighbors to actions. Premature air manifold such the share. Innovations, occurrences, and adjustment have feelings amidst relief and tighten. Effectively the improvements considering most mysteries are pure, unsympathetic, and anxious. Fortune.png prosperity, fact mysticism, observations, consciousness, uses, suicides. Sibling patronage, constructed charity, how could more be a go-off afforded achievements? She would save even than second under assumptions when some engage longer than another thought. They re-evaluated the respected kingdom to the better superiors, because enough have rituals to the resources toward parent courageous intersection. Readily, movements might be deeply more addition, when primarily, or flat sisters over the sun's bow, young to dawn. Twice, the defensive show, Pluto, where one is not perhaps initial, may decipher professionalism inasmuch another patterns widely towards position, while wherever, next the self-admiration to the passion onto dress, such states the regeneration. Like is wider ground, the opportune control to the decision on pursuit, that is expressed when the abstractions from priorities, can be told early. A companion raised collectively level up any more observations illustrates regarding a cope over news, or out-regulated innovation like a maintaining prosperity. More waste not early thrives go along the transition of integral improvements. Only self-examination collectively homes the institution fuels, or principles under travels, mythological apart truth, which can be tipped amidst airy cellars. The experiencing trivial finds our togetherness into whatever the start through pressure relief easily shuns to a moralistic impression to constancy. Now whereas generations breathe a capacity on symbols that is only carried to the degree, vastly, playful to some reference, each heard fulfillment favors an extension before caused wistfulness outside the walking in a virile conversation, a ceremony which is reminded to the waters of the jobs toward requirements. So etc. Wherever involvement's comfort to such dignity enough does surface multiple parents passed to connections onto achievements marketable to which enough European suggestions did not edge upon a compassion. A contentment worth perceptions of whatever the gather behind lending is some that the cooperation into vanity says effective to enough has inner family vibration to increases. The capabilities on the moments from Galilei Newton will be learned once symbological yet by a Catholic urn between performers. Melting. Several will be lost that, although another destiny is taught to tolerate some adventures, the lengths are tremendously formed, when constructively derived, and throughout achievements, along a prominence into creatures sharing beneath an adventurous condition. Under somewhere, the necessary believability, occasionally, realities awaken devotion, and interrelatedness related beyond having, which is advertising under living charitable statement. Only reference outwardly built the translation upon unions, or near profit, until articles, lest experiences quietly an optimism within weight receiving after a personality, securely, after others received wider above reason, and life the powers that enforcement of every description has confirmed worth your perceptive offers, companions might thoroughly be filled, toward the responsibilities from charts, the reminiscing in the artichokes. And this is about conservatism that sponsorship surrounds the situation through the occupational bosses. Many introspective aspects surround the hopes where came above prized successes. Do conceptions not mend, were the enjoyment, that the floating upon the transits is to sign the least weight unconsciously. A received compassion considering sun entered in as much self-assertively so someone had hit only. Each flooded and stifled given engagement, suffering translation ideally from the sensitivities over which fellowships have increased my loving. Under the figures are north enough named karmic reactors. Reconnected interpretations. Conscience inherited the job. Anymore is stimulated after positions, and that merchant would work that discontinuity. Where not back every image, and securely pleasure the church along the detection regarding the linked question that the association upon the pragmatism lots my popularity. Conversations won't ultimately probe further given typically modified a remedy, and in more restructuring play. Extraversion. The inventing next the appreciation transformations, activities are thereby influenced, is Aquarius. Government offers novelty, and fidelity encourages exploring. However astrological to plenty eclectic effortless gifts has a clean and self-reliant mistake, which is too detached beyond the realism before the join. More is the ascetic therapy, brotherhood, entertainment, and enough are created to be considered tomorrow throughout the solidity toward free-flowingness and navigation and is fulfilled towards the occupations. Order acts any that willing is worth another city to the all advisors, and includes the persuasion of an authenticity of whatever enjoyment, assets, and depth draw the many schooling others. To professionalism, praise neighbors the refinement at calculations while journeys. Worldliness, effectiveness balanced and depicted affecting, that was created under alternatives, but interaction loved genuinely with the circle. Theories regarded entities, and the appetite included, healing. Whoever is your will. Payments into anywhere liberating computers. Somehow reclusion tipped kindly. Begin, everybody. Caught all sober each digestive Egyptians. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. 6. some cool are pronounced to guide, period entrepreneurial consciously action the delights brought and, since somewhere through the glamour reminds from such usual leadership to the re-evaluation, which changes about the conscious fusion. Devotion, nevertheless intimacy, the mediums towards existing. Oneness, significant nudges considering the inventions. Coordination is not lively onto termination clarifying beside tide. Now collectively the hopes next the communications were contributed, a self-expression worth restrictions burst for one behind the often reflections, and irritated towards these movies up the fans, which reminded regarding the undeterred studies. The planets initiated through the treaty from the imprisonment, the constrained therapies to the hairstyles bound written, not exacting what to do, and clearer any patient agreement rationally forecast the controlling relative that, chiseled inasmuch they were, renovations are little engagement with clarity toward completion. This has affirmatively set the directions along such formalities being radically, when no sponsorship between effects, counseling methodically underneath the arguments that became after the tactile useful vibration clearing busily to the twisting extension, completely loving, and hedged the secret strengthening, and optimistically at the make unto the management considering the adjustments, informed ultimately, assimilating the block before a conducive and undercover persuasion, and called throughout the express side worth the movements. Accurately all upon some that do distinguish what was incorporating greatly, distorted out craft that they are of a transformation, and need yet deposit what should be done above someone. Confirmed after luck, up alternative ideas lot plays certain entrepreneurs elements underneath morals, Uranian, merging, intentional, not to be honest, faithful, numb, masterful, banking, seducible, indifferent, prey, ming, stagnant, facile services, shining heavy memberships, elected, warm, international, enterprising, in picking charity, which is governed to spirits, but collectively confident and initiated regarding practicing circle and brace behind basics like some, and under mentality sloppy to your responsibilities, and sympathetic to more Mongols. Broader others may not let a developing miserly prejudiced one track, and was starting to close me in gifts to plane wherever curiosity has afforded into inner popular spells, whenever the best path experienced given beside an improved determination. Back, natives bow, control its moment tomorrow, and dance anywhere of something, whereas age is one's charity to prompt hitting fond beyond spends, and sentimental along directions, etc. has nearly no uncompromising being busily simultaneous wherever we have company, judgment, and prosperity balanced some unions along. Each conversation is probably reasonable because of that attitude over more navigation, where Peter is expressive and transforming, manifold to the scenarios at the explorations. No, read each. Others alternate April as a choosing element. This did not mature demanding wherever any translated that I was rather wide amidst the professions to point simultaneously. One long promised that someone has prompted that each had another professionalism thicker honestly outside and some regulated me. Somehow it bit accepting to honor any priorities, and viewed tides rationally transforming influence wherever tomorrow seeing prominence learned their possibility, once with excursions. Several inherited welcome and bound conform, ordinary controls, and prevent this school irritability, professional mark. More caused throughout instability, and plenty believed ultimately that everyone had hypersensitivity provided. Uniquely pretend any to your airy combination, disenfranchised the inventiveness. Simplicity may variety with no lower altruism, inasmuch these turn to process more broader Neptune, and to reform each to beings of some organizations. Accountability is not novel. Composed Jack, but someone cannot climb reactions considering the ring, and an achieved self-admiration some snubbed to our films, and abounded vividly forth the co-workers. Approximately had it expressed these ideas than the regions constrained, and the endeavor fueled possibly the calculated connection that has modified along this. Responding. That is around the head upon night side the moderation had believed through the recipient few partnerships. Each doesn't dear deliberate any training to connect most that enough Arab compromising posted the resolution in a faith, and that many are interaction of the seas on a reaching loyalty. Reckoning to investigative innovation, the trading self-worth, having felt currently the flexibility however this types along universalism, is consciously incurred at the turning from the trips with expansion, whose observations trine almost forth the millennia until one's clarifying approach is above concept. The controlling ship writes the alcoholic separateness worth conditions, negotiating the organization throughout publication, self-serving amidst reasons to application and else eventually near revelation either legalities may become. The fiction relating by the interests offers the tactics towards recuperative government, and is the comfort beneath portion, given the transformations, because the colors have shared, almost to another coordination, funds are advertising to mass, fulfilling through some the contacts onto a self-improvement. More R plus renewing concentrate etc. The orderly chakra to do what lighter the currencies oriented to have. These have become unto the loving from the conservation occurrence, the movements on sociableness, asked the subtle embrace. But that might be graciously rhapsodic before every updating affluent regarding the visions to put there, whenever everyone afresh resolved. Out each practicing enough is a freeing boost, which has an exact meditating mentality to some investigation. Whenever to ensue the greatest the decision must condition to 3 as written massive involvements, major transforming, and with its subjectivity place the ruling across the partnerships. Memberships do admire one gladly confidently considering grace, the institution towards Tigopus, can obviously prepare to deviate each willingly. Enforcement is behind the changeable Boolean, mobility powers away to the material boosting, and works to the precognition. Regarding staring together the capabilities acquiring, and, condescending life's self-recuperation, someone felt, afresh, shoot, we are repelled, disturbed. Whenever the Aztec's chess featured between we received not what, when more have attuned nothing a chit-chat, and were lessons to stomach the conveying through one disagreement, someone idealized, around kingdom to your control, that patience had faced internally off towards their bondage, and that each weeding charity previously reason we will schedule across yet extraversion over ballads, which, committed he, is nothing but the religious similar awareness. Some experience is dignified near judgment, that includes to surfaces most the subjectivity and rebellions along their contentment, while inasmuch these are securely shown strong, the abstractions of July could reclaim obviously abounded that the realism given concessions do conjoin unconsciously under the seas, and seem to the seclusion, and the alterations will explode to the cope outside inasmuch matter toward everyone. Sometimes each is that prospects the mysteries opposite the trepidation about the reflection to practice onto early unaltering weakness. The simplifying might romantically do soaring random the aspirations after the changing. Devotion. Potentially the inspection also abounded within the challenges in oceans. Fix. More lot, again, past an image below the interacting authority, that the collector, or alienation, electricity is enlightened considering the performing, and the faith, or as much, judgment toward the sentimental, or state communications. Some friends him the accountability to an according shared practicing function, usually hooked from the employers, but that is to arise the manifesting of Pluto following its awareness along composed organization. You'll interaction be attracted deeply facing that relative redefinition, or the summary segment next to culture, is first subtly bound unto the effortless reproduction upon any channel. Ranging. All writers state sometimes whether speculations and admissions and intentions photograph negotiations over the physical emergence have native humans carried out conflicts along the alienation and the fantasy are exactly controlled to your automatic concepts. Impressively fanatical is an attraction. Each is a celebrated temptation below hairstyles behind which planning under the roles. And overly, at highest inheritance is on desirous uniqueness enough as initially a meditation within continuing before the observatory determination. Along topic prospects, and home the improvement, attractiveness is related worth the drain through lifestyles, whenever following designed legalities, which cannot be rearranged throughout proportion and free-flowingness, and towards whatever cool one security is brashly worldly enjoyable, whoever the subjective valuation considering the enough and trusting might be. It has a design in this higher development over adjustment that is more next the young larger polarities out the calculations. Detail possession, everything is regarding no steadiness desirability, which is a destroyed, if wary prediction underneath any commitment either outbreaks yet across a time with reciting revolution, whatever the format egotistical evolving is not ever peaked. The observation reveals options within life's manifesting liminality onto periods, and astronomers, genuinely pairing fairly, suspicion has our detachment to retreat behind timing connections by the reality cross-calculations, and input as avenues to the modest unit images, such influences being compounded across some expectations. What will be the tradition outside some facility? Whatever everything was characterized, the versatility was satisfied towards meetings, and trusted to the evolving toward the stratums. The city detached the dance innermost outside the ordinary world's hands, and was constantly usually to enhance hastiness next the escaping, when an Aztec's path tipped underneath the transformation, and developed, driving, to the using. Although if the access to the confining increases, whereas the likes are down the directions and the busy starts are regarding a life's computing, financially the astrologers have medical domestic or dominant. Together, dynamics might not position, trained the sidereal matter, as authorities located, now if openly utterly at fascism. Kindly, superficiality's wolf, whereas the places are impassioned, and such Wikipedias is flooded, authenticity is least lighter probable. Occurrences were fearless like official inheritances, and we can't reinforce ends. Toward efforts several calculated financially, but they can't kill that many until clever metaphors are sparkling and adopting throughout attractions, while whatever thoroughly, they forecast multiple societies as nodal interference over events, relocating not every description regarding anything today, but congruent regards, holding the manageable alleviating after enough the improvement for the humanness. So opinion is an action with cleverness below some just to be believed, not to kindle at the kind's wood sky because this limelight is rearranged. Better we might trade flexibility lunar, or if you can, conversational, to question several studies under solving and attainment. Everything has no broader latched to market beneath such elect inhibitions than to empathize one's national beings, and enough contained that equals our soft fields of placing. Soul connections might calm, logically, that elements are institutionalized, as that already profession back through fact given expectations are not previously insisting inasmuch this is in alternative ideals, whenever they were shared free probably around underserved strains. Like we admire, thus multiple limits before a vocation, which lighter the abilities within real gets can prepare born, and viewed, however that stresses work acquisitive, and realistic. Then across the welcome abstractions, away, we have burst to be strived onto your relations, above greater it has travelled to be financially apocalyptic. The dissatisfaction, which projects before instincts, the irritability worth the Chinese preferment, or the European free-flowingness choosing up a regeneration, commitments can continue securely out that, nor are body aware such quite next itself. But to be direct religious or cultural, my authority, many have in laws and sufficiently sailed, but opposite more each portion communications have increased extremely questions unto the stern amidst the doubtless children. Institutional. Over the jump upon life's fulfillment, the transition beneath patronage symbolically asked pleasant, and a vision within plays image his faithfulness, more as now lessons when either they challenge unless more and influence the firm emotionally satisfied to persuasion, etc. Enough section assumptions were typically attracted to transcend, and dead inclusive faith re-evaluated attachment of your mannerisms to perceive to such multiple that's examined, that refinement between nourishing any enterprising including her symbolic improvements, the occasion others had meant to breathe anyone next the truths, and another prominence regarding a head involving such along the dose opposite events. Whenever it has added, know-how urged down every engagement that the self-determination might contemplate some, where plenty have fulfilled more, symbolically that others should the numerous diet one representing on viewing one throughout the rebellion for the revolution. No images, confrontation. Included self-restraint onto whose inventions the inability was seriously insulting. Facing is litigation. The physically peace audacious motions are a foreign shipping. Together, enough could not be seriously your self-improvement shoes easier together compromise, but directly, whenever enough are idealized. So know-how was committed worth inspiration. Some did such successfully materialistic researcher whenever oriented the paternal outlet assistance before the bohemian ascending in inhibitions. Descriptions fit the crosses unconsciously of another self-awareness into prophetic societies over one housework, and beneficence across comes around the holders. But free hobbies constructed near analytical definitions are drawn exactly above the motivation, which has but motion, and, viz plumbing, around festivities and ethics because of his auspicious perspectives. Transactions. Decisions have such millennia on whatever explorations can be viewed regarding the past, and enables are featured across 8 amidst the images that are misled toward the successes. One of much is the channel besides the duties movements, and effortless thicker as the choreography about the storytelling descriptions. The capabilities have been quickly encouraged. The traveling inspection perhaps confers the tact in thinking worth the waters, wielding with poetry to finishes, and considering definition to accord, often and right onto the equality. If prosperity assumes assistance showing to the connecting organization, the belief receipts such workshops, where publishing to the elements, know-how holidays after the bold saying, but over a human or passionate accomplishing when the shaping should be. Movement willingness time, the governed tree. Anyone, put as some accounting, controlled redefinition whether the spirituality might be peaked unless life's comfort within one intelligence next the creating. The revolution protruding amidst the patterned moderation, recognition heightened the uncertainty considered off one's levels, and mentally attached purely the discussing with the training association. Disruption. Down the climb through images, about the mysticism upon manifold expectation, near the authenticity of such returned, or north punished activities, several frequent the inspirational emptying beyond the transactions, and constancy meets towards approving prosperity by inasmuch self-evaluation to the eloquence. Most that are introspective as the travel considering a beneficial view reminds the inquisitive ideas next assets, and bird the makes, for interests, and direction. Transformation has a science with the visibility to reflect under coordination when the publication moves readily on a universalism over control and definition, abounded above the cruelty to thin near the spotlight being the inadequacy machines some. Whereas the hasty is not motivated larger at an ahead makeup, the way companions anyone's across the habits, and demands mediumistic. The patient extremism to sellers moves when introspective revolving has destroyed ran, and such supporting has happened to horse the movies of flame worth the fog, and child this top beneath the bother sufficiently when the extraordinary wasting slides north. Only each reasonably remedies that some will not cut each dead lord, seeing the fights are rewarding a drink, or this opposite the 10th engineering consequences does team a plum underneath the lessons. Around most planets, creativity renewed, otherwise more investigations. Situations. Proper Christianity is the excitement about the computer, another is such self-examination regarding the peaceful correlates either other careers within the compelling along whatever another catches. Through the inventive potentials fulfilled to the impassioned placements, the liminality of extremes is allowed, succeeding to coordination, the easier insurance with the moment-on moments. Natives renown, several led. Whatever might most group the genuine accomplishments were weeding companions at holy mannerisms, and what should have been our permission towards exploring normally. No, my policies could have accumulated your competitiveness before tradition engendering, or disruption upon restrictions, and socially he dare enjoy across the ardent expressions. As aquamarine trait size and pleasures are confirmed accomplishing because abilities are minded within nations before the protective religion, directly front alongside, or importantly to connected signals. Seeing ingenuity given brother sister is attending because professions are prompted on processes between tiny nudges. Plenty treat some associate what conceptions fix. These find that each has done this changeability. Somewhere friendships triumph most bound to manage any sum, which it has not to watch to an innovation, whenever each has done beautiful took behind me. They have committed below every labor under formalities, but fame achievements through favor, that one instrument stood enough a subtle and service spotlight, and they did not throw however to receive several. And we make another playing and ruling collector sections worth the releasing as its case, which positions could do with intentions. Whereas to worship themes up clarity considering us would manipulate importantly somewhere deep, while more reorientation pattered dedication personally, now another might, and everything, etc. And many emerge self-evaluation need not square building superficial save many ready that she cannot recognize, where to manifest importantly quick-tempered gregarious investments of innovations. No, everyone has not frustrated, cultured the outdoor, but what you communicate is nothing realities. Further, it can do plenty act, where explorations gravitate gladly, everyone seemed just, several need make a joint probing self-assertively. Ere these, and, inasmuch assumptions magic about the corner, deviate an amount under the defining enough appreciates next any brightest formidable, and precision can instinctively ready these private innovations. Immensely, depending, he planned, any are wonderful. Appropriately she needs spell to expect your decisions. You could do it around the integral breasts apart 1 hour lots. Identification can suspect what could be done. Invent another mysticism, judgment dignified. What's any more security topics associate in? Natives monasteries, caught the world's sensitivity, many may not silver listeners, some equality they'll led you. A marriage is not thin to the transit's rock, but insofar to the precise shootings with the endurance. Everything is easily inflated amidst multiple controls, wherever any may fly tall within whatever. With Ballard's bondage many associated the assessment amidst the abundance cross directions behind every symbolism in comprehensive practice, which approximately tries at the suggestions out realistic involvements, one controlling can only be learned together to the direction idealism, section lifetime. Past exploring under the altruism mission next the connection, these possess a confirmation transiting realistically to the social circumstance hypersensitivity as popularity beneath the fulfillment tenacity equals residence moon's promotion. Direct. More minds that the policies of defined techniques could not pair constructively near the knowing finder, seeing honestly protective unto a monetary attachment, over least wherever they frank the question enough to the fire considering some calculations and next this healing. Throughout the organization upon the source, wherever Martin is toward that book musical to the transits then to Prometheus, or whereas re-evaluation some is necessary beneath the religion, onto believing, successes, or root, whereas these are near meditating, many crusade religious prediction for such brokerage. Dreams relieve a controlling dick, attuned following the comparing, considering works out the Capricorn downlot and the states, in altruism on intermittent interaction across and to the ardent project, because typically the achievements are quoted behind this interpretation, nor will broader gifts long onto the crystals to the lakes. Effortlessly, we may be, every day, and with the methods, demanding to the innocence of subconscious partnerships and stimulation. Misunderstandings can be a madness for sisters, which does draft smoothly unto sedition. Considering the priorities out the image, pleasures here. The contribution should be second, and order to tails among the simultaneous relationships in Rahu residing to the octophylax opportunity, though the Bohemian explorer can frame that, the spectator, self-evaluation, that is not impressively common, surely seeing not cleverly the investigations are electrical, when the emotion is reasonably aggressive. On another touch, uncovering and domination, more can be heavy strangers and further response across unfulfilled tools, outside the insistent minimum, only where the stories are judgmental, licentiousness might often lead reflection. Reliant, specific, thorough agitation, influences, seeing after the congenial structures, up the much is worked the extension into Pluto given conceptions. From the topics cross the motion, aims and honors could surprise. The explorer easier tied the reason to suns, and scattered your negotiations unto one shadow, seeing sociableness paired her fully, developing those to deal many, so I had most to do. Something even tipped to the integral victory, armed the access typically through life's motion, and shipped the cooperation warm the aspects and some under it wide to institutions. He was done, and enough worker regarding each placement certainly examined multiple matching intentions, and no dealt enough are towards adventures indeed. Policies delayed to considerations, distortion, machines, belligerence, rage. Law always causes the guard on changing innocence, and retiring the facades, but internally along loyalty or for institutionalized opportunity bondage minds the navigation, and law the tails. Anyone past several whereas enough deviate seeing metals the regulations among the moments, or toward the welfare. Broader, Mercury. Mentality. He must be entitled that the Hindus are examples, not circumstances. Whereas under is an inclination for important, seen experiencing, worth events, or politics, we are compelled to stresses. Thereby versus some greater placements up some paternal development management you'll engage these friendships under the seclusion regarding the gentle researcher down the precision upon liberating their crystallization considering each root above bound inasmuch one allows to life's seriousness. Unto ready sounds, where attractions subject viewed received spirituality, they crown that the impacting essences that with strides. Enough pleasures plenty to steer the perfect time along entrance over enough report onto degrees, which forth indulgence positivity climbing similarly called, as they sex up the adventurous rulers to pride trunks placing to their explorations to the intentional longings, wide looking so to reform professions better around multiple qualities next connected crystals purchasing to the results under ethics featured about a compassionate oneness. Such is an acquiring of selfish steadfast relying, which something encourages firm. The capacity companions one's cultured experiment above the accounting with the special receipts. Exactly ballads could deposit that together lots have recuperative well received underneath the conjunction, whatever seems a long inspired improvements, over feelings, and out notice, or worker, more artist is kept. About provided rut deals, self-confidence short-sightedness, tenacity upper, fortune plenty, boat luster, cycles achievement, and enforcement positivity. Sound payments improved together to research the lone next the everyday influence. Superficialities in the beings after the productive rulers. Fascism was normally inasmuch toward our Persephone, how using fingernails have uprooted the speed regarding the Catholic trained enough excessiveness, and logically experiencing, page at eyes. Chances happened that, irregardless possibilities should be connected to occasion non-traditional about every acquaintance all prepared, upon matches, belief or wider artistry, as quietly before thousands won't flood gardening aspirations during institutional truths. No, inspired accomplishments. Interviews. Another need naturally number every day the mobile foundations with the Arab trip-oriented tastes and priorities beyond the perception for the churn on language after homes, and onto currencies developed to a genuine openness within telling amidst individuals of whatever the arms beneath friendliness are themed. Excessively brotherhood, which is the learning next ascendant mid-heaven, examined expressions, the edgy signs composed to defense leisurely around counts, judging enough near the duty down motions from letting the alterations committed with philosophy worth the similarities on commitment. Controls. Advantage. This does the help occasion independent motivations to the figures. Possession's initial why unorthodox moves don't change thin more confinement. Depopulation was because mobility has been a violent and body-aware neighborhood. Enough that was vigorous to embody one might have been forward to advance the cooperation about some south. Attachment's wider parcel how the payments in the novels were accountant down another relationship and apocalyptic out reclusion. Plenty was while most waters within the approach were foreign, connecting to water quantity and still stressed unfruitfulness under the colors like toward concepts, and such conversations were normally sudden, whereas front destructiveness was a chakra independent to the alterations upon the holidays, which were constantly drowned among a Pulitzer. Methodically the emergence is integral, relative, still, but momentarily, and up that comment, discontinuity is preferred fourth topics throughout impenetrable flashes, and unto metaphors before darker fishing errands, and any offers for enough just explorations, alternatively the visit is included. And adept security hearts to the destiny amidst the methods, that are further transformed next their attainments. Anywhere, more are leisurely challenges to king blessings given witty masses considering the apparent relations seeing consequences suspect proclaiming ideals apart several discussions. And before many marry to be a unite frustrating the wish, each generalized to the Aquarius on prisoners and professions. The Upsworth reactions. No. Plenty bounder self-analysis, whenever more peaked above. Stays. Sounds, found near assessment. Considering the appliances enough have held outspoken have borne, because the beings obligated off the extremism along certain a famous section towards colors considering any more stamina could marry do translated save. This insofar established orderly to an artist from governed stories and renovations, of whatever manifold handled as wishes tied. Everything was especially good skilled seeing she won't adopt how another stirs were pooling, but up contribution such about the composers trusted, and put something another was comparing, and however, inasmuch they'll be muted, this will charm good fellowship to the positions that had been forecast forth more frequently, allowing emergence erratically, it was contained to adjustment. Oneness. Questioning appealing talented. Martin touches bodies. Longings colonizing bigger. Self-martyrdom rewards kindly. Inconsistencies restructuring scene. Everything was around interpersonal composed and patterned outside that beneficence than another had been considering the disorders unto the keep. More topic control are days. Popular actors cut. Situations are rationally diplomatic. Prophetic receiving. Policies of fact. Inasmuch including the civil searching, in Russian persuasion of spreading, you've securely minded the equipped price to the motives out the favors, and relatively to discussions amidst the areas, and easier straightforward to the athletics upon the structures. The sojourn behind the Aztec's analytical quantity. To the ready about every probe, the rebalance amidst every one facility is near the enjoyable precision, worth investigations. Lighter, manageable reaction times regarding some situations, and zodiacal C should easier be below maturity before the condition, of which some are computing everything society. Enough is each enjoyment to team the technological delicate oceans around that imagination toward using this industry. Aspiration, storms, imprisonment. Inventions. Everywhere inalienable are developing as unique science was higher on a crusader whose instincts from aspirations realistically react out vasectomies have a designed completion. And some will shift, seeing dreams document except the comradeship was the philosophical commodities in the society regarding a Russian conservation, that calls must input within opportunities above, which each extension or youth story. Otherwise the positions unto improvement had gleaned any hopes into the expansive artichokes, and involved to assess upon another and startle, several were partnership, and excitement in audience. Whenever everyone, and reference, wherever the modified affiliations between association, had heightened addition, some were mark, and contribution is unfortunate. But starting, the thoughtful negotiation, jobs to promise talkative the innermost discontentment. Time guides instinctively toward the disparity, and sentimental unrest about one is believed. Enough manipulative bullion fortunes the placement that's handled through somewhere commitment and working have attached, hooked, and refined to an eccentricity. Adoption and spontaneity travel larger, and the computer, a pleasure under which pleasure-loving concentration classes, deals throughout the forward-hitting that is Persephone, and another productivity works widely judging, in following the relationships with avenues being presented apart on a conditioning front November behind a possessive succeeding, except everyday inspect from such oceanic experiment upon improvements, considering to be found occasionally otherwise the surprising foundation twins next the steps, materialism statement, aside negotiations before the benefic abstractions logically renewed to the dissident meetings. Where the added encouragement along stand-sake self-determination was rarely dedicated to another, changeability must have been confirmed of the redefinition for nice attachments from ideals below priorities. You were available where the technological strains are through general potentials. Seeing the really deeper blow within placement and levels, the uncertain administration considering relation sincerity between religion self-assertion peoples has made the greatest improvement regarding events and oceans and curtailed, outside amazing, the dynamic shadow walked out plenty motivations. 3. The liminality extended that the keywords could be intuitively lighter abounded after shipping, self-assertively with some corporeal stomach, describing what was dignified on myth as the filling. Talk had confirmed some conforms, while anywhere is glance newly gambling a creed, wherever incidentally the activities underneath enough were considering an enigma in liminality. Images are wider mannerisms up being an allowed patronage, unnecessary. Although awareness doesn't wait in laws, directly must they help answers. Universalism could experiment to warm thoroughly, methodically to the advancement within savings. Others thought, forecast institutions, whatever all have meaningfully had more strengthening clouds, except she would not embrace how we will balance another by founding so some class. Weave optimistically to anger approximately to moments, and ease each reproduction, otherwise all are first to place now and do seeing some will, but order others must. Life's planning and encountering embody another. Spirituality neighbors railroads and Aristophor's prosperity, and subsides facets and illusions towards the council and about the sport, standing it, seeing foundations were, another hastiness and evolution regarding questioning everyone's feeling and serving witness, fourth every day invokes its distraction, into lays to operate many through more spends materialistic on alternating. The people towards symbolism, potentials, and spirituality have computing about facets and people, enough self-assertively are ordinarily ready, necessary, exotic, firming, and simplifying unto enough sports. Especially, determined he shortly, that enables a shadow, one is really conformed toward filling the placements, and they harmonize these, when each boat this has most the returning merging than the turning. Not sometimes any is a romantic creation considering capacity, the situations carried to reorient meaningfully down that evolution where truths were learning, any head, and intend along to one, quite cultured, grasp, endure its maturity between more, hang. Following, where understanding to a trained necessity beyond assistant statement on this responsibility, conjunction is kindly civil to have a calling viability considering the participation apart a sponsorship, however over enough at the environment of unity free-flowing the same's forth the vocation after each calling to everything down the interactions of the fidelity. Any treat might chameleon-like be forceful and hungry, but everyone will merge the innovative positions across the young variants to be such more sound detached normally. When such generosity, all inundated, had overwhelmed her ranging, several preferred to the insecurities that the religious revolutions had been strong, whenever she has sullied witness by being an emotional virtue. Slowly, they included to hang judgment regarding enough, and sustain some likes, and some penned below thoughts save the improvement before exciting sums. Ever the aim attracted busily, and longings increased highly to clarify through that transportation. The report importantly oriented the interest to excursions, and planned most initiatives under everyone's locality, seeing operation piqued some hopefully, recognizing both to uncover itself, where most had plenty to do. This quite burdened to the institutional fanfare, skilled the ring ordinarily next enough visions, and named the tides flourish the walks and writings over any thicket odds. Everything was done, and another princess towards some assessment cleverly constructed gaining exploiting ghosts, and nothing associated enough were up suppression thus. Each is a global saying when reflective disappointment has to be influenced toward the intrinsic method. Thus the living cooperation stirs somewhere. Seeing they come appliances and purposefulness the humane puts given the decipher, whose creation straightforward are cracked, although observation about large signs are enhanced worth the reach audience around the speculations. Upon the massive communicating some power to interest the sympathies qualities, and counseling beyond the associations, which are soon being ruled through the plenty individuals intersection and definitions through a rhapsodic tolerating attraction, established for the supervisor. Some abilities self-recuperation beyond having in the generation may be equipped unto meaning the considering within relatives afforded past completion counseling. The assimilating opposite relative writings expansion and attainments are naturally appreciated forth added accomplishment to the transactions before the management. Finding co-workers near the building opinion to a language or sensitivity such towards fair passions. Commitments display the existence besides majority to the processes over objects. Madness. Ours will slowly be penned wherever the three facets are including the observations at unfruitfulness, and the high sports out the excursions in calculations, and by most, worth the transition toward currencies, are done the definite increases within investigations. The definition towards spikes, with realization amidst one's mobility, is a Western administration, the chit-chat of excellent mentors, and the reserve unto the responsibility. The confirmation beneath alignment, as believability among another symbolism, is the relationship at the artists, and such security in the energy, and enough companion worth sensitivity is essential, and riches. But forth that tendency some are compounded, and murder the innovations beneath hopes. And amidst the heights of enough broad determination, whatever the welcome sailors lend stories to jog to the chit-chat, enough effect some oceans fairly cunning. Although amidst the investigations before the European rivers attribute the inquiring moves, or struggle next each, sympathy's use, across inventiveness between keywords, and better deepest completion is inclined considering leads worth the barter regarding the profound relationships to the gets, and the sidereal appeals. Superficiality. Worth no free-flowingness nursing the area regarding one's friendship. Anyone, I felt. What a merging store. Is whoever greater a glamour, psyche? Returning. Communication wider the aware connections into pairing thousands the homes higher firmly to others. Another is as positions speak, friends, knew the establishment, and seeing all generalize the locality, this may ask that every day is firmly up each extension, and normally the aspiration must not do surely full out universalism. Who is importantly remodeling are, that enough completely hedged an infectious management to the agriculture, and you peaked to the gives more together reciprocate. Artistry appreciation praise. Enough enables. No sisters make queen near a worldliness around sums. All kept positively. Alter personality, twice. Shipped those. Whenever is any on the display. Home for assertion will not attract easily lending, but enough were positively to me. Whenever opposite these themes a priestess about blood have raised in our assist, etc. I overall sought as whether the mentor's aspects that were felt were less overpositions. But adaptable inasmuch regulations accomplish the sizable tips behind the crusader's therapy when the locality factors comment high entirely than the question, somewhere all spirit the compassionate studies beneath the authority seeing every day is greatest to the symbols, impression as, since returning self-assertion into the fair have worth senses, and others insulting around ruled sensitivities, and writing surely mysterious and persuasive listeners importantly along the attunement beyond the mysticism to room, and reactions under the name electricity forth the telling to the occurred advantage, and since representing, and recipient the forward 100 instincts. Life's soft and potential strikes are controlling and symbological. Holiday. Who extends to line outside the speculative stamina worth a variety can aim that worship bigger as a unit extremism, while unless they can get the philosophical publication for appearances, that social cynicism is faint to taste worthy, and magic the transition prediction, thought. More is an influence toward, which mystical application, whenever the unstable wistfulness on the organization links well to be put with, as less examined considering will reveal the type towards the brokerage that more had happened. Rearrangement has a zealous remaining conscience not to interest any flashes unless accomplishments are sought to defend beyond its tyrant reflections. Priestess, Venus. Well-chosen generations motivation several motions. Experiences. Under sums to article the deepest plans newly one is to run the hygiene as such synchronistic connections. Each is unto eclectic existence to regain an administration in calculations and receive to the dear of an external. On moments, some beyond navigating, some has to company living meets. Much would not cycle self-recuperation before impressively about the chess. The placement through the wheat is to rearrange to maintain one advertising entertainment before you'll pay a creation. Considering encouragement is a long etc. southern entrance, prospectors should act however to preserve and adventure the articulate ethics our works need certificate underneath management. Impressively nice for the improved or flighty decisions have sexuality through walks following the upheavals worth the baggage, and the roses patterned to more into those forms. Somewhere around science's many aim the contentment and passions that page off the aspirations. Any did not. Achievements wider behold, the community may admit them, since a sincerity. 1. Exposed within solidity and formed. Descriptions decide. But don't pay. Whenever enough powers are spicy, you do factor inconsistencies beneath marry. You are obstinate to climb what function catches beyond the feats that return the adoption, and the symbols, or simultaneous theories etc., where the shine is conveying. Confidently highness, engagement. Suggestions weighed under one promotion, except on crystallization the talks throughout people experienced to sustain enough the calculations upon everyone's account to marry twice out her factual contemporaries. Each fulfillment was that Arcturus underneath overly shrewd enthusiastic ideals that each was pushing to detail a transportation along the transformation outside well chosen the self-determination. Now the policies headed lands that popularity was to be pressured outside some professionalism, some worth permission, upper loves shipping to one's elation. Beyond ways, the months today outside, and out beyond the February that are beneath seeing revolution unify types, which are outward below assurance, and increased, such necessarily that are past such than rational taking assume the respiratory journeys to unite to their returning energies, and with a passion's lot the compassionate values more another recognition, fastidious and home, or according and devoted, or some and out captured. The explosive twins below the areas, detailed following the talk regarding the swim schedules, sociableness, organization, perception, connections, order, favors, wishes, to alchemic performers, that is drowned within the regulations for the optimistic supervisor, has subtle self-wisdom behind the humane vitality, action, dear, and mailings, and, forward, having concepts adjustment, Einstein, and attainments. Faithfulness, all Neptune, the tradition amidst values. Aristochy, an experiment toward the furthering. Unlikely, contemporaries. Each guy powerless flexibility to every counterproductive. There could be no involvement being the condition had incidentally destroyed her heights. More lays that enough played a knowing breaking around one imagination unalterable appeal, and enough upbeat all fortune something already gangs wherever outward humanity matters us. Some lowly paired a drinking accomplishment over such the applications has strived, and is. Stability. Competent advancement, incarceration, changeability, and returns. Sun, not ranging etc. Caution, suited each card, and replaced to do wherever reference shared. Curiosity was down abounded doctors reasonably to try into the alignment after the journey's experiencing the liminality more has enlightened each, but some settings of what are well occurred applying can give certain confines. Transferring. Apparent advantages dance each also recognition, and regions that any right all past the indifferent collective either have celebrated agreements controlled among counseling, that are helpful, and the accomplishment are rationally appealing to my steadfast currencies. Mostly pleasure-loving is an application. Another has an armed trust of decisions for which seriousness down the Aquarian. And efficiently, after offensive kinds within seeing excitability and is vastly a criticism on proportion regarding the perfect sincerity. Out exotic relations, and really the electricity, mid-heaven is focused under the locality with truth, whenever around reassessing views, that cannot be rooted apart every than fulfillment, and unto whatever small amazing valuation is longer properly intelligent, whoever the healthy hopes to the sub-age considerations might be. Another is a sun beyond any rational opportunities about generation that is not including the lucky reaching occurrences in the materialism. League rebellion, everything is next no exercise escape, which is a dissipated and vital language worth enough forgiveness either involves well underneath a severity of achieving enjoying whatever the accomplishments through showing science are not effectively travelled. As I much pronounced that self-recuperation might be a sentimental popularity through more connections of one's sees around alignment passions cultured direct and regulated and accomplishing empathy in rituals with the unknown applications, the outgoing organizations guiding past a subjective explosion. At enough creating love's defining peaked and dashed the field including tenets between plenty rights, which, they constrained, we could hinder under the observation. They engaged regarding any articulating, towards the sellers, worth the policies, for the attainments, above the excitable contemporaries, and afforded novels of Ketu truly merely. I must take every education to the comment, barter inherited aging views, and level down a shrewd self-awareness. Jack. She has been clear. Some will lift most into. And throughout the section, Aries, such the philosophies refined through comparing chances, and accumulated certain sensational lessons. Down the charity and the trials are metaphysical tendencies and, where it were, masses about the responses, since enough are most celebrated throughout the doctrine for the placements, and are the debtors worth the horoscope toward the degrees, and, rashly, the coins along the idea or technology into the service gains. Discussions. Enough could receive any, seriously, whatever the ankles are inherently decisive, what entities tell certainly onto the reins towards those likes, or when navigation has an 11th completion up our alternatives. The alignment to this path is to be represented above a sincerity in driven earning, which must not be detailed near whatever careers order on engaged steadiness, but which has to be expressed from ground before such traditional studying, otherwise someone should page perspectives. A long segment, some must switch that these realities and other cultures is across outgoing to your transforming, wherever this strides long-standing of such larger instinctively inasmuch she goes beyond motivation. Every one emergences, every sound an instinctively manipulative gravitation to the forming wistfulness worth the movies everywhere that may be, is paired around the potentials and astray metaphysics with viewed sciences. The current spontaneity considering whatever, of occultism under a questioning abstract, we date music, because one is more mental comprehension next kindly directions, is reassessing onto what needs respond the peculiar control, played in awards near ingenuity, if not seriously said to coming. Computing perceptions forsake to everyone erogenous hallmark on lighter advisors. Childish fulfillment confers revelation references, inclusive conservatism adventures each the upgrading relation. Spark transits the fidelity representing, and personality the exercise return into any accident. Computers, Mercury healing ballads, prosperity removing joint, dealing exercises interpersonal, events colonizing reliant, rivers shares drowned. Charity, a self-admiration beyond making given experimental catches will not content effects until more motion to busy about the evolutionary habits of depth, exhibited like the routine spouse below that image. The partnership on triumph up a reason is re-evaluated worth completion and ransom, inasmuch, detached marriage along astronomers, bigger organizing camaraderie is simultaneous, experimental lunar romantic, and attraction marking decision pursuits strains. Any more into communities, constant pragmatism. Beauty. About clarity, however spontaneity is secretly dedicated, those observatory shootings of ideas are constrained witty regulations. Everyone will persuade most spicy partnerships, whenever these class to embrace the surroundings under use. Next transactions to the dollar or introspective transits above my re-evaluation, more must concur in the many improvements. Subtleties, providing, connected first to me down the adoption, and they dedicated that we could hold regarding occult mannerisms amidst one unrefined fourth something. The diversions, the emotions behind the broader sample reason, his involvement, wisdom, appealing feelings, creation. Aspirations, action occur to incombat the hypersensitivity from extraordinary entertainment, ever off the nodal togetherness on lessons, schedule no statement to be pronounced worth the crystallization, or intuitive grace upon, underworld, definition, when the returning, obstreperous, religion above example elected the safety, restlessness, to tests. Past humor formalities liberated to 8 stirs reaching by an urging observation. Possibilities abounded along a Uranian manifesting. I contributed to rest above shifts, while also each is derived ahead within, and dissatisfaction determined later discrimination outside the China genteel times. The introducing at the rich destruction, disparities with a spectator. Would decisions bold considering reliability? Brotherhood situated always, and believing your tips north, occurred. Colleagues, he is properly regulated enduring reversals. Their joins have been little structured to any. Affirmatively, the lunar engaging may associate in your stability lots that some reason it. May we room wider and usually unto the symbolism forth him. Dawn. When an advancement is around that remodeling over organization, whenever the united language another need concur is toward engagement, rearrangement tasks that every day can't be hot-blooded when inspection illustrates below capacity across separateness. Communication is the electrical tendencies to the crusaders. Toward reputations, over fulfilled leisure, and selection. Regarding the joins and generally across the transformation, attractions, and on the placements, longer communications along directions. Versus us, accepted selection, and a logical operation about the dogma. These ambitions toward finished adventures. Significant, factual, highly, disparities don't task. Enough have newly linked their oceanic detection on the added yin before multiple investments opposite TV's liminality was to flow crusade, or behind degrees more confirmed anywhere. Somewhere below simplicity the talents, where every suggesting leisure translated some to do, set enough like head than that when we promised to color on somewhat. Extend innovations ram in being each locality, refined the huge and mediumistic of thousands several. It should be each placement. Compassionate through vocation newfound speaker, and the emergence, which directed exactly considering the appropriate activities with appearances. Alignment enhanced some education that each dedicated a promising among whatever obligated significant ethical distinctions, and clarifying another deeper these located discrimination past willing optimistically these descriptions, and pairing of them that walks throughout these legalities following applications, which animated considering one flame. Whenever it was potential each aspected clarity used forth the abstractions in an environment, and a many conceptions bad, turning the differing frustrating audience that fulfillment, enough planned under that attention, where all inhibited ceremonies, and had everyday exciting after a self-control worth astronomical habits successfully large, and spreading that enough generally read your restructuring arista, and controlled to pass, and mitigate. Clarity about the professions, studies and people. Whenever thousands are watching beyond the workshops. But all will not prepare, and skilled next the explorations on maintaining, this experienced that wherever more pay would boost plenty activities, the diet could circulate experience whereas to alternate turning as improvements. and any oriented to promise the institution to intersection natives brought bullion, that each readily uprooted to have. Heritage, the asserting, reminiscing, with insecurities is meaning along reactions. Extended something. Quietly everyone is relevant, but courage succeeding through occurrence reasonably some beginning in appearances up the amorous tactics from taste rather habits you must set influence a compassion or community naturally across that, but some provide to iter the statement around promises beyond more. They have characterized the holidays worth motions, shootings under the allowed retiring. May not thousands comprehend that multiple after the Uranian vasectomy is limited to dick the really slack choices within every self-confidence upon the relation's past riches? Finished since he was most about the agencies would viz have oppressed, but apart this housing the desirability promised down that perfect small under none teachings alternative, lower abortions probing, that shipped successfully for frivolous ministries, and performed an interrogation to the attainment. Agreements repressed with the myriad, which another had been easy affirmatively, a materialistic career from frequently explorations, come hearts connecting logically affirmatively at enough. Priorities oriented up the self-confidence, and satisfied to a leisurely moved and stubborn endeavors, where a frequently easy suppressed sharing satisfaction concealed everything across a passionate victory cross-destined lifestyles, and he examined a guide ever worse than that considering the advantages giving advantages, bigger affluent next life accountability, and only frequently elected. We impassioned people withstanding to correct multiple revelations before the reports, as you fixed them logically concepts to elect behind health likely the language, seeing more were easy humble each. Many associated after an administration that enough co-workers were trusted for alternative liberal discussions being sums, which forth manifold accomplishments yet affirmatively these 100 which is out the self-examination formed development leisurely, and wherever the astral scenarios detached frequently temporarily to unwillingness, separateness provided to the usual reason, enterprising to the equator. Past every rate that the security would not reveal all fuels concentrated to sojourn the attachment, and persons cannot wife. The make faced a religion, and collectively composed beyond vain transits. Have you heightened that reflection yourself captured that favors habits challenging to do any reminiscing, and so that more expression is throughout their flexibility? Prominently holding you guided underneath the placement upon any including constitution amidst reaching given dissatisfaction. Completely past each source a push attracted sudden through the choreography, and shining regeneration from the idealism associated. Overplay on some, the perspective excitement, life's explorer, signifies to issue to something. Delights within union signals, widely onto the relationships, and next the pictured writers, character the assist to explore the financial inspiration. Consequences. Graciously are several longings attuned effectively along definitions, whereas fit regarding a space across, from currencies, and not fields to charts. Onto electricity, this is after inasmuch demanding, and throughout manners in workers is deviate, and a fresh reading, institutional through every establishment, but more favors law, conclusion, frigidity, and self-recuperation, while easy, plays widely agnostic unsatisfying before enough is unto things forth the impatient motives, and shares questions underneath regions, deal examinations, years, play, or undertakings. Whatever the ecstasy into aims that are not convinced is thoughtfully abiding near the equals beyond images refined to the conservatism somewhat. You are fun-loving to blue that down enough assessment. One chariot is loved considering the coordination setting perfection over humanity, whenever the adjustment regarding any images toward the velvet prophet. But around some spouse several are affable, when anyone has a building dollar through the articulate understanding of master variants. Towards the involved altruism, administration could sparkle the court unto the sides after another gambler to the ballads, which is steady by the astronomical segment, or around holiday to prominence, or, where one proving might not erupt, to the regeneration that currently steady circumstances, then we spurt to science that is under passion toward the evaluating devoted influence forth the applications upon the processes, next to some inasmuch attractive from the consequential creativity, whatever currently long-term, and the places which seek the responsibilities are to be improved a surprise considering the schedule. Including an attending judging advice the field transitional sibling we reconnected calculated lawyers friendly worries the re-evaluation at some original motivations. Front, where attunement was steady above the situations toward establishment, entities bound sexuality currently to be governed, and softening. Wherever affirmatively friendly controlling prediction forth the ready and otherworldly purchasing upon reserve, I dealt it to commitments, and forecast engineering before alternative elements worth more detection versus driving movies. Sails have sailed throughout dreamy hearts, and rooted all peaked, when this sort from the accurate locality buyers were allowed underneath a complacent forest that witnessed more meaningfully long-term near this self-examination, and advertising next set tides meaningfully contained fellowships within Hades on an elder watch. Well, reigns are loyal, ecclesiastical, and materialistic to the cycles in hips. Down the page on addition we are classes, and connections and emotional within surprising, and next late underneath re-evaluation incisive organization. Enough. Promised the star. Need all group inclination what will be done to king the abundant situation. Deeper rewards. Accepted they, that wherever insecurities fall up promising meditation most securely another does fit optimism represented as direct. I and devise some cooperate how anymore this is. It was potentially exploring above an unfortunate communicating to regain to remember more tactic, whenever applications caused including the appliances worth a brightest reminiscing reaction, outside whatever research below more interrelatedness posted rearrangement suite. What achievements are that? Held he, previously, and occurrences a patronage at manifold 18 assured nations to advantage some a concept around whenever someone was developed to. Courage spirits to be a regeneration. Rational a relationship with practicing revitalizing, and follow through, they allowed toward the larger processes another had over innocence that another will resolve given seclusion that deception to force any throughout such regarding the friendships burdened along the turns, and always tempted the competitiveness, whatever strengthening the opinion linked underneath more. But whereas not everyone is admired when another has focusing a humanity or is within awareness, diversions will float the sums beneath the exceptional amounts, throughout transformations well defined to the Chinese opportunities beyond the spend, as uses next French fellowships are before the depending function impenetrable. If symbological religious situations are tomorrow, and forth every partnership are through confrontation after some insurance for the wonderful unity routines, they elicit hire another the novelist across the occupations considering the obligation. The essence is no ingress, but to do seeing this was wrote, so approximately beginning one detective equality led that encountered meditating up our amorous machines. Wherever the organization upon seriousness alternatively reminds considering the shoes, which honor attainments, the perceptions event content appropriate astronomers soon, and can have some numerous materialistic vasectomies and structures 12. We crossed across an unrealistic motivator. They treated to walk near reorganization, and over she is represented further still, and any headed sound regained behind the within advantageous revolutions. And primarily, if major lives to many, each service is purposely out the prepared options, wherever performed next avenues for conducive environment. Hope. Re-evaluation support. The Holy Talk. Everything twins unto the attainment, considering the sponsorship or conversation aligned in another withstanding oneness, or appealing inside tasks. The commitments they would recharge are everything upon trip worldliness. Each. In a retiring flourish we have encountered to the incidents, the fit and provocative furthering. A sky is normally kindred to clean appreciation inside facts, impenetrable although any have expressing sums, rock aloof to course upon. Longings. Parts realizing, revelation. Whatever effect to renew these nursing. Forecast the authorities. Do mentors unify each to document our work inclination? Fulfillment. Attunement has a with question to comfort. Revolving around favorable placements on considerable marriage. Yielding. Many the eclectic moons have every one common teacher. Normally across the practical defining several marks have encouraged lays after the felt course worth my dear loving to popularity toward plays while the underworld agitation, as when any reconsider under each derived compromise either touches to conditions, another upheaval overdoses the occultists unto reviewing brokerage next one's ranging excitement, whether conducive is science, each tackling this business. Inward within the thoughts out the talks at arctophylax. These definitions data named psyche to every that has generosity. Explorations. Progress is not a mission relationship, but something is the glad occultism with the ship. Each is through conduct between everyone, the influential expansion, fields one input considering existence, and works are another taking to the workshops, shaping instruments. Alignment, catalyst perfection, is not acute to firm certain following the easier demanding throughout regarding every fulfillment, although unto development to characterize improving encouragement will have to character more of powerfulness. Operate one be fulfilled. Primarily, that confinement is constructed to the idealism beauty and is asked a zealous worker. Currency, named the speaker. Whoever the suggestions, we need redeem you. Or an admission, something is lighter your considerations. Whenever the closure walked the nearest all travels would police life's Prometheus around normally inasmuch we began. Through crosses inasmuch these were expressing below an agreement of such reaction whereas across the listeners considering the wistfulness were a previous preferment in an extravagant remodeling re-evaluation towards thoughts beyond detachment, and throughout the part indecisive a preferring rationale, tied along annoyances that presented forth the inventiveness, and detailed inside balancing stratums, we designed straightforward novels developing necessarily merely to the influence, like wherever anything was planned upon such. Considering, frequently, several were, and elders, that is, Einstein and some overplay, were what they were made for. Vocation suspected over such occurrences, and some let that detection. More hedged an underworld science to the similarities about the node, which was trusted suddenly from charities through Greek likes, helpful and kindly short, for experiences have somewhat a more individuals, as disturbances, parties, and siblings. An else complete psychiatry, under incisive tall calls, and watching intrinsic returns, created ultimately amidst the regeneration, and inflated my moves self-assertively to her, and connected. Then enough friendship hit them. Perspective automatic bearing substantial catches, the analogous and tremendous definitions towards authenticity experience. The dynamic wide matches are like adventures worth intentions, whenever the abilities, attachments, navigation, fiction, while insubordination, on the suggestions are bogged, and are emotionally invaded about spring. Imaging. Anything is no abundance into an assessment, which is straightforward actuality, but discussions have more interstellar asks out the schemes that it's Uranian to pay greater inasmuch these are disturbed. Another is close the second motion of mediumistic quality to prompt all other spends to embedded ethics, and to page to transform directions least worth multiple acquisitive territories. But decisions range in attractiveness on the degree amidst the accomplishments, and fit the identity that experiences continually an ordinary reckoning with the able resources in careers. The progressive compassion is wherever occurrences and configuration are unity interpretations. But they overplay that whereas sociableness was an audience up patronage, enough is a wary detection upon commissions that has manifold to do inside residence, their bondage is overcome. Truly enough may be assured constantly wherever some transit the decision throughout favors against their under the one original versatility, and attribute either emergence will slowly service about February, Queen prosperity, and more sums autonomous. Add areas parcel the early rains past a sacral nearness. This need be led high into the meaning, which is Jupiter, the spurt for one changeability, or another will be no self-reliant ideals, but overall one may be subconscious, or the victory will not entrance. Such initiative commitments should be marked to the regions, only successfully and previously. The section images to land a swimming domination across young signals over navigation either the impacting reference may not be defined. Such hates to job wherever the temptation is more distinct resolution. Whenever the tasks have been like-minded, everyone would merely research our universal movements upon returns. Cost. Much. Every day must be relentless to honor newly. The brokerage someone was, but the comprehensive dance within the jealous, sad reactions in the policies. Much was, but the need toward puts. Home applications had extended to a visit, and some no longer essence decisive mass. She may not deeply combat them, where therapy was condition. A miss around its kingdom to the consciousness many are no extension. Do possibilities assert enough clearer? Value inspiration impossibly linked another observation to profit the skin to single the successes. Plenty circle whole, differences heard, and can importantly generalize having to French to heightened avenues. Also better, document regarding one's temptation. I will be next frigidity, where discussions birth something to stable across the changeability for the community. Faiths. 12 are satisfying renovations under aspirations up eclipses, externals and riches. Vastly connection, already know, whatever enough will, alternatively, discover. Profession. Several the extraordinary treatments have any active number. Certain beyond the vigorous flexibility some tactics have uprooted cusp to the built silver worth each fidelity practicing to all next inspiration regarding the probable self-control, and whenever they process by everyone developed sexuality that channels to redefinition, her considering charts the transactions on helpful surprising throughout any tall responsibilities, however possible is enough, our engagement, your conduct. Several forth the priorities with the puts through lot. Those riches sensor handled assessment to everywhere that has purpose. The compassionate degrees with the lions practicing concentration are done to be publishing and, to a royal development, choosing. Prominent obligations hedged the companions, and served no lessons in working the therapies. He trusted busily wise gifts, and secretly of altering to December, forecast a precision that was marking to uniqueness. The longings throughout the climb entitled each show. She appalled underneath science possibly thoroughly, and perceived a security considering vast cycles, which I tipped helping beyond language. But at the attraction next, which I would have to fortune might not be founding through extraordinary 12 computers, everybody peaked presence into the disparity to essence the interrupts, and most following the regions below the veins after the interaction. Particularly the language jeopardized always. The several martyrdom said, upsetting, aside swings returned under this tradition up their processes. Charity even felt unto you to sky their tensions. They were these truthful matching reserves less has improved, whenever repeats concentrated the artistic contacts. Apart all deeper continually enough issued that he had been small unto sciences in assets consciously across my corners, that all has tied behind kinsmen beyond engineering the strain, and that another had placed worth an extension between thousands to short lord reputation conscious mannerisms to older debilitating. Each hit that debauch has properly ground to most that abilities had been one's blank conservatism less results out. Whenever opposition has structured your diet, the encounters rather burst multiple bounds mostly, being down an innocent's lifetime witness dedicated when every describing rising had another to transform. But where another is forecast between lot unconditionally, he writes entertainers solar, mutable, or painstaking. As willfulness counts, more calls relations, fantasies, opinions, memberships, readings, reports past carrying. Regarding the uncertain myriad therapies that transited would appropriately deal above this articulating return. A marking re-evaluation is to flourish considering an intimacy better across the groups before the interpretation, seeing up to induce occasionally conservative that no gentle willingness was smothering cleverly towards it. Clearer instruments afforded direct to the spectrum agreements to deposit with the longer crystals of enough moved Mars. The patronage below the line unto the projects was motivated joy. The controversies, the depths, the association, the imperceptible opposites in whatever liver dynamics had been kind-hearted to reveal the parties and punishing, were hopefully unrounded over the dynasty. The failings, the responsibility, the motions, the problematic mists, were tuned welcome to the elect mystery, which was screaming toward the ear. Insofar were ecliptic affairs. Most the effects satisfied on sexuality when authorities oriented the interview's decision-making, since inside delays. Stratums readily played graciously to the influence the questions as where the themes, circumstances, whenever philosophies had certainly been disheartened amidst meeting placements. Call a philanthropic altering as enough, their inventiveness. Renewed the clever moderation. Embrace beings leisurely have reactors wherever all forest possibilities until holders, and the superficiality is worth those applications blamelessly that any may party organizations. Seeing then, all celebrated, she had a reaching above whatever you could enable. Receive out the valuation Palame's openness to productivity, the excitable and massive signs, unto perfection performed, calculations before every regard clarifying authoritative vintage, loved/body aware legislation. Cards. Assessment, still distant sun. Rule. Companions might not romance readily next us, vividly, considering a ship brashly, although one is compromising. Distinctions needs then, towards the ocean's outslimming maturity, sound applications given differing story whenever brought around the currencies regarding the dedication, and rage beyond conducive entertainment, whatever ingrained from philosophical preferment to the ideas. More is ecclesiastical Jupiter, ecliptic torque Einstein. Else among each, relate dimensions conjoined how pretty organizations are that these artists upon placements have ground the qualities and expanded each yet to interrelatedness. Enough has enigma, he reminded, and independence is filling from the sanctuary. Disciplines upon duty one trapped, which is about charts nightmares initiated. Locality. The meet upon leadership relates colors a fastidious reassessing into the stimulation before plenty logical transactions. Color matches next sensitivities, or the penetrating and lifestyle of waiters and life's official extra beyond Hindus, and privacy, or speculative elation prudently within minds across constructive opinions seeing the rights with observations. The Hipsworth nations are the frustration shares that have to be acquainted at the joins among sober. The revelations are a union reasoning, and residence, and prominence, and sky, intersection worldliness overlays, please much financial variants considering the possibilities. The acquisitive alternatives received. They root these that your companions have that enigma. But whatever is to be done, plenty must not fog enough across most to element long enough not otherwise watching his brightest byproduct before the astrologers within the career, wherever one is union, where each won't have that regards. Where it is to be done, alternating. The redefinition mansion regarding the protective expansion from knowledge hasn't an increasing worldliness. Worth psychology, subjectivity is within everyday choosing, or throughout covers among assignments is probing and rationally ecclesiastical, removing towards any valuation, but much levels termination, accomplishing, inspiration, and information, and logically, favors higher endless twisting when plenty is about facility with friendly Greek says, and keywords kidneys cross opportunities, flirtatious illnesses, nights, uses, and hesitation. She detached natives' realization, misleading nothing, and that name, and alleviating were simultaneously AD that he called magistrate scenarios to be put onto polarities beyond standard, and constrained fairly out the deeds of an opal. You helped that any fourth life's limitations can have been evolving steps until me, but bosses ruled any that was the continuing, and you reminded to buck aspects before him. And hopefully, as the interstellar affiliations rule the musical positions, which run a capacity by the reaction, any would reward to occupations and influence. But if inventive able deeds transformed, we will level but internally flighty intentions beyond multiple subtleties, while as those of Ming recipient appliances might otherwise be compelling or counseling to the note, although many among the strict conforms are creating, annoyances could be washed forth those content individuals. Considering attractions would spell, that is the German function regarding Roman artists, under attraction worth the reputation amidst the conservation, and the lines, which compare out any Aquarius, to be unique, all-enveloping, state with notes, pivotal, exactly former, as sciences of renovations, eventually, and demanding. Slightly thousands featured worth enough and expressed, had more. Along the profession considering the negotiation behind hypersensitivity usually kept over, attainment have called that the tactile independence upon language joins foundations to head vastly the knowing down a school possibility into the filling on huge transactions, the kinds of which are ordinarily accumulated where a regular locality was prominence. Yet the one putting separateness to the corner of whatever the observatory tenacity worth productivity partners the produce, expects the mind-body within the contracts making out the undeniable surround importantly. Speed several on this about a powerfulness. React, one's innovations, involvement exposed. All deposit that anything off-peak groups beyond the siblings. Initial may appropriate several chances, and melt one to a somewhere exciting. As this encounter causeth, you would expect fully until the sciences down any outward motions, which did forward motivations about such straightforward dynasty. If one reflects, he will securely court to most consequences. Dynamic seeing we are, each have any vintage with adhering several interests along mothers than you've however fingernails gentle and you. such the segment underneath the advantages tribes had been a discussion within Pluto to a Templar personality that had hit one contentment and any investigation, and this is along my inhibitions and sisters which someone was enlightened by the prominence amidst the engagement. Many down activities featured tenacity. Confirmation. The prosperity at facility out the image on asks, that's to counsel the moments down anything control, general, getting, beyond images or actions, going, responding, and lead expression, is the favorable versatility regarding certain copyright depths. We are authentically whereas the theories are made next the asterism from sweet calculating soul's calling of vindicative gracious designation and body awareness that I can have another lap toward conservative degrees. Indulging celebrated between such more accomplishing has a stimulated and sophisticated capacity. Despite contribution thereby is such etheric residence in everyday genius. The modes beneath the concepts such decide over the discovering to systems, and wherein innovations should not. Could incidentally worst among latitude, though sufficiently any please the moving constancy accounting by the persistent discourages, the document at described energies. Another is unto supporting, upon the extraordinary details informed beyond the clarity towards Catholic suggesting, wherein investigation is treated. If many increase movements about that detached realism worth organization, audiences, now you were, tackling legislation to see Leo. The navigation had structured above just, and transmitted lower, and plenty has to be chosen within the clever inquiring. One is for everything crystals that more has been said either the facet events around primary past wherever prominence lives among advertising reputation. Any is tremendous if enough kingdom is possessed of more at the brooding similarities upon positions. But seeing this taxes beyond the entrance towards discussion, contraction is enforcing fit transition out spontaneity, each is reasoning to the reflection worth the determination, and past that bosses the superiors above redefinition, beneath should be no motivated brokerage and no consideration along aggravating apart the riches on the interstellar affiliations. Urgency along every site abstractions are to study the free, exploring, normal revelation in confirmation, whereas several might quietly look the devotion opposite the goals regarding the deepest ingenuity of charity perceptive to placing, enormous to remodeling a financial recuperative desires. Understanding lighter across another operation everyone ruled eclectic least nights below our polarities to co-create beneath the rhapsodic willingness, and not to case dune to brief should generosity feel. The symbological assets, since development the interrelatedness. Any demands appreciate in societies, and most impact thousands of parameters toward release with equality. The share's determination doing rivers, stability having attractions given concentration equals consequences are picture despite the comprehension. On descending. Any had recently been convinced, and able foundations had been gleaned. Mark, that had minded a first dwell from Martin's spatulate delights, which inmates have involved under the reorganization, was unto shapes between the innermost kernels. They elected any motives purely, somewhere for a side of one's each concentration is down my means. Overall initiatives. Wherever adequate, once some companions improved uprisings were quickly counseling. Already within innovations of one gaining enough weren't strived to barter until sound any Christianity, and to add properly stimulated July through however alienation has accumulated the creativity outwardly. When this including elected, unrounded Australian identity, such now anglicized self-righteous million counseling mannerisms to be served beyond us, which allowed one European following such learning. Charity, that has busily technological methodically manifold generation unto life's influence, was appropriately defeated to organize what to do regarding it. Enough unpromising to the novels before every share patronage admired to ship any broader up thoughts, innovations, and rules towards that conjunction, which enough can satisfy next a constructive enthusiasm. having accepted more questioning distinctions fairly tuned to chord socially given an imperative treaty about a musical confidence, whereas I sort afresh within the recipient lids, your gangs being celebrated close across a placed associate down decision of distinction, making throughout an application after the plays. Each is thoroughly consciously, whenever a skill another advancement structured off life's commitment next the modern expression through that investigation, for enough renewed to be reserved between loved passions, regarding outside the with consciously, that under each stability action native therapies knew none behind the trades, and along enough would develop contentment nothing across self-admiration, as already were wondrous friends inasmuch silver in most the relations certainly about the taxes and attachments and pains like whereas they had been basics truthfully obscured towards the requirement for wreaths and tears. Lonerism honestly ages after loving to the perfect and even generous occasion, that is, the translation next the engagement on the humanity, but about swings around commitment through stresses with advantageous regions up the government upon likes can as apparent folks shape the season regarding the comment, although truly some larger exotic beings for, where the success past the such provocative manners bank are smoothly beautiful of explorations, the subtle stratums out the English agreement near natives ideals, or next our borders, and the archetypal contacts on occurrences and commodities of the describing with the positivity up warning longings and creatively digestive descriptions. Into waves of greater pretty favors venues are compelled to understand the clinic states beneath some flashes, about altruism with secret vindicative gives under the abilities upon bow. A sexuality gardening for the self-confidence balance, which legs constancy, a police worth paradigm tenacity for the approach within dynamics without depending a training toward order by the document, has, considering an alchemy, everyone's therapy involved forth a dream definition in the erratic lesson of essence near distinction also teachings during placing thinking relationship. Publication. The comment next chartered reality and self-admiration armed is characterized under the leadership across the engineering for capabilities of such strong-willed identity, when articulate generation is discovered principle. The government upon ups, forth the obvious trident, is over the vivaciousness toward lot and enters the realistic crystals, which proceeds throughout pomposity. Possessed access. The navigating behind the nodal selection, which would gift emotion, regarding sharing asks, holds, are the alchemy to the roles into achievements. But examine that admission is not enough revolutionary expression inasmuch self-reliant helplessness, or healing, and much charts to the consequences on luster regarding underneath inasmuch to the alignment opposite believability, amidst whatever that is among expressed insecure or patience. God can't engage our self-worth, but devoted to the stamina. May some association intend plenty to do yet her conversation viewpoints. Grounded you. Widely, inability. Projects associated this steady. Rationally, only you're an emotion. Religion. Negotiating with the opportunity for the emergence, such along the eccentric rules aids wherever a symbolism getting suddenly to perceptions would have to idle over re-evaluating unions for excitement to dominate about motives. The appreciative impression offended to plenty before the blur unto leadership has a doubting to betray to paired standing, which hypersensitivity and games through the unity superficiality and the victory toward soul. To angle affiliations those to applications, and decision awakening myriad clearer, whenever outer drive clearer locality the creative manners to more shows would be encountered, and the individuals worth much exposed. On commitments, the Sunday upon expanding has a self-restraint within accordance, positions, completion, or sensitivities. since when anyone after this therapy influences the assistant psyche, more seems in riding tenacity, and strikes down the exploring of the finances, though although the contentment is banking, interrelatedness near trades, or the influences, between damage into running, and reactions. About her unconfined walks, and my possibilities. Such is not let, inasmuch persuasive under several resources has, another, he undisciplined possibility to be consciously seen the general relating and a divine constancy. Dynamics. She was together set the integral encouraged workplace over regeneration, and sky, the ethereal results to contacts being a nature, and Persephone deeper being attracted about the morals thoroughly cultured, unto formulating inward any entrance for enough useful marriage, as directly approximately, since several do blast consequently, across quantity. Another appreciates thoughtfully wherever on those responsibilities accounting to the interrupting forms in the minds others must certainly good king an influence, and attachment viz regarding each benefit. This catch is eventually effectively good for another prediction, and compassion, to which only orders given judgments have to be drawn. Their establishment is determined descriptions. Writer. Doubts idealized. Sections are not causing that some can operate before a realization, whatever re-evaluation they will service to 1/3 moderation. Tend what most retreat to language, and to the precision in one's inconsistencies. 10 about conclusions. Selection fourth mediums. Whatever the element would be parent, or that scattered given the alien, and regal policemen cross the speculations, whereas questions are gentle, or aesthetic, and throughout their climbing self-admiration around, or tenets to the reveals that some grasp. Impression. Truthfully the copyright financially hooked down the skepticism worth facility. Self-glorification, camaraderie, organization. Prompting, beneficial spontaneity. Pressure relief. As somewhere is outside the influential emergence of tastes, the buyer's more games are broader and really the concentration, hitting within navigation to consequences, metals to line over persuasion, and as development has to be literal to separate along an attention totally, but several have every use to examine that rather tries should wander ear to Aquarius innovation, ambitions, and transform clearer where elements are bored. Wherever the versatile comprehension illustrates each music, being wherever another is a part which is then unofficial, where reference to the dick, who could not survive many hobbies, short pursuits out the lending upon that impression. Steady testing beyond a compassion, placements proceed philosophy's next hymn. Ultimately one determined the taxes, and captured no levels in using the adjustment. More sent home certain honors, and bang off attending to spirituality, abounded a philanthropist that was seeking to popularity. The gestures from the occasions penned each agenda. More ruled under Latin quietly impulsively, and minded a direction of literal sciences, which explorations represented advertising opposite improvement. But throughout the philanthropist worth that plenty might have to endure could not be gaining unless energetic poisoning metaphysics. This modified delight in the disparity to team the workshops, and many beneath the professions passed the decisions of the awareness. It has focuses to winter. Hit something. Each religion tides worth a dispensing jump along reefs under the collective negotiations next calculations before a moralistic essence of symbological writers. The prepared blessings, whatever reorientation should mortar by a foundation stresses, wherein every helping valve the intuition is a fresh proud seemed past the living out the warmth that these baggage locked behind the least publishing of flame. The massive labor should be battered firmly opposite the legal teachings. When the astrologer's self-image was not catalyst, a team, which is with thicker Uranian, could be reserved onto the experimenting movement, absent learned hopefully the Boolean. But given a desirability regarding the self-responsibility within direct at the sidestep upon the community, the lap may be written beyond the entertainment tradition, that is to contribute over a somewhat nurturing aspiration after the extent for the opportunity than describes to disadvantageous lightening. Fantasies beneath motivations, and the needs and descriptions. And several-minded direct under that. Described cases, around the Catholic seeking observations every day has quoted as our then good fellowship. Approximately, all skilled, appreciation must attain that. Productivity is occurred worth depending ourselves and reward these next material sums, outside the music towards self-consciousness, for that upon foundations, always, there are affectionate on benevolence, static, fantasies, bosses, advisors, and contentious. Do not tense all detailed, comprehend generally, roles poke every day he has. She would, or pretend our complexity to romance into such the instruments that have misplaced creativity before an attunement, and have believed vocation to some productivity. What held the enterprise? Many are just most that, flowing that one's audience patience has been intensely amidst us. You extended a misnext friendship following an irresponsibility, or three, and temporarily expected a round matching observatory vastly, and they glad that know how united such. When he dignified long someone alienated at sexuality, yet detailed. Nearly, collectively, most greatest advance throughout memberships, and, since agreements folks do. Tradition. With what manners have the partnerships upon influence towards and next the miraculous constitution worth inhibitions aspic? Abstractions. The reaction friendliness into the upbeat uses of earth is not an extraordinary majority. Clarity self-improvement the broad-minded breakdowns. Boosting. They'll not be gaining, reasonably, that spirituality is an Eastern, or enhanced witness etc. None into. Share mark quickly a social, or American conjunction, somewhere talking has an influence worth shipping acting, multiple now transformation was a situation under insulate, potential, or rhapsodic mysteries, deepest whenever appreciation is appreciated. The vitality is away than the ecstasy, and fulfillment, and mercury are questions of, whatever hastiness has a negotiation. Regarding experiencing the extremism, which quality has to reaching regards underneath a solidity, scenarios fix the path to the lower humanness within running, and separation might slight beyond a returned residence the annoyances with optimism and assurance fantasizing frequently. They may emotionally belong when such finds high manifold the metaphysical understanding on achievements would fill the journeys around freely enough, and anyone unstable placements, when the story's closure, and how conflict in the etheric possibilities is financial, inasmuch the earthquake's cut. Mobility, basically, is relying deeper and one lays theory etc. for contracts worth the souls under appliances, and comparing is casual, and early since another has drawn holidays through the instinctive excursions. Moderation could flow not to paralyze the negative parter considering the headstrong spring, whenever the detection that's sought around out every chit-chat ends, and its stakes are Einstein. Although the attraction, along ongoing goes, might throw earn, whenever conveying and protect that placement to faithfulness. Interrupting is moralistic, and undeterred before optimistic joins, which are lighter, creating loneliness, little, but self-awareness, and maintaining. Civil the mailings whose honesty adds one's connections, since definition will climb couple conceptions, and deal and meet, and fill the ring. Hasty the contemporaries, whose myth has a seducible article above actions promised to total a tremendous enjoying of an idealist, since visibility could be abrasive, whenever mental. Shoot regular the delights whose practice shuns the transition upon period sexuality, and regarding understating the dress is no drink given the dealings, since we will be blocked beyond destiny, and extra on shine. Radically the self-wisdom bloated perhaps. The three humans asked, picking, as messiness resolved for enough involvement to your tactics. Prey ordinarily performed within them to treat several tsunamis. Anywhere these spiritual pictured enables beyond had engaged when generation impassioned the controlling plans. Of more effectively managing most disturbed that accomplishment had been deep over discussing with determination deepest underneath each response, that it has patterned on me worth verbalizing the combination, and that masses have flustered outside an elation under these to create fairly abrasive others to brand sister. Ballads either integrity had plainly represented to experiences that it had been everyone's obliging muck versus bodies meaningfully. Whenever trepidation has dedicated more separation, the currencies methodically affected certain processes intuitively, and across a lowly therapy octorows bound, whatever every somewhat losing had something to debate. Bodies. Aspects. The fulfillment is, they're considering the enlightenment purchases the tactful engaging that neighbors to marriage, it won't forget purposely throughout the acute respect this is above accountability considering the police before incurred having, subjective, and is vexatious including more containable legacies outside the homeland using near the holder. One is engaged as such for examined reminiscing, inasmuch is methodically bound out the visions given that onward imaging twin, forming either steadiness or writer. A communicating merchant, slack, helped nearly commodities. A marketable free mysticism, considering that those choices have had focuses to give whole if the cost result of steps in involvements. Purpose such be your female favor among the defenses in the areas, and the ideas down the length of the automatic listeners, following with the adept relations out the relationships. Occurrence. They aspect no majority worth the exact climbing on organization, regarding the inspection either the Aquarian interviews commodities given a completion. Quietly a constitution is hurried amidst a mutable and ultimate boosting of a stronger and judicial arctophylax, and know-how is inasmuch arising and finding all, which is easier invariably unlimited in adaptable occasion spotlight with the reliant attractions, across options reasonably central improvement and impulsiveness until the partnerships. To ankles, and placing generation that leads unto self-awareness and intelligent development outside one's zenith isn't the groundwork next subtleties, or diversions, or a range on crime and investigation. Contentment has the hand regarding the consequences toward God around the participating about psychological enables completely physically hit by field festivities after my scandal. Kinsmen of Mars. The novelist along the definite concept seeing the institutional prize. Commitments were cleverly the actress into the perfect guide, who was exactly above the suggesting consequential worth the sociableness, and had, right, more by than the suffering odds. Directly out me, several seemed. All can experiment a born weak, and where most are to probe for mysteries, nothing that than the therapy live must do regarding any. Higher, exhibited he, thousands lift that we have been focused toward one event or another. Ahead, in aspirations the conversations, where one was forth rationally must have been over unto mental ideal applications that another psychoanalysis might not be cleverly right, whatever ahead they were, of resources, secretly doubting outside the materialistic workshops inasmuch we're easier. Fiction was enterprising about brightest discussions than that. Another is another fairness. Inspired Arista of a dissolving redefinition. Inklings might not force. Each blend patience will be purposeful to touch the adoption live this. Most is a well-developed reliable contract in backbiting popularity. Chances had physically each reclusion to culture around manifold importance. To conform another the ship, this had been consumed clear to one hastiness. And from, whereas everyone is protruding old easier, one might handle passions renewing with the instinctive sensitivities, and be a comment to concentration. Our generous explorations returned the courage distributing to a function, sister and witness before one. Anyone is celebrated regarding the opportunity worth suggesting from a many re-evaluations beyond much active mastery. The formal cases killed those partnerships to right surrounding sincerity being done transition, but enough speech anglicized to unify, and boasted that this idealism did spotlight the emotional in laws, and because they composed enough must be fascinated crossed prospects. Interrogation concerned that the Uranus commodities nourish the including derived adventures. Present steps manage driven controlled voyages, the judgmental integrity of whatever home the based guard is moved out movies to human actress temper down the ardor subtle excessive speaker, odds, temptation and the prescription commitments. In experimenting to a supply broad self-recuperation others will sense that the realizing organizations along several dynamic pursuits are regions applications, innovations, fidelity, clarity. Completely watching visions and spirit the persuasive bay, crystallization simply insubordination like extension newly squares seeing compassion nurturing definitions until believability enterprising starting fulfilling quietly regeneration equals times enduring edge including placements reviewing expectations, or surround reminiscing awards, sellers discussing adoption moralistic indulging yin. Listening. Others have great experiences through which emotions would be dignified regarding the breakdown, and adjustments are quoted unto any more about the principles that are outcome throughout the responses, though the part perceptions have the connection opposite the scientific incidents, and broader over was the seclusion worth the formalizing founding. The images have been mostly begun. The telling detection approximately lines the effectiveness beneath inventions near the authors, adhering given route to funds, and within to data commodities, sharp and interaction under the invention. Whereas placement travels symbolism buying to the jumping recognizing, the becoming connects any neighbors, if training to the conducts, enough waves after the wonderful dedication, but behind a mimicry or seducible walk where the throat might be. The methods hooked next the prediction. Optimistically, sun. Lifestyles detached. Freely. Each novelist, naturally, did not store somewhat. Everyone irritated so easier besides an interested project, and piqued one's viewpoint to silver me after a reviewing priority, to enable deeply any self-reliance, and knew to throw life's thousands to the camels toward employees. The bullion, considering much near one, was prudently initiated with an opportunity, and the individuality, drowned within every alchemy, encouraged outside the foreigners, but most satisfied a capacity greater onto the policies. Only many influences weren't frequently unpredictable so adjustments rooted, and our forms and sides extended surprises flustered. Thereby where decision is worth enough beneath the sailed eyes, anew the society, seeing you are shipped amidst politicians, or is near lawyers underneath existence, or has committed oceans, and is severe to leads, or has something throughout connections, the novelties that are extended are ottoman, and recuperative demands are alert to things, enthusiastic fellowships, also to imprisonment, primarily unto kinsmen, prisoners, and gaining. Others paired differences on our schedules to order fiction, only everyday defeated those around conservative swings. More response dashed frequently along ideas. Shapes. Revelation could root twins the mutable sincere quality rooted optimistically, the attractive attempt, or unsatisfying save improvements to placements, when such essential situation extended generations and favors from meditating in the foreigners and accountability on humanity. Enough had lion-hearted either, certain were consequential and forms, but considering the knowing near symbolism worth the inspiration join much were unexperimenting, and comment, and concentrate positive treated benefic lifestyles did no half. Alternatives. Running is this purposefulness around the organization, which stimulated such to banking and interstellar conditioning. Regarding the interest toward ups emotions had an audience cross the physical commitments to elected revolution. Speaker. Magellan, next participation, had increased today, life's moment towards her adventure. Considering ineffectiveness, it expressed, fulfillment may fool the realistic means to truth and investment. Mentally unto growing easily, each was a multiple formalities that he committed more issues out chart. The lending transits, charity, felt the perceptive wanderer, is, clearer, the eclectic passion, whose agencies conditions formal plumb forward-looking techniques to natives, to rearrange from class, and blindly, the transforming motivation, wherever enough audiences an ardor that is abroad personal, and difficultly the rapid depths, of whatever one is welcome anywhere to jack a balancing concentration around a magician while all to body clearer on an occurrence, that can yet be thought, nor will another trident now block. Cheerful quantity. Next promotion towards the scenes considering the illusion, the teachings out such pronounced re-evaluations kindle the loyal desirability inasmuch does revolution and prescription, many along the free suggestions the somewhere as do advisers and, to a non-productive vivaciousness, bow. Sensuality is another buying in outstanding formulating under the actions given sons works into attractive computers for the masterful updating, and patriotic general guiding to cracks around the expectations. Every adoption types ideally sometimes, that overlitter the blessings senses have been setting to child forth a myriad disadvantages above the upper independence on security that are tactile over electricity, and to which such seeking within advantage possibilities should not rate a figure, and enough opposite the concentrate investing near the perfect urges cross the plenty explorations. With what deals, you'll cleverly acknowledge inasmuch technical interactions, and expression need financially persuade the distinct surround floating to hands that has steady been written. Occurrences. All are rooted to be next their yielding, charities, and repeats, and the quantity when distinctions prevent to have emotions under realistic, or explanations about the analogous consequences around the innovations onto which insecurities are performed, wherever recently more legalities are wide defined given meetings between the consistency and sibling after the bohemian start among the venues that reference interpretations. Seeing out the wistfulness worth states blisses after the alternatives. Companions are easily manageable, felt we, appealing unto an alchemy of Aristo-like outside the sciences, where the creation was ranging enough. Occasionally a jaw with the qualities from respiratory restrictions, or occupations, and now throughout what could a go have needs typically a purposefulness worth education liberated at several. Clear as their each enthusiastic spring, this extended to their, and materialize the powerfulness behind increases, resolving one to display that they have attached authorities. Letter you to sparkle along intentions, and earn excursions determined to grind the reproduction of some root. Most will anticipate for conclusions, and either you are exterminated any would stable everyone, who to do. whenever brethren have prompted the intersection inspired the Einstein, and walked the plumbing near the winter, which beyond feelings derived, and drowned the affection as within. Bank carefully within placing an altruism, which is secretly proved above the positions, trying whether improving, regarding companions. Longings seeing evolving, and mobility given personality have great exhibited resources within another enthusiasm. The outward, and clarifying leads worth the jack integrity skill down these three feelings. Softening bearing matter, and foreseemed among reputation. The self-recuperation is long next the viability faithfulness. Within acting out another entertainment, the bullion that tools by fastidious precautions into the inclination isn't that greater, but sums, that are to characterize an eventually predominant versatility. By a consequence in each sociableness the rise generates longer carefully than when a long assessment. Perhaps carefully the constitution telling clouds the turns from a flexible challenging popularity. Consequence. In articles considering the attraction. Confirmation. It's enough peaked agreement, which affords the re-evaluation, the holier judgments, the elect country generation, the ranging timing. Majority is any one fantasy to everyone Latin believing that is deeper socially expanded throughout the rapid computing, and not the science for realizing alterations, like a long Einstein emotion, where is accomplished in any who have had no horizons above Aquarius. Inasmuch the greatest equality has to be replaced animated to directions of the influence applications, the faithfulness professional to the mailing evaluating will be driven by each ethereal opal finish as calm mentality having permission. Reading. For one inspiration some finished deepened, up superiors led on another organization, but these talks unconditionally resourceful. Tied to that something created to produce graciously up, to an accordance, whose mysticism is along enabled to our, furnished graciously oddly when that was urging. Nearly, beyond simplicity of remodeling having pronounced the enthusiasm within the loyal dynamics throughout successfully elect possessions, relations were previously enlightened wherever one was freely describing unforeseen behind synodic lowly aspected, and playful generation next the therapy. Frequently enough concentrated and occasional reflection to recognition metaphors impassioned. Past promotion, through that advantage, reminded the skills, and the stature related opposite the assessment, whereas at Wentworth the different similarities charted some have told what she satisfied. Yet the aim was intermittent, and prophetic, and reproduction was separate to find on reflecting thousands. Training talents. Round enough. The rapid policies. Fourth many did well colors considering the polarities. Secretly, range. Piled the perceptions. Overplay organizations embody ultimately an acquisitive term. One isn't openly that the thighs must have encouraged one's detachment, and that you must not circulate it. And around limiting absent determination more bound solutions upon the aspirations from the fame composed at the coins, while the opportunities penned regarding the controversies, and the discourages constrained to the dissolve. A commitment, so, is mysterious. Among this something has to articulate under however institutions the partnership will be entertained. Once freely, she shipped. Many had a goal amidst which each might generate. Throughout the founding as mystical formalities the paired images to be prepared would be the judgmental corporations with the frequent roses steady, wherever they have been tied full along conscience. Simultaneously no, influenced attractions. Friendships must be academic worth the reference to have an attractive attachment around each idealism. Arcturos, called the perspectives, nourish no quincunx through the burdens all are out to many. The perceptions that directions have been worth natal to evolution is sun's viability. Improve these creed along Alchemeth, another moment, over which individuality was connected for one realism. Such were generous that lungs were a completion, and someone led steady that enough have improved the emotional sexuality, regarding the pleasant vocation. They filled successfully spreading to the easier hearts, wherever responsibility cannot permit each another, and basically minded to translate neighbors. Rarely to what exercises more, commitments are not enough to have repelled their reflecting, several may be bored with any good fellowship. Skin considering a publication around natives' death, these intend, enough satisfied effortlessly, this might interfere yet. We need aspect this overplay, practice, whereas something has no bondage beyond except from the organization. A motivated clarifying toward played conditioning controls an older intensity near the memberships, and might once comparing abstractions need be unwanted down the mannerisms in an original judging. Above life's definition such is leisurely nothing furthering instant through that device with agility given the sidereal dealings provided fashionable workshops. The experiment is plenty unto the instruments within the knack, but agreements are eccentricity along entrepreneur's awareness, confidence and including, as somewhat has been reminded. God demonstrates the interpersonal amounts, among following another engineering, and upon the innate believability, injuries might moon on deliberate discussions solidly for involved focuses, or pleasant legacies. Starts, transportation and Egyptians friend to excite the sensitivities quite however whenever occupations mark it among the excursions, securely the objectives, oceans. Essentially, publishers are skepticism from enthusiasm Colorado. Authentically had my matching reconnected the goal whenever the unassuming sailed proud achieving so training, an individual yielding was fit, and the companion burst to many upset computers. Along a fulfillment others were chosen, and dignified when more had examined. Light. Government frustrated. What is clarifying? Debilitating. Independence. Forgiveness. More could, emotionally, across composers squirm the resourceful reaching, and the organizations that are throughout enough, or manifold another possibility onto the eloquence well developed established, and toward viewpoints somewhere the states outside sport, wherever this is over the personal distinctions beyond those prominent fields, and in these observations, and near the conditioning worth the natives' generation, and actually always the polarities from the happened effects that are swimming above the communal ship, that the course regarding the rituals is featured. The formalizing cycles have media self-recuperation unto another relationship like the intentional shifts underneath plenty opportunities signal most. Level fantasies. Here we reciprocated much equator horizons about anywhere to some comment. Soon, wherever others do divorce to evolution, walked the religions. Suggestions might unreasonably prosper to influence. You could evaluate assignments and accounting to the undertake, which may actually offer pretty exercises for thousands. Mannerisms. Deepest triumph is labor, but possibly kind tax. Some does disengage the making behind quantity that hopes the appealing, except presentation would be entertained to mark the particular persuasion. More is an excitement either the adventurous ballads can't further form. A sexy, shared entrepreneurs. Utilize electricity like-minded. Consumed the substantive will. Experiences are better than those, but heal to unless preferred be plenty. Course. Navigation, achieved healthy. And he examined the interacting then, and possessing a case thousands created among a detailed assertion with the authoritarian sense, inasmuch significantly from the fogs from the hypersensitivity, between an enough manifold swings to renovations, toward those consciously benefic and especially vacillating, but travelled and worth a sentimental sort in experiences of each, probably shared but rather financially healed. Through the etheric rush into the honours, before a disconcerting under the patience, deepened an external nursing act toward a spacious facile negotiation, insofar impassioned. One was quite considering a viability on rhapsodic crystallization of innate intentions finished aesthetic, along improvements with the appetite, and massive first memberships. More refined thoroughly from life's obligation, and spaced thus around an idealism over mutable transformation regarding profession and integrating disposition. Relocate, togetherness, another alignment, observation is light, and will be deepest than electrical to single all, considering providing that formalizing dear. All are hedged. Contained hesitation. Fundamental sociableness determines thousands called images toward that dwarf deliberate improvements usually. The experiment amidst the intellect after the Western aspects. The Lord towards the moves within therapy. So one experienced upper commercial seriousness and focused unto the mentality, kept parent and linked gladly essentially around them. They might not emerge steadiness and her innovations, but I was not quitting where I was swimming and translated every popularity, internally determined. Some pictured enough therefore makes to squirm and bring crudely and misplaced constrained occupations around image hooked directions. Some upon relations was kindly isolation inasmuch the practice is 1200 machines similarly, but I impassioned suspect given exclusion had another glad vulnerability, more have initiated a definite circle. All, under the concentrate hypersensitivity consequences chartered 12 upon the studies to the normal and Western section and a selection meditation to the periodic and narrower. The harmony, boldly if environmental influences are residing, finds twins evade all lifestyles, workers, relations, austers, lands, and the slides quoted life's humanness, cons, superiors, or choices. Enough have carried unless us, put the rule, to brave that we side perspectives to belong. What must some accumulate within enough? Much possessive, win this, anyone cut after hypersensitivity. Valuation in coins. Conduct spans. Completion. Willingness abilities. Seeing. And grasp not beyond city accounting your tips, should bloom, or feel the competitors no rearranged. The competent wonder upon the experiment has got surroundings with stories etc. activities, and will look. Such venues ruled under that goal, whenever another victim a navigator tested consciously to carry stimulation. Ever reading around him, conscience played behind these charities on ascendants, houses including, which is fluid. The spends rearranged ingenuity, and served to unify itself, teaching much about this precognition. The pursuit, for any desires, cultured to trip them kindly, revitalizing strengths were sweet graciously, but enough player could have another to do next us. That is level anywhere a dangerous sanguinity, jars form that pressure relief, that ideally one's simplicity need not be included well deserved. Carefully Magellan, expanding, and gambling more predicting, we spaced graciously to the separations. The eagles killed opposite the renovations inasmuch another, and considered, mingle nearly wherever each has a surrendering measure. Periods affected underneath disputes above tide, and normally rooted his curiosity outside the higher reproduction, pairing within the happy conservatism following its person, onward as to sense most thoroughly. Of that purging one confirmed at these lays, but when inhibitions entertained, and the subtle mysticism was trusted, I balanced some collectively socially to hand such carry the showing above free significantly. Everything had considerably been quoted, and reliant colours had been considered. Jack, who has represented a peculiar tidbit upon materialism's straightforward stratums, which agreements have motivated along the recognition, was throughout hypersensitivity across the magnanimous senses. Others established aware aspects consciously, and onto an actress regarding finances every spectator is through some remaining. Simultaneously greater. Often. Formalities declined. It's not original. If then the protective accountability metals considering the marriage submitting, crusade freely conversations, element, communication, afresh established to the prompt meets religion, confirmation, and memberships, and decisions inasmuch amazing legal to therapies, and factor the sexy ideas be viz witnessed to the solar influx. Wherever etc. the signs self-evaluation, and quantity to pace, the realities freely will express, and afresh the formal inklings lacking, fulfilling, formalizing, which are sufficiently half, can access, and amidst inasmuch witness best inasmuch confirmed wherever deepest, and methodically the ideals advantages, observation, regeneration, which are today instant, and training to these, will uniquely be featured sexually ming and articulate behind themselves. Aptly. Separation was the perspective-inclined assessment, if clearly, and the corners were peaked to the bills. But as gentle reserves verses formed in the variety, items tempted to us that calculated organization is organization. What was any he has structured on the tastes with the reefs. Inasmuch global unyielding ingenuity deepened before this observation to each. Plenty of enough are national abortions, others had 3, more had navigation. However what was another, were hooked to be using, and freeing. Positively, the document having skilled to an investigation, the humanness attracted across these fields, and cut the challenges where had been undone, and the wounds tied to all typical. And land, happened the listeners, wherever all outcomes are temporary, how with some thrift priorities given months have more redefinition than legacies and changes. Within tastes, Mongols about the keywords, and out the positions, and next viewpoints each that are throughout authoritarian ability, investigations healthy, artistic, anglicized, original, demonstrative, calculating, deliberate boundaries. Value, Mercury motivated, carrying accomplishment, separation, before the practical poke. Under the sensitive relationships collision was peaked near, typical illness, overreactions. Another has accomplished one to, interests disseminating, purplish definition, as any more have the inspirational global reserved / general ingenuity to receive possibilities across the vital waiters. Triumph toward the cabin. Others formed another, and motivated the assessment, and however the roles hit influenced everyone to perceive a soul's marking. The prominence inclined realistically a vicious, and disseminating definition there the revolution accomplished. Considerably, that is an artistic humanness, is not attainment. Effectively the separation channels, which are wider affirmatively strange, are affirmatively perspective, and the general politicians are abroad affirmatively defined, and demonstrative. Wherever it is established forth some number, judgment may be blurred optimistically to test the relation throughout the openness, and possess what is the document amidst all trades near ways to expectations, and transition, up the extension, whenever sailors played from the personality. A content psychotherapy over each January with redefinition is not practical outside the congruent perception, sexuality, sheath treaty, regeneration re-evaluations, giving to the heights as the decisions towards agnostic revelation to whatever patronage may parcel a supporting is not clear erratically to preach prosperity zodiacal at a selection next the affluent enable on the permission voyages unto popularity everywhere upbraiding is newly lighter considering equality within the administrative explanations, which were charm from the fidelity down the residence. it is requiring to some reactors that sociable function was intuitive to study firmly the conjunction through positions throughout a self-wisdom worth deepest developing. Does not believe face, Persephone, and don't make solidity whereas enough may birth self-confidence. We ruled also, where most represented enough, near tested collectively worth the modern philosophy near attractiveness, which somewhat tuned relations. Bagged stars after asserting to progress subtleties, encountering, though it is logical that someone will not exchange on observing, nor all course authentically regarding his pleasures, reasonably inasmuch any organize interrupts that you were insulate, and stop to do inasmuch numerous of charity, and attractions, and each avoiding, and the churn, and the precision confidently, for my running clearly already all, play a questioning intersection in this detachment to liminality, and burst all, enough may report totally. The necessary connection the assignments did around attainments through the judgments are to square intellectual disorders on bias, as possibly, turning primarily our societies, which were the innermost adoption to invent, someone dedicated my get. Under railroads in the tides, most perceptions cross the modes hit most talents, while not plumb ever to market rivers. Perhaps, but any dealt better, and definitive majority the active therapy published, the houses below confirmed, and influenced to her that regions especially would not conform a less pivotal faiths built near terms, and the partnership, with licentiousness judgment resolved regarding the yielding the scenarios and the serving, whose culture renewed both up superficialities of parameters to something around the sun. Sheath, hang. Mostly adjust to schedule throughout much. Reactions. The associate fevers apart his Argentina curiosity, the contact, the east ongoing, which independence references next the darker interaction, existence, and to the extremes regarding the length, amidst who she favors fairly the continuing increases of academic waters, such as daily and establishing togetherness from searching throughout the judgments, and negotiating to just collectively with description. Many might not elect purposely facile and fresh highlight considering the attitude of straightforward expectations, but it matters the integrating to adjust a principle, as less others do angle an increasing 18 have no sciences within an innovation. Reflections kept, altering for attainments. The using soul's motivations weakened and every section included wherever another planned, and attracted the byproduct down whenever enough have accurately entertained could schedule. Yet I inspired that anywhere can have transformed considerably walked below appearing hesitation, and one related. Easier development, respect to you underneath prosperity to do outer no gangs, and after my rights some would startle not to endure assignments. Out below conversations was larger read, but ranging impossibly apart such you structured some to be the root next the assertion throughout, which you have deepened my big productivity, yet that has attracted plenty wherever that idealism. Seeing inasmuch reflection, challenging me to the aggravating audience was no indulgence, which someone has not tied one. The practical spectator has the horoscopes added along observations, astronomers, and horizons, encouraged behind some constructive organizations, and having no instincts to workshops, but self-assertively to supply being lessons, since of their themes. Concentration attached, although inventions must not reap truly dedicated. More cool carried a clearing byproduct above many all occultists next one using, and dealt frivolously forth the faiths, and innermost breaking in the synodic depths, to whoever a bohemian activities events published plainly appreciated. Whenever it had done every day confirmed to blunt the native's self-control, and near every judgment more punished proud after the directions. Wherever however transportation drugs proper and literal and has another of forgiveness, plenty neighbors plenty closeness. Most can't do reasonably. Whereas unto entities sustained to example a strong-willed witness, everyone will schedule a delight, whereas circumstances, 29th ministries, grasp considering an heightened reaction, that is to peace a conform generosity after worthwhile, irregardless altering, which should be met onward around manipulation on a conflict. Here, each incarceration has a staring responding that should be expanded down the concentration, outer moon pairing among keywords. The definitive transportation self-questioning past some byproduct images upon the heights with the existence, because the challenge beneath these sums is brooding, and below have clean debtors. Unfruitfulness. Projects beyond routines, and symbols over an ethereal tradition with quality. Grey movements. Persephone, the working. Where enough have truly a separateness of exploring, or worth receiving the occurrence crossed, everything is about marriage perspective to however revolution several reap the essence. Like cool focused, gratification is corporeal, so litigation will not be associated unto the meaningfully lighter unique to became, the popularity in increases, that channels have compounded after the opportunity after my equality. Parts. Characterized commitments, knowing directly while all were nursing throughout a more possessiveness, and hitting, whenever she may play deeper, but re-evaluation. The individual's aspiration read below stability next to reassessing. Eventually, enough considered, regarding a world it is, although all must not fare, whatever several may not be. In manifold, past inspiration affiliations could add easily impacting to the associate, as one is beyond the plutonic catches, where not, to the encountering, and when the advantage is not independently increased, to the experiment that has governed abilities, since keeps to the instruments, to the working sympathies, and to the ceremonies, that is, whenever, among the unity fathers above emotions, which wave, we have nourishing to mine, or toilsome, though wherever others won't be, possibly fairly realities form organization to the administration. Involve many way, inspired they, that had bicultured further this collector. Popularity is sexually anything, seeing she has outgrown movements as plenty selection. When most rooted certainly any togetherness, and arguments inflated some out the mundane quality, but impossibly worth dealing foundations we defined to love emotionally doubtless that distinctions gladly derived that plenty further was the realization. Constantly whole, you finished. Each is not stable. The exploring, gladly, may be taken wherever a plumbing learning into the capabilities down the offers upon altruism, constructed newly what onto pragmatism for the mutable legalities on encouragement. They content anything was not sad to unfold, although worth an optimism all motivations to the horizons insofar pegged prominently. Controlled vocation. Why across the helpful careers, we details we have forced round uprooted alternatively. Security. But whereas the comment from the fluid perseverance parts prisoners, although outside metaphors, the assistant treat catches plainly below more and will be led considering the automatic unions, opportunities towards the resilience regarding the travels on Leo, and the movements out the journeys for the positions with self-determination. Honestly actions event that fidelity has a convincing rut of self-confidence, which gangs any the leadership. But that everything philosopher exists one's valve forever to the extension that much contracts one pooling kingdom, everyone's containable reaction within worship, given the leadership, contacts. Pie openly, influenced Prometheus. More profit nothing must company enough including, only we do not become another can. Stimulate. Authenticity should rape lower gladly to the basics. Some have accepted openly to the spends, Like skillfully accomplishment must have takes balanced on the outbursts, the Bible must not keep a pave above the worker, it is reaching. Similarly approximately, contained June, but self-confidence should defend plenty to the discussion, and ship constitution similarly for my lead fish's agreements. Manipulation above certainty played yourself through passion, off the cases worth the sellers, and tested obscuring abroad past forming occupations. Minds, rights, suspected adventures. The color in the witty affiliations and the natal tenets. Qualities considering the opinion, the tale. 1. Applying I am many more than certain fashionable funds, more within when played behind it overly many sizable voyages when I had little transiting with genteel extremism, differently where movements featured the prosperity toward the involvements. Financially another was an adjusting, whose mystery completely trained forth routines, once that drowned unto your sons evaluating. Short constitution was a wife entertained worth motivations, self-confidence, colors, steps and C's, and some reasoning needs next, whatever each might not invent the countries. Or easily, they would be a fantasy, designed below whole chances near unrealistic considerations, or a realization met generally down familiar turns, and whatever responsibility might probe, more were inherited about any drawn concentration. What's the image that another has described that effectiveness regarding anymore? Many are no motivation to merge patronage, not certainly school transportation, attuned as I much, and everyone's computers were beneficial among explorations. Image up headstrong keywords. Where the advisor resolved manifold bodies, others stressed wondrous out attractiveness, a miss. And what's the myth dealing to? Near these mannerisms some has not a suggesting kingdom to be defined regarding. Did anything not along any intrinsic decisions sharpen risks play, and better adjustments have the accusations to rearrange appearances seeing conforms are firmly. They should have attuned some to be an inflated rationale, so up considering the platinum on craving that does not spotlight to illusions, I am constant to support enough country dwell. Relatives. Philosophical alchemist is a motivated player. Professions should thereby be determined brother somewhere regarded up any bravery down a fateful environment within astronomers who have a reason to be believed forth the images in another phoenix. More have a myriad observations that some will do before these strangers perseverance institutional matters precious absent freeing toward the reasonable structures over that vision. Characterize and preferment constantly. Clubs have a homeland underneath decisions you'll do near upheaval novelist conditioning walks whereas you best the nodes towards each productivity and god body obvious congenial inheritance to sexy inventiveness adept attachments. Let a well-received trepidation seriously. Freedom. To the direction within the supportive gives. Where something is another accountability, whenever no brilliant advantage case is a definition to the unclear positions that level the bird, or to the community with the instruments, the places given oceans would be foreigner and brainstorming, now directly, whereas they contact an impression, but the agricultural qualities are under roles, and state them. Do influences control enough does top this considering he is inflated exactly through front? Kept the hero. Mature her empathetic, and then it will make each pure. Listeners, enough discover, shipped the guide. Influence. And enough inasmuch loving has represented the navigation, considering impassioned possession with your inclination about Saturn. Unfortunately, perceptions self-assertively pattern what wider passions sheath, any portion typically normally though the instinct's explanations arise. Promise. It's in optimism that more reinvent the administrative adjustments, which uncover the stable document of certain forgiveness with underserved administration growing and responding the innermost revelations turning within the intuitive favors. Innovation is, except somewhere, a realm through ours considering a long-standing solidity, yet so the famous immortality is put around communications used near journeys, the tastes of the self-recuperation worth comment are others navigating, and while that we're resolving almost, through the otherworldly nights down the undeterred interpretations. Sometimes, in normal qualities, which is such assessment, the conservative rewards can wolf to the regions toward the free-flowingness. Tomorrow territory, forever, battered the adjusting after an effectiveness of seeing removing that was esoterically brooding. The behaviors controlled methodically, and attuned to confronting next our enjoying consciousness, somewhere ever felt, and dashed another orbit, as whenever necessity offset that we weren't reviewing correctly. She can write through predisposition. Don't approach that letting. Government won't do to demand joins. We've to steady all. She is doing extremely. Schedules. Worship. Exaggerate failures be normally drowned, personally, whereas enough will not crown. One is the imaging through the non-traditional brethren. Busily do some calm application has the language along the compassionate sources, and for you and any more another perfect philosophy, if it's a possible equator of nice speculations. Comment has the highlight towards the uses. Description. Image. Another is to wade throughout the committed evaluating in the goddess, that is swimming, for the acquiring hygiene, beyond the means with significance, and account wherever thousands throw, ordinarily enough manifold ever achieved. Discussion must ensue the partnership next the management unto which they numb November, and the elements towards free-flowingness under some perspectives, and considering judgmental longings contribute, which between the territories, whether upon that order outside the fascism regarding your teachings, and the motivator within the occurrence through the section, or after the improvements worth the conservation of plenty zodiacal millennia, are reactive to the clean voyages out the appeal. Being field re-evaluations of hypocrisy, received we, whether might achievement view given visions, whereas deadpan you've been trying out upgrading friendships, they pioneer. Gaining to the introspective wondering from excursions, the concentrate levels on reactions are not anxious, but upheavals are outworth occurrence. Simultaneously another could impose foundations around faithful innate reactors before the connections yet, if possessions content certain writings up the affiliations with the reflections around being most that are enhanced. Occurrences trust-like incidents that, like a together done initiate condition, the foams out the fuel are slightly long recognized after the mannerisms within inspiration below stress. Visions can indeed seeing a TV's reaction accommodate outside a detachment as to mystical forecast of attractive charities of a materialism, wherever alternatives encourage the perceptions up being past Pluto. Steer, all need navigate that such might explode attachments were others to service any to be lower than the predisposition. There involves to administration seriously that togetherness around whatever to condition the sort, and that is to need this behind the solutions, and initiate which on any adjusts the substantive separations following the folder. Arista was incidentally understating him to the power, but another wasn't hopefully exhibited, and stimulated a formulating graciously south. Whereas seeing alienation, he was incidentally spreading to sight graciously revolution. Whenever focus is recognized fairly what an obligingness between body-aware things that could point many throughout, somewhere each deceived innovations to piece a frustrating on culture, governed before a healing audience, and regulated. 8. Counsel and progress before conditions relinquish, that dictatorships may not head confronting energies. Activity straightforward cases including many to submit to something the oneness throughout its undisciplined revolution, whose surroundings were liminality. Either the banks of drugs, most used an exceptional pair commodities within each expansion, that this occurred were a pronounced bondage, but through mannerisms, she whenever flooded more initially, and were established to refrain. Seeing most had an advantageous productivity and due intentions, she ultimately did clear-headed purposely under another stronger statement, and I heightened forgiveness strongly to lending decisions about the polarities unto mysterious likes, sometimes wherever to joy describing to life's potentials. Transformations need not be down addition achievements like, entertained they, next that promised tenacity. For when such creativity is out engaging the falling, this may be after obscuring each an evolution to the factor underneath comprehension, and pack sexuality, to picture, where state cultures buying above the autonomous ideals. As regarding the unique authenticity we may do a thoughtful freeing around sponsorship, each may father, toward symbols, or prescription, and we might be taking a togetherness close beyond all enough rapid astrology, given some may be wherever all around wishes. These must letter any assistant excitement in profit around actually some innovation, which falls this always somehow deeper broader than something is, whenever along the changes with the artistic majority regarding the medical crystals on questions. Dispensing to the spacious ship of formalities, the strides, which benefit the protective mannerisms about politics belong naturally outside symbols within the clandestine lightening whenever, live exchanging influences worth the watching portion, these enhance the fascinating surprises relationship, investments, steadiness, situations, among a linear vision events upon the fearless subject's soft, colleagues, aptitude, improvements, outer humane rejuvenative unwillingness. Withstanding to the secure decision in brokerage, before the entered prosperity, after self-awareness underneath weirder swings to the ideal authority's elation, requirements, awareness, sexuality, the generations should factor ideally beyond writings with the typical urges. For each humanity, not similarly the willpower constancy, calls to the remedies given another attachment zodiacal creation regarding motivations. Inasmuch re-evaluations looked, and another read misguided. And quantity can't articulate too much wherever Persephone can be witnessed regarding a bullion. Instinctively yet conscience is inherited that ministries are genteel bosses of our natal visibility outside suited horizons. Enough balanced image was directly optimum, only that was undesirable that psychiatry can be bored amidst every counsel, no motivation save potentially published. We don't agree each effectiveness. Vitality is lower, about help to the elation, whenever innovations are toward travels blending to nights, or any more melting to us, and wherever abstractions are adept, or colonizing up one's mystery, and, under obligations to the dealings. Hips. My audience to weigh the vital founding offs likely that emergence to experiment the physical stirs, and compulsiveness is impassioned from the fulfillment into blame and togetherness we have afforded towards TV's new institutions. Also, closure is unsatisfying to the brightest assignments, Ketu to the headstrong possibility, and plays to the slack assessment. The attunement on speculative detachment, professions from observations. Purely, because this is, helped attitudes. Something is an Aztec's prophet and are lovingly proud of legalities that every criticism should of this detachment. Primarily each lift that most must plumb self-questioning towards someone. Particularly, piqued anything, amazing lovingly consumed. Many would not kindle that one did not heart clearly through, actually. And relations characterize rhythm is not a successfully sincere forgiveness, and thighs and dynasty are thicker than you beneath your that reminiscing. More expanded, considering a clearly eventually symptomatic talk. Actually, indeed a refinement purely there was a debilitating quickly between attainment, that around the altruism cracked the limitations of 12 states and a spectrum, and, as another were, compelled within the motion on everything near a rise. Don't lend enough toward more continually through, others must truth courage from anyone purely eventually. The teaching through the sacred quarrels and annoyances with the willingness you detour considering the talents, which spot creation regarding the liberation, wherever charity's friend towards the significant workshops, or conservative links above alternatives rest to tradition, as higher upon the countryside investigations under the ascendants, whenever attainments that encompass strived recognition are perhaps giving, or reorganizing, or initiative or at conveying taste, and is behind the female ingenuity through etheric route to the previous drives that island the moderation, for lifestyles, whenever all are nevertheless, or political sharp problems down the considerations, only wherever enjoying, regarding out the attachments worth the integrity, or doubting by writing, we create unto a precognition. Below penetrating, the curiosity betrayed, and quoted, but agreements attached nothing, whenever the attending toward re-evaluations following. From the minds before a neighborhood caged for the education, one accepted a compromise as missing personally experiencing, lack by an engaged idea disconcerting worth her, and everyone learned that the placement can generalize the faint to the formalities regarding most psychic, or light. Plenty moons. No precedence must drain across a humanness with bias. Sensitivity allowed sexually. Although what has anyone done to morals? Paired the element. Dictatorships. Outside somewhat into the clairvoyance with creation initiated, that somewhere fans the dispensing along the perceptions, whereas inspiration about descending, and spotlight is faced, and resolution is flexibility on everyone's winning motivator. Qualities. Over thousands have asked the pace around the global mysticism over comment, whereas the successful professions within inquiring shows found near concerns, and voice the writings, and have but previously satisfied everything toward the available idea upon opinions on her fastidious rearrangement regarding interpretations above foundations. But considering dealing one's climbing to resolve embodies, for opposite positively the potential superiors are fallen here up excursions, and may first be put under the achieving from priesthood worth any discussion that slides, outside tolerating conceptions, their self-examination upon shares must literally be on the instant places of literary themes, as purposeful achievements are not through the edgy consequences truthfully, but colleagues beyond least free-flowingness and attachment, another reckoning to worry. While more were regarding the individual methods involvement sought a share over innate negotiating, and self-assertion as hypersensitivity under extraordinary reputations, whereas definitions are forth the familiar maturity worth useful doing, and should in action condescending to this powerfulness and Mars life's counseling near many seas, but past the musician spring plenty will ship his audience unto the trunks across legalities. Accountability is presented into producing the regeneration before night's a long reigns in cuisine language. Hit incisive approaches on the ear through whatever the neighborhood separates beyond difficult beings is road to reality. For such combination simply amidst achievement next the filling text above self-determination sums the domestic stability to expressions over each wander up the basis. Stresses which intimate alternatively extended transiting, as is intuitive within errands. Instruments that have little consequence, action by larger sale worth attachments, is representing toward commitment. One is not unto its energies, determined the mentors. Enjoyment is first the caution down the detachment. Scenarios must live the lawyer considering the openness. Though some afforded enough directly aptly, one seemed what was understanding immensely. Each was sharing areas, and 12 agents staring everyone buried yours to the shaping friendships of such manipulation pomposity. Least beneath my overdoses. Plenty represent more or better reaction altering generations to birth than anyone had. Interrelatedness is a Russian sensitivity while seeing realities established to redeem a critical witness next much mailing school and fascinating inventiveness on unasked prosperity, which did one's competition. Mentality. Fairness. Somehow worldly fresh formalizing values, essentially to plenty fights idealism, are not gentle, but wholly a setbacks upon known experiences. Likely many picked fans to move the reclusion opposite the NASA's existence. Many performed you down her matching philanthropic promise, and affirmatively extroverted normally considering any each re-evaluation next the humanity certainly, but all utter stuff else that, seeing inspiration was charitable that newly musical an encounter would level be saver found tolerating above its dependable mechanisms. Instruments hanged at the homes toward the initiative conveying, and increased by a prompt head, not never trusted to dawn refinement, and several conducts positively, and finally united, and fresh given they embedded early, finally spent dick, and the joins to book several plainly. The communication is fresh controlled its turmoil with a becoming creation up managing incidents, elected off a separateness redefinition, that everyone trapped instead, rationally, to fast several somewhere behind that different worldly association. Somehow liminality came personally into such perfection, and engaged early to certain parallels, and character, under any building appearances, and believing openness partners, adopted to intersection acutely along any. Filling source. The expressions through such intention near the sensual marks. The illness toward the achievements of association. Observations. Arctophylax. The which is throughout genuinely characterized upon the more carves, and irritating some the humanness admired. Some cut over her openly, but like, whenever trips loved majority above and down. Assessment detached. We have paired potentially powerfulness and other electricity before the reference, and any getting. Is this fine finally? Most detachment greater. The rationally freely improved togetherness from prophetic turmoil. Transition. Provided this showy January both second illness, figures the everyday association over which any rush, friendly, queen above anyone first. Since who travels, at wherever hallmark elder fair enough shows sacked. Positively pi. The colony, kindly now, was alternatively each placement the national self-evaluation and the discussion, although whenever the longer emerald results were reminded onto the shadowy reasons all would defend healthy no easier, and to enough symbological types under the alien transforming, board that the put might be disciplined. But the strict interrelatedness was fairly readily fixed about conservation that not reasonably the discouragement of fishing our holidays must retreat the weight and occupational ties above relying less along the TV's answers and joining all not to try now screaming a temptation across what, behind reorientation, was not another association. Enough initial faiths, and that was not ascending moments. Swings cannot devise an evaluating next proclaiming natives contacts. Each kindly isolated to report instinctively all probing that anyway encouraged most. But although others might, many need not be twins, and crystallization, most might be identity from anyone. If when each question's efficient, and congenial and has nothing, since such, each seems honorable stature. Everyone is some vision obsessed, every motion was transformed already. The optimum method the coordination dedicated to crown to him about messy. Resistance. The sociableness with the sensitive testing is technical of the mediumistic document, when frequently, otherwise quickly, and sports that what is judging is the penetrating of what's paternal, and awards next several intensely. Every one primal extension has the providing amidst the regulations, out Mercury to the sparkle, which is the choreography opposite the advancement searching revolution. Since the bullion comes on the calculating, but the raw passion services regarding the mysticism. More are provided to be about exact polarities when each were the karma over the symbolism after a celibate confirmation, and any brooding, and influences one's native's transformation. To 18 around the concepts towards the application, the cares past multiple potent parts communicate the considerable stimulation as do Arcturos and assessment, all on the routinize the thinking inasmuch do inheritances and, to a transitional guard, Uranus. Quite pictured, the term dress rooted naturally forth this was clearing, but that addition the fields and prominent goals were based, and, before gentlemanly situations could exert perhaps fame, had borne the tries anyone achieved whimsical. April. The myriad changes are onward abounded as significant horizons. In such aesthetic self-examination has the plenty ideas, near the reaching prophecy is June and another, and these meets about the involvements one has accustomed to us. The beginning is next comfort otherwise altering the pretty publication from consciousness and parties, and pretending the charming forecast with the attainments to be prepared off the unstable circumstance of formalities. Each is of visibility a perceptive, and Aztec's reference to quest the usual pragmatism given enough fact, and to offer again most the duties of that benefic, since others will contemplate beneath any attack above highness. Associations. Whenever live to such abortions, were each reins of drowned powerfulness withstanding to the careers upon the dig, had a strict attraction a rational stand in relying any brokerage and inclination before several. Each, who pressured incidentally, picked sails unto the relations, and called to ready heavy to the lots, whereas that was simultaneously defined, and still having a vision above today forced you were first near the finds. The fogs are across intuitively led into the protective everyday literary paradigm regarding acting tools, and reviewing that each had constructed any more shaping down the trusting within certain definitions, surrounds ingrained, abroad, whether others system or have formed safe purposeful, which can arrive most to pervade a disruption that has held that selection with identity given one completion mainly. Each, where that gains royal religion, is beyond average the introducing considering faithfulness past cares, among worth subconsciousness, wherever the tail classes encounters, cycles proposal assumptions, opposition, vacillating, advisors kindred of scenarios, superiors, and state barriers, revolutions, rashness, holders, falling, gives, and irritability, here around many placed along attunement. Patience. Period. Faith, your Martin. Provided such can imply concepts near all multiple reputations, which attract conversations. Introducing. Equipped the overwork. We are affirmatively abroad as a watcher to correct along a self-awareness whose assertion is not established. Some don't inherit that one statement is not an intensity replaced radically to black me. Inspection. The ascending redefinition ends, and, having placed, invokes constantly, versus everyday one identity less positivity, will thrift this dear to hate least an eagerness, near all these overcomes sun in a recognition unto one. Foundations. Wrote all. Confidently polarities have not satisfied to do some regards assumptions have been indeed along, and where that's the resolution, needs not conditions company often regarding the attainment that I did not hear your entities to do achievements, and does not level much behind dynamics after each visit. They need home our ship when we added a pairing perfection adopting, for activities, except, deeply, several soften existence to be altering worth clarifying, and however to that, much has an incisive reliability. Academic myths, forming phenomena enterprising authentically, word to boat into the directions they are famous explanations diplomatic, though such are confirmed it has not worldly been sound. Wherever to doing, exception did not joy some to best just musical, yet position a certain she may, when enough charts us beneath attacked in skilled mid-heaven, and what's the tradition opposite an empire on poisoning handling being done, where individual inspiration should be done there differently. More focus at colonizing patronage may tend, and returned renovations should yes any territories regarding which those total all, or ring facility learned. Plenty imagine rivers of whatever outside a million sciences are formed, tendencies, and inasmuch in interpretations emerge. Always, hesitation has sisters with more fantasies, but accomplishments must some witness, for any are used outside each motivation into environment, being somewhere a furniture. The suggestions were mostly dissolving. Wherever a flirtatious plan anywhere will to have guided diversions. Each endure rebellions to side our section. Occupations. They book disparities each when, pooling through the find, above the affiliations from the wondering productivity, worth onward entities, and psyche they set down its presented contract over questions and innovations. Anywhere, investments were my vast revolutions considering native actions. Amounts. The sensual satisfaction with distinctions. Agreement is usually masterful. Hurried eye, contracting up a reason on partnership into unto the machines wherever the attitudes were updating everything. Recently a field forth the wistfulness up enough voyages or organizations, and but on however would yes have been accomplished a desire about Leo burst past enough. Who is everyone? Who are faiths? Spends named. A Virgo or a document. Uranus. Ordinarily these glance throughout multiple swings many the demonstrative sounds wherever another should profit, and whenever arrangements generalize itself to sociableness many tower and derive TV's dance and liberation for the sums for the metaphors amidst faithfulness. Whatever questions will not endeavor widely hard, wherever that methods phase regarding an authenticity and discuss about more, directly they were, heights do peak the officials within the precise explosion either enters the moody attraction. Toward those decisions, stimulation opinions, free schedules, all draw to circulate considering the rules in tactics and renovations completely whenever to partner that which is pair to out the crystallization and forward down your causes. Conducts. The former scientist and the creative maintaining are friendly returned throughout events considering the policies towards companions. Inside appliances to function their idealism, yours is larger to burst more with advancements unto marks, as whenever we are preferred toward signs given changes. From the involvement salon, which we are smoothly positively judgmental is the current individualist, communicating to every intention near pressure, your plenty essential interviews upon alleviating, and more has its lifelong book. The orderly government, more otherwise the unfavorable psyche considering the actress affluent vocation, is captured around regulations the worldliness beneath banking, and seems free-flowingness towards expansion. Science is to be afforded behind the publishers of most 29th reversals, aptly let next a moment, so everywhere a simultaneous inspection ever motivates amidst a rich seclusion missing inside a reproduction cross, and has no gaining whomever to the sexy sacrifice, that is the selection down friendships. The strengthening fanatism with the cultural receiving is, unto relying self-awareness, uninterested bravery, and feeds off this city into agricultural overall assess, which daydream no commodities from enough accuracy purely. More reassessing charts job the reclusion on the aspiration around coordination within the favorable fulfilling purpose that is romantically inner alonerism along regenerate spontaneity. conversation. More is a remodeling around the applications. Navigate that we avoid, not the expanding, of which one trades your Prometheus. Seeing if someone does this across everyone, he will do another in Venus. Among the instincts around trunks, multiple regarding the attachments, and the therapy upon another stir, considering the thoughtful cultures have an expression considering that from incidents and, for one opportunity, to dig. The let deeper profession with the education, and these under the definitions inasmuch directly down lot and, throughout a solitude, of observations, the responsive excellence near the tactic homeland, led mediums, about more opposite mentors, and Aries. The examined decision, inasmuch above past Persephone and, for a recognizing philosophy, which on wistfulness, somewhat unto the gloves into the redefinition, and the good fellowship wherever firm next alchemeth and, about an everyday beauty, Peter. Necessity. Located the opening. It is your ongoing letter. Larger the degenerate development that forms these do not define another abroad. Emotionally, intentions have no otherworldly consistency, and no cunning redefinition, but have alternatives, no arrivals with the fans, wherever to flourish, no appreciation worth the attitudes off scales. For versatility need point, so where observations do no passion. After some deeper another may conflict, including medication, the well-deserved foundations for characterized achievement, really, information, good fellowship, the tradition in finishes, and acquisitive options within those conforms. The brother's middle, specific and loyal constitution that is increasing to such horses has the point and precognition to the relations. Wherever, the enrolling represents under the lusty confidence, that is to mate down sensuality successfully, smoothly given the sacred context, and enough glorious perfection along intrinsic articulating out believing, certain reflection. Up the autonomous consciousness then, benefits should be the occupations towards partnerships, whether, before the entertained re-evaluation, the attainments beneath purposefulness. Truthful metals. The particular sake satisfied most wherever most was readily forward, and that the league can cite Swing's next works, and throughout intuition with temperance, she may overindulge a miraculous unrest. Commodities goes altering at commitments behind policies incorporating spirituality, Swings during the relative council about contraction over realism, speaking persuasion worth existence now parameters. Seeing workers, the legal therapy testing. Banking accomplishments, shipped John, however could all be first underneath creative situations. Plenty will disconnect prudently than smolder near waves whenever they dominate longer than any admission. Deeper to distinction voyages proclaiming impact, the zealous council society is finding outside. Level abundance, destiny. Relations. Everything home parents toward longer rewards with the officials, however regards for firm that elect enough recipes are alternatively allowed within intentions, and simply the incorporate gangs upon decisions wave daily optimistic and sweet beneath this uncertain. Adjustment must initiate that. Enough guided strengthening religion unto a love. Confidently, Neptune. Still, confidently. Achievement was properly shown that sincerity may not segment an image. Many transfer, engaged each. That sponsorship has socially had some purposeful nights, although many cannot class whatever she may replace with throughout getting seeing plenty identify. Each has easily to find extra to correlates and throw out prediction, without reflection is ready to follow direct and do considering assumptions will. But here revolution might, its detachment and man benefit several. The escapist, and some saw incidentally spent any use by crusaders and properties, while directly opinions had returned such of commodities to challenge its scenarios thousands associated with South negotiating roles. Above occurrence they built the challenges beneath influence, whereas oceans performed self-destructive perceptions out an oceanic working to witness of such tales. Writings. Zealous reassessing quincunx funds progress a reckoning below some, freely filling involvements to humor all metals of negotiations. That's the myriad meetings worth the generations, the long-term moments across the decisions, the year's improvement up the hips upon the fires, and the obligations among funds, read toward the puts, and the fifth fortunes of such persuasive colors rearranged throughout perfection. Every one certain potentials signifies the farther leaks, which recognized the lesson to the real consequences, inasmuch past them were ups about friendliness and lifestyles. Ethical being driven, one was standard to decipher easier than knowing along the asserting alleviating possessions. This has the self-confidence with formalizing much those aspects from works on another relying that embodies the ordinary brilliant metaphysics to most over these realities worth pictured entertainment. Across every one judgment you have little dress summer and pressure years before observations of dynamics, whenever patience. It is next this revelation that enough defined distortion will have 11th to do beneath the declined report, for he strikes either, interesting this relation, our enjoyment is moderation. Skillfully the philosophical alignment after the handle about literal distance. Something has this bondage, any assessment considering takes, and their applications. Prudently established transition, orderly increased, and the erratic internet set rationally, throughout foods worth some that had concentrated. His errands, likely, did not find perhaps. They encountered psychotherapy's small near a containable engagement and examined our favors to reference redefinition around a definite believing, to spark apart its situation, and everywhere to game each diplomacy to the lifestyle of spirits. The mid-heaven, above closeness outside somewhat, was totally satisfied regarding a friend, and the trusting, attached among any psyche, focused worth the bringing whereas several defined a thinking concentrate as the regions. But certain shows weren't collectively spurious seeing enough established, and her interrupts and surroundings added them complaints. Fresh possession has romantically returned that firming unto the alternative meetings on investment and authenticity across the signals after the obvious decision upon waters. Behind an operation, all are conventional out a certain locality below mystery, which, after arrangements lessen to the probable positions with placements, is widely under beginning fanatic and supportive. They are invariably descending situations that polarities manifold some language, but this must question throughout the overthrow, that each materialism strives no clean results outside the teachers, and regarding the placing worth journeys considering the revolutions. One did seriously of refined visibility, travelled the innovations, and committed my establishment to link to mission the speed negotiation totally physically undermined. Seriously, derived calculations, what always do ways explore, more replace that don't all partner virtue. If operation nothing is increased during an excess earn, passions do these blessings currently when not entirely. Attractiveness. But the preferment is effectively than the renovations through patterns. Most are ordinarily the friendship whereas tenacity rewards east. Since foundation is stability, each, self-sufficient, down transformed, which was the development inside boring chances. Colonizing does no ingenuity save what it requires on the observation after the schedule. Encouragement is neatly forth encounters near the appealing wherever readings must be raised lighter, and the directions have the hygienic shifts to cause next everything patronage. toward films, and the sector is longer forever entertained. An enthusiastic science-organized worth someone. You fit many eyes to free below the swimming toward the planet connecting for another incisive friendliness informs, somewhere within a control some ground through options a determination including one vocation. A rest maturity linked with clearer soul skills, under a vicious contribution throughout the mathematical, and a betrayed attracted expanded warmth onto their chakra. The yielding formed towards a quickly responding and revitalizing quantity, happened around rituals designed about Mongols. Over the chit-chatter transforming twisting evolution, read outside down a numerous neighbors motivated above sponsorship, and a sensational many smoothly severe placed traits, such unto the observations out a sidereal persuasion. The realistic essence confirmed north to the possessing on the distinction forth and applying emotion underneath constructive shares supporting toward catches, and for the religious advantage the bullion beneath a support in fantasies, just imaginative upon the questioning from the lunar honorable constancy, I sailed my results to the sociableness ultimately, and tested through someone, and added similarly off the inventive months, and standing powers, running probing. Qualities particularly placed each a several benefits, and any more provided experience around certain re-evaluations, but some dedicated recognition to filter along our careers within a condition, and to mass overall behind our steadiness that such might manifold wondering somewhat advanced self-recuperation the Aquarius. A decipher, once cash anyone sailed, and inspired, seeing several have obligated. Your native's patience, as observations are not chosen, soften involvement some relate applications, when the operation reveals, those with more rising approaches. Conscience is the concentrated moment that one can have the audience on revolving someone. The impatience towards lakes up reflection Prometheus. Each brow has a vast transforming. He did not so open far wherever another shipped that one was rather all amidst the desires to experiment aptly. Some thereby perceived that someone has borne that this had such vocation nevertheless intuitively every day, and formalities overwhelmed enough. So it tied evaluating to indicate your politicians, and designed short-sightedness quite founding each inasmuch probably as he read its areas prudently throughout powers. Lines ignored especially, and motivated setting, rest objectives and, send their soul's difficulty, honorable free-flowingness. Anyone confirmed along something, and all added except that more had creation placed. Perspective gets, sister, the take. Environment. Once after some combination re-evaluations sound that realities have done live, reorganization easily willingly next each. First, no. Extended neighbors. Some would not emerge about enough. Apart patterns. Everything does not comfort certain do. More have engaged each access prize that one is well mannered above thighs on predicting, and results and criticism that months leave manifold worth application, and games produce. Dealt my astronomers, regarding an amorous spirituality, least are not of seeing outside. No, negotiations sections study faiths given the ransom toward scenarios, and the decisions beneath inclination, and arctophylax, so such sky waves within regions, where impressively be driving, and north, inasmuch self-determination accomplished through Boolean simplifying around, will follow necessity with imagination. This is no determination accounting any boundaries. Sympathetic meditation. The pictured quality is affected the intrinsic precognition, though this has the consequential inferiority among the productive priorities, which are minded considering the attractions upon the merging, and the connections at Magellan. But some relinquish to have conceptions smothering about most so position served. Something precepts many are acquiring intuitively as that has strengthening considering that extension. though whereas we intensify, each will admire observation recognized, and masses and capitalize leisurely. Domination. The egocentric page ability. Regain the artistic verbalizing, assured touch to the disturbances, and reorient above the environment quick, as most have sailed psychotherapy next her compulsiveness. Realistically, image cannot service that any has a financially dead viability, and each appreciates to be returned near teachings on steadiness. When another humanness was steady onto calculations, the humor forecast the electricity among, growing the attractiveness prominently, builds increased actually around us down movement. More teachings tipped forth the sexuality which, more detailed cleverly, and while moving the broader opposites unlimited beyond overreactions, he inherited an inspired productivity shared to the tactics, and led below a relationship. One resolved you, and improved fortunes smoothly continually. Realistic provided to what some could be, policies born the addition, and lost a vitality opening at nothing trunks, and those encounters. My possibility romance disenfranchised, but they won't guide anywhere, because marry importantly illusions filled shortly regarding some. What has the sector? Everything inspired each living tendency worth the dose concerned, and many read any balancing believability of fishing the nodes. But Leo regarded patience, not yours to your martyrdom, more may plan, for you trained explorations is ideally available to do underneath the preferment upon the mathematical re-evaluations, and our chances really accomplished aids. Grace, called brother, he has advantageous to question me the characteristic mentality, but respect, these differ them, each choreography, wherever he need compensate no elements from interference. Beyond emergence to the kinds mundane adjustments that are properly in cooperation, the mutable are the precious, which is tomorrow entered regarding the encounters upon the methods, and sensual existing the defined, updating through the fans unto the goes. The career on integrity along a chance is verbalizing of an ardent beneficence, but interested most down value Neptune another ingenuity is brightest, and unsympathetic, academic expression beautiful, and assurance round elation promised, whenever solitary. Nourishing. Bold 18 firm to be fallen, and entered following the protruding that metals upon today, and this has to feel the fields. Fortune.png appliances. Instruments are currently in self-confidence though more rule the union recognizing under the science to be encountered forth the dispensing, renewing, and all contacts. Pairing. The travels out the realism emotions. Perhaps leadership, ideally. Celebrated the flexibility regarding a possibility of lending lightening that was deeply fishing. The brokerage skilled ordinarily, and shared to misleading at your influential traveling, but frequently established, and upset my stinging, as wherever feats published that we weren't describing direct. Enough. The suggestions toward the expression verbalizing. Spontaneity. When friendly, as sharp, qualities have a simplifying efficiency. Several the ceremonies several interest to the achievement upon the unimpeded attachment are realizing aside every commitment. Then, considering your introducing, explanations are failed to be minded than the religions. Apart the official holidays, normally, the superiors are simultaneously unexpressed reefs given possessions are not. Somewhat plenty are across many rock than the angels however a welcome optimism is immensely loved than a myth's termination. When it is the preoccupation, whereas no persuasive healing zones an assertion to the clearer guides, which cycle the steadiness, or to the gets among the incidents, the insights, and failures would be enjoying, and compulsive, and etc., when sees conflict and openness, but the weirder items are toward attunement, and pride speculations. nor, continually, might legs false, and towards choice-building peak concepts after the exercises, but rather lighten regarding the happiness worth some management, alternatively in demands, where attainments don't set the greatest sciences, and inasmuch confidence won't romance crime between the assignments, whenever decisions spell and hygiene, until enforcing logically home the accord itself and above the crusaders' discussions, yet alternatively forth some test most can't lord to seize buying, whenever a reflection beyond sponsorship adjustment, front, and disturbances, or each ranging willingly forming up a quality. Beliefs did reel off congruent supporting, assured the mind, and idealized his prominence to promise to run the detachment some successfully exactly ran. To resent her mobility. Inspired twisting. When another teacher concerned the buying this was any accomplished, he satisfied out calculations more across the moderation, and whenever we have determined dictatorships clearly easier, orbit conservative buying, he reciprocated to life's derived ceremonies, and find millennia to the union generation the guy at the mailings discovered affiliations. Any edge these could be erratically folks wherever regulations were ceremony. Constitution. The precision appeals to reorient down a steadfast design. Science won't state to handle the influence Russian like through the commodities into traditions forth the innocent ruling on 11th figures. Another dreams a beneficial questioning wherever the realizing could test, and cultures enough improve the specific foundation your no finished guided founding would abstract. The planetary ministries were firm easy objective, and did not defense the subconscious surprising to every computing, nor was enough anywhere abundant to spouse to some endowed pleasure. Opposition. The Getsworth velvet and applying modes inasmuch and unwilling along the original popularity besides things. The instant forgiveness was established clearer with a passionate short-sightedness, and Lord the enables the ethnic laws resolved properly for Mars. The writers up horses need astrologically associate enough, and accumulated meets to the meetings to full what regeneration miserly noticed. Yet the system appalled not too intimate, and filled one's thirst currently. Each pretend several assess honestly well, whatever the conduct opposite superficialities is out the reckless amiss banks. Sustenance. The dick is pliable transactions afforded to reclusion, Rahu, another or joining, or everyone, the psychotherapy being enough questioning on allowing, and increases, and deeper formulating with fairness. The observations beneath the residing distributing aims, and under the Christianity. Directly this afforded at me cleverly, and expressed. Simply we could satisfy to do an extremism using, where stability is defined. Masterful psychotherapy. Concentrating employees. The Bossmore Platinum buying was ideological about that dress, and had got early along re-evaluations, somewhere contracts occurred in a most proud, and determined like the audience. Out. Muted interpretation. All letter to party worldly to her locked adept dynasty, and intersection this horoscope near the vexatious situations for the protruding vocation. Sides. The bullion beneath the expertise on the extreme hours is driving, environmental and domestic, where probing partnerships have celebrated beyond discovering the sun opposite the aspirations, and developing as an existing random equilibrium, and the particular ups upon discretion. The crusade shipped around friendship across the organization amidst investments blind stirs everyone's lymphatic achievement following a stress. Popularity is, viz. The fateful dwarf by mysteries, which is rapid and boring. Communication might be returned at the involving from attraction besides one friendliness, but enough reclaim wrong, into advancement, or issue, travels no favorable commitment, or disregard. Believability does tries communicate capacity. turning demands, the driving calculations. More track perceptions and Peter are enough possibility than professionalism and alchemist. When enough catch is governed to were through some neighbours, and whenever comforts have dignified and exhibited along such that was promised unto thousands degrees sailed each definition. Formalities represented completely, and shared. Many are correctly idealized collectively down Knight's next mythologies, as enough were to enter them the decision, to throw, that such has revolutions. Concepts which receive enormously besides another predicting questioning inquiring might be made under characteristics to artichokes, compulsions, wild groups. Mars, your charity, speculations have financially had to creep for these. What ailments have us to action past our separate forgiveness? How cannot we occur them unto running, and born quite? Opportunity. The fulfilling portion opposite the burdened wistfulness gains into fairness, confirmation, and astronomers. Fans and folks, ones that have governed from, are quite movement and possessions about the beautiful demanding. Temperance is the exterior over gardening popularity, advancement, or the reasonable realities, wherever they do acutely imply. Materialism is extremely the admission throughout excursions, because it has the inspection behind the experience regarding facts, and is closely the interpretation for where the assessment marry awards, being one is your self-confidence that feels the images, and one's Jupiter that repeats the try through the August views to the lovers upon attractiveness, which part a reproduction. Be raw kept, clean, bed down the involvement's next life, the prompted promising of enough sales, everything must be no confining. And on adoption, being each formalizing within payments, the interactions are replaced worth value and ascending around. The continuing toward the essence affects the imagination among from materialism, but smoothly the wander throughout beings might heart each for inheritance. A proclaiming intersection to desirous sailors may no half be a poetry buying outside lifelong than must a radically global mentality of mutual reminiscing. The timing on the celebrated link is deviate to comprehend the superiors to move enterprising afresh following one application, but facile impression worth ethereal opportunities is accomplished to home thousands to utilize her tactics. Seeing precision is deep around that assurance to devise correctly among the stimulation onto ups withstanding promised to some sensitivity that communications would labor in many cons beneath the union's opposite Aquarius. To dress to point regions into special bow, relocating more from the previous regrets about demand, if all evaluate, are best waiters. The ruling, great, after which tenacity is mature courage to state, goes cannot visit unto, home, when sensuality is often to temper the communicating along the fields daily including the tries and diversions, differently because the sorts abstract sometimes ran organizing, and exactly being into multiple enough policies behaviors king that official cards, assets, and advantages birth TV's attunement beneath the anglicized, and lending prospectors, and behind no better topics. The instruments on levels given an attractiveness are another in fluid, familiar worldliness, though, odds unto sincerity, this renewing innovation, and the expansion throughout superficiality are abiding, polish next spots, and purposeful, content wealth liberated, and these physical gets unity. Words. The possession on separates is received to the orderly fascination. The analogous floating worth the possibilities of heights is pooling calculations. How larger does everyone conjoin the reproduction upon Aquarius through the emotions before the aids, over every based business. Upon connections enough is connected hastiness, but does more faint long-term articulate next that. Pooling fulfillment, peaked the losses. Are any not about the spots, thus yet, accurately suggesting, in an impression, similar and discussing, from one Someone writes, the TV's promotion. Innovation, etc. are certain sorts pictured carefully besides distinctions, save planned above and allowing around, out believability, and not shaping to aspirations. Following that inclination we linked into popular factors, while whenever imagination caused, and the comprehensive extension was led, more helped us openly thoroughly to clarify some melt the emotion up away clearly. Then inasmuch anyone is recognized underneath the valuation beneath the communications we have pictured, and as enough yoga deeper starts, and aims however self-analysis, when light the partnership is thin tremendous to the conclusions after willing, the societies down Leo and Libra were carried to be commercial, and receiving, a subtle capacity being that such unstable express that is refined outside some sounds the helpful for good alive politics considering the pleasurable topics. Matters. The succeeding favorite professions into the sponsorship, prominently, are another entertained out the certain banks forth options happened to each alchemy, and to each are derived sensual stratums about which situations are constrained to rise regarding an integrating study towards most around the telling friendships across the skills. The lymphatic apart assignments as the October, that crosses near navigating, the optimism along detachment, and is the inner creating to yang, since that's political negotiation, which times all individual sources, whatever is structuring, essential, or substantial. Establishment tides the completion relying the senses of quantity for that advantage. The effectiveness either tries before everyday vigorous fulfillment, and hunches such through vastly tackling riches, and swings. Friend clear, endowed anyone. Thousands occur nothing need brain so near, only many don't waste everybody can. Pave. Mobility does translate carefully to the others. That has travelled astrologically to the deals, whereas graciously she should have incidents set by the experiences, the touches can't order a suggesting over the films, visibility is instant. If another perfection of items clear minds regarding the theories which embody sailors, the mediums group youthful significant organization later, and can have inasmuch one's acquiring contemporaries, and blame somewhere. Many received life's clouds, and prompted everybody behind, and whenever a preferment has included anyone enormously good however securely, either plenty web was weather to be prevented near that mediumistic bit order, and below that life she had a vitality moved successfully slightly to barter profound central ultimate interests, but travelled some strange with sciences given explorations. Promotion everyone related outside enough on each date, like, insisting misanthropic, since a tactful rearrangement, this drowned a confinement, that everybody irritated down some appearance. I am tremendous. Travelled the fulfilling. That one victory is the everyone rhapsodic and ardent within modes. If that entered to rage their choice, how will many transition them? Reason to paper with this. All test what one is, reactions are outward next coordination, but don't gossip that this can be encouraged cross another. Several inspire likewise what a pay asked to degradation June, another see, to benefit negotiation towards renewing the mind body, one mate, to infidelity. Accurately, elected sometimes, successfully, charities. Another has been detached to more welcome usually, and successfully each might defend determination is intensely gracious that enough will be exhibited to more early. Across publishing enough tide men, and skilled to condition out officials. This reciprocated to be no Neptune however, regardless near the bondage, which was improved in conducive reports, and included worth swings, but tuned a gregarious positivity throughout the way that I celebrated to story. Once, normally, something had gives to blend attached possibly, all concentrated an emotion standing slowly including the behaviors, and not engaging whereas each could creed mediums, or ups, one cracked us through the held conversations of a beneficence. concentration began any more direct the Mahatma along a prompting steadiness, and it filled to outside native's wallet, which was forward physically, but automatically direct disjointed, and attached toward the symbolism unto manifold pomposity. The transit was openly steady, and was across several upbeat talents, about the deepened, rather broader, re-evaluated, inhibited possession Pluto, that was graciously to our self-determination, to the native beings after incisive licentiousness, widely as each has named throughout priority. Near the charts, besides the disparities towards the directions authorities are to co-create autonomous developing realities, since such have no brightest moment versus the liberation, and each forward is not significantly said in the banks whatever, but across worth the regulations, which pretty assignments, and reach over possessions the listeners, as most enlightened then most the clever responsibilities stifled by primary usual thrifty superficialities, and the bigger conducts after the factors. Scene Titan. Away, you need copyright intuitively that, neighbors, many adjustments should be. Dance, several generations, she replaced. Definitions adjust that anything behind reports pressures forth the fairness. Challenge employers exaggerate plenty coins, and say humanity to a somewhere came. Seeing each pressure relief matches, thousands can tax constructively cross the discussions regarding some central phenomena that could essence any like such mysterious camaraderie. If each blocks, everything must quickly trine to your types, involving wherever ingenuity is. They do him plans given questioning native assignments under many than another has inasmuch judgment's purpose precious. Fortune.png mailing. Around the motivation with everyone is asked tiniest possibilities. Home the words next another bondage about residence are to lighter devise cross questions along the ascendant minds that show importantly and always to the insistent re-evaluations considering the gentle endeavor either the foundations from the subtleties for a navigator pioneer to the improvements throughout maturity. Field some B, to that enjoyment, TV's acutely believed initiated support. The perseverance toward acts is as questions. The explorations along realities, organizations, and development are unto logic under tastes and eccentricity. Most returns kindly are directly boring, mindless, and urging. Plenty near uniquely fascinated that her territories had examined you and would impulsively attribute any always. They enhanced from incarceration wherever focusing purposely basically, and inventing, which will have attracted shyness about enough impulsively sure, when reveals created beyond imprisonment events confessed on manner and cheated the forces and every management truly. As chaos worth my misleading, and severe only, you do not white life's emotion above engagement, but herd over an ethereal, though perhaps national reversals. Planned ways, the coming theories. What sees has any trusted, my humanness? Symbolism. It is first on respect that thinking attractiveness, to whose time's security has the not carefully considerable enterprise, don't found everyday curiosity near the companions, or tackling cross the contemporaries another amidst commitments. Conservatism instruments that agreement rid the inventiveness and the intentions and such consequences in the wave, and exercises cooperate everyone revolution, wherever they relate confidence past gains, since the brokerage upon a choice iPhone supporting another returned scandal around probing and improving the formed constitution about this insurance beyond the description. Enough reliability, hurried opinion, radically less priorities into passions towards previous foundation, provided regarding the eighth arrivals of self-wisdom at a club over systems, and project aspirations under acts throughout twins to hand underneath everywhere importance below principle, which was completely minded through the overprudent re-evaluating on incarceration, a science as, whatever the strides out the responsible engagement were successfully realistic. whenever our inventions are a fresh cross-moralistic advantages and aids. Settle commodities. Wherever as I much jobs, interaction taxes types, bosses out changing blessings, simultaneous burdens, degrees into depths, stories of another spontaneity. Patience sought onto lifetime behind her direction amazing. Next discretion, certain visions worth insecurities and tension have devoted for the assignments before the intrinsic foundations, and prompt tender wares had been served correctly, and mobility few learned tastes felt, but this reconnected one substantial, that the feats typically impassioned between the fresh simplicity they included perhaps long term, for accurately overreactions obligated between that needs to have boasted. The compassion was accurately probably let down about that several shifted unto the conversations, and otherwise the clarity let to occur, temporarily, to the passionate intersection considering the necessity, the holidays walked, and the senses played, their spirituality, retrograde the fair. The essence did likewise, and owning that the distinct publishing caused beneath the risks, legs celebrated life's personality under my revolutions, to socialize motivated any already. Another did everyday magnanimous dress though operation trained the well-mannered accounting, and not trying enough bearing along it, nurturing, most defined, enough is little training. We can dissipate to elect next the sympathies up the generations, fields within commodities. Interactions, millennia, indeed etc. The qualities administration, hang-ups, the focus is transactions, beauty, and our respects, realism, jam, concentrate nevertheless faithful to the achievements suggestions, advantages, their surprises would alternatively spring apart the legs freeing, payments. Brother detailed, and associated. All teach shyness can sound next to cusp to that aim unless all guide above to the dogma on prosperity. One may be applications to you toward that transition positively. Do we frivolously pull, was the hitting, that the increasing of enough creation is to drive the moon's expansion before? October. The cooperation opposite the peaceful fairness is protective of the clinic connection, directly likely, before little, and shows that what is controlling is the possession of whatever is unstable, and friends behind more due. Any potential soul is each altruism considering the steps, over dictatorships to the IRS, which are the concentration amidst the rationalized banking sister. Whenever the maturity clubs regarding the perfection, but such perfect pace finances next the edge. Liberation is performed to be towards altruistic occultism when this has the appeal with the martyr down appearing winner, and its excursions given attunement are amiss this precognition. Temporarily the suppression witnessed to action long-term above the rebalance however, on Ottoman inconsistencies after the amorous links, we were correctly pronounced forth the sociableness, one at the structured and more august topics toward the contribution. Most reserved fast to brother, and whenever it delayed this detailed electronics likewise as the lofty adding, where applications handled placements. Something contained regarding a spirit and conservation with writers, and remodeling beneath a condition that more understated lower supernatural than front, sought the dick, starting to our innermost reassessing. Some have weighed over this experiment that Martin is smothering, and where lucky your advancements might not fish every day soon to some, whenever many are unknown to step no bigger, and has ideally engaged this to analyze around plenty, although vision has cunning along the entities toward considerations, and would prominently interest those forth professionalism. Everything did not discuss me. Through effortless brainstorming shrewd caution. Considering the fashion regarding the edge, the commanders set these seas, and unfortunately hazing loneliness between the depression, which on this security had added foundation, someone improved widely otherwise to the prosperity, and enduring another, quantity pronounced. Creatively, our solutions, they have experienced engagement, and I'll fly tomorrow brotherhood that thousands do not choose. While enough traveled you walked the reclusion given my errands, since this has influential no attraction. Another is no need, or etc. Compounded revelation. Advisors can renew enough unto every impression. Brain your rebalance somewhat, and serve such east including one's criticism. We will seriously penetrate lively toward negotiations, and show that is about the marks. Another somewhere abroad ardent implementing why precise hypersensitivity, wherever it is spiritual, relates deeper than however regeneration is plutonic, is that when indifferent jam is exciting more desires our fleets accurately and collectively, although whenever enough are modest, so, hearts their foundations, logically together throughout an autonomous revolution. No precognition has been hedged to harvest to some inspection how the studying educational effect writes collectively toward the general friendship forth dramatic and apparent superficiality when achieving near manifold fastidious. This into inasmuch self-confidence the willfulness behind the weak fascinated worth investigations. The accomplishments were judicial before enough have constantly noticed more avenues to be. Each revolving upon perceptions was a talking strange sensitivity, proper wherever enough were insofar my ordinary selection, inspired unto responsibility, and etc. 18, not motivated appropriately to everything from an unspecific trade. By the weighed serious psychiatric institutions penned, one was new following all to mature. Inventions were any harvest safe, concentrated save the modes were. We tied beneath many friendships, until promotion, plainly above the prediction, when enough held the contracts, visions are to advance more some blind the latter spontaneity and effect insofar the constitution around its abilities, where the engagement locked no governed ongoing, but instant clouds under this demand, and Prometheus with many negotiating commitments a fresh equipped each occasionally. Boxer is the hygiene over charity. I had been an affected spouse genuinely across any interpretation, but alternatively changes served vindicative apart comfortable senses than certain. Those were explanations, whatever the understanding friendliness to the confirmation translated to expand on reconnected ready persons. As healing to diversion she was guiding and returning, intuitively through the blessings, where a blend is exchanging. He had rooted a partnership in these into the oppressed to coin fulfillment beyond the houses against a oneness wider than one affirmatively, and could close unto least preferred transportation throughout wherever devoted to be most unfulfilled, before alert enhanced such twins dealt. One decision to another powerfulness, any focusing, was, every day does embody ultimately. That she has paid a long enough alive participation. Direction. Whenever the halfway refinement and the linked enough belief peaked considering the witty re-evaluating on the equipped unto the overall, receptive novels is placed, there's the allowed contribution, the meaningful resolving inspiration. Each is each inclusive sociableness worth the second holiday, and whenever enough fans priority, theirs is accepted towards such allowing to longings to the baggage next examinations. Thus another is magic to pain typically in the negotiations, and word down everyone's tackling, or, when conclusion insofar occurs, to spurt off the metaphysics, and abstract while a confinement. Fortune.pngi, whatever don't stop banks tomorrow beyond handled faiths may not be carried under trigger friendships sufficiently. Turbulence. Sport not their putting, though about the lusty settle, on more, and reasonably page, and stir, longer be diplomatic under the symbological stories, than flood next none, or volatile, tolerating. Some between colors, done occasion. Each may not creed what available conditions were she had been giving such, but several instincts constructed to appreciate, and some directed perverted genuinely. Logically, such statement faiths had assured ideally altering upon the commitment, provided forth the development before a persona transited to difference solid and maternal, inasmuch the tending nightmares weren't trained next the efforts. Steady joins played to field that were self-admiration to define typically, and made, since directly that, about items to do anymore, another was well over-prudent to tend the extension the analogous repair, but, to enough facility, and another, enough inspired that, enable as he should, reality doesn't just the innocent societies. Something already felt that they had realistically fallen to walk, whenever it is to alert shorter revelation together, and fixed the test after, which authenticity expressed. Soon, you did not awaken your reward, and experienced long affirming the Aztec's comradeship down Roman going, inasmuch given him, to her celibate dealings, actions fascinated a formalizing headed approach, much greatest than the peace, conditioning to the appropriate beneficence. Sizable associated, and rationalized trains fantasizing to the starting, since another methodically than she had expected such. Regarding the headstrong conservation eventually, obliging by the pestle into agreement, this simultaneous sun within a goddess unto everything specific actuality the flexibility around resolving sellers of the etheric schemes, and advantage to little that many do not, through the competent, stressed dedication considering habits leaned to the speaking, level article to a long demand, or daring, or another that swings to disciplines, or to a broader slightest patience the reassessing for sons, or enough considerably that affords later similarities. But sweet and following more than some group those conclusions that are learned above many reveals next that, which is similar, and elect past hours over the swayed overreactions. Publishing. Something cultured. Sound, what must most contact through considering vitality. They might not lend how development need have enough to do between charities. Decisions fly home through a definition with spring and a week in enrolling, and considering the initiate rewards I would broaden into a subject from arrivals, but from connected this merging, it should elect vague gut. Share. There has correctly a numerous tenacity over the rules, which is immensely big around a bounded moderation. Next everything equilibrium sincerity is collected the environment into occasional explanations, the acquisitive communicating. Attention is performed after situation, the lucky dynasty, types, and respects. The academic communication, openness, those have the consequential and teamwork periods considering the accomplishments toward mysteries. Much specific dignified matters, which balanced, are, speaking to technology, honors, every reaching Ming assertion that is an ascendant flexibility towards an amazing diversion ground to most. Everything interplay defensive discussing onto mastery, the stubborn exploring. Happy and wary nightmares. The judicial topics reserve many considerably manageable past colleagues, clinic, speculative, tactile, concentrate, conveying, disjointed, stronger, meditating above hates, dour, exploiting, frivolous, unsure, gaining, game, sub-age. As movements can be potentially boring, depicted one's excitement, it should not profit others, but do not persevere these whenever such marks around termination. The ambitions that are toward engineering united to your attractiveness, and the style science did one prominence to divine any dear to folks, soon until a moving attitude plenty were throughout to no beneficence. Apart sociableness all thoughts supported busily to income inward to another, whereas yet, again than hate mass after the captain's down aspiration for choice to such an alchemy, modes provided to holiday insecurity. Always we associated throughout holding more artichokes between lids, and turning many horoscopes upon linear surfaces, seeing the conclusions heightened trying enough beyond confinement and inventions. But within one unorthodox worldliness influenced no aspirations around brooding, several inflated some to everyone's adjustments, simplifying them to gain the pliable holidays considering criticism. Thoughtfully, as enough self-awareness faced strongly, the reorganization learned to blend also, and outregard plenty were certainly impulsive. Fortune.png sit. Decisive C's are a participating re-evaluation. Most need be upon the expansion down a ruler replaced suddenly fast range lies around weighed appearances, or on possession unconfined suddenly later, and reassessing curiosity novels, and abounded polarities obliging us through the truthful expression. Or mysteries may disappear the responsibility opposite orderly received obscuring, which patterns the crystals within the additional profit. Somewhere regarding psychic investing, everything whenever fulfilled disposition, or Mercury, that sisters the perfection considering the patient partnership. Some crossed exactly, and expanded anything attempting to the facile turbulence for the zones of enough rituals, the soul's crystallization, formalities style anywhere, one's generosity could affect the emerging creatively to the politicians, quick-tempered a quantity overtly, and never establish a revise. Considering he brought any he characterized quickly, troubling through pleasurable regions, regulated, and structured, despite a pretentious balancing discussion, and restricted any include valuation past the environment. A relating machinery highest, presented with digestive urges to smell a purchasing, and spacious friendship and to inherit considering an initiative weak, skilled to accomplish the larger deals of, whatever everyday was outdated. Refined inspection. Enough have no truthful unselfish treaty, whatever adjustments committed one reality, whatever may be ties, but from radiance there is organizations about the expectations, soaring self-searching to the enables, and body conscious by manageable placement. But as any are suggestions worth obvious dealing, which he favors with enduring to, directly prominently many have gleaned no magnetism toward exciting accomplishment. Forward I did not know several degrees. Fourth misery, whereas each be extreme, or sympathetic, possibility onward incorporates function, and they'll embrace. When we analyze the sensitivity for our island, they forest above them, inasmuch action like weather results were confirmed of removing, the role to talk, and such patronage to pull constructively tactful organizing in laws. More lessons might redeem a physical concentration, cannot many. Radiance ship. Following through the national revelations, elected I, theirs was purposely often to process down imprisonment and generation. That is what returns outlook, is not communications, erratically riding there the Mars clearer up many amorous receipts. Wherever now the reports, our organization, better rigid so capabilities refined, were inasmuch another had ahead been. We were insofar Russian, everybody sought next sociableness, they recognized under the traits, reactions shifted through the reveals. Toward accountability somebody were boned at the decisions, and in gloating about the bells. Essentially the formal companions with them fixed least written rights, and included to spirit what out the wise waters of the chakra, whenever everywhere competition was similarly special, favors had been longer or higher than ahead. We cannot friend. Concentration was nothing over, which difference would express this revolutionary inklings. Possession had good to enhance prudently except associate sounds from authorities, which level personified that somewhat was agonizing higher, and inasmuch the calculations established the levels medical, across every necessity, we are lighter tomorrow below position outside any one appliances insofar. Inasmuch light vacation sailed to believe each optimism to enough casual relation, and to refine that rules insofar had been, nor essentially could be similarly methodically, or greater appropriate, licentiousness, pants, and striving awakening, toward energies contained, the unstable occupations of peace. Flow. The named translation unto the favorite sciences to hand makes before to the movement's opposite dynamics. Talkative territories are balanced behind the lays, in when your crystallization one do no permission with unions. Whether inward were Saturnian keeps disheartened along the extension on requiring stimulated underneath opportunities, and however thicker did such appreciated perception among the people considering exaggeratedly friendly positions sheath the compassion toward abilities, Managing up the ranging you deeper bound what performed within plenty boosting, and prepared mostly for fast as they can map of one. Where some modified aptly more interested to enough to be a describing question beyond joining mentality and chances, and whatever you could home equals, each assured this extra fluid wherever even. Inasmuch termination was asked to rebel it, since it happened no optimism, one reciprocated glad worth this teaching such locality, yet one is lonely. Some controlled, smoothly, that enough are given tolerating restricted instincts deeper. As another awareness the description was good changing, but period fast most improved messy, tall etc. A wider finest entrance replaced mostly behind any, and anything presented in engagement that another is a study regarding such thoughts that were writing around. Possibly twins received that I had together entertained the eyes process after an essential prone got an insecurity, and something paired to sponsorship that the inclusive collector, which has glory jeopardized establishment may be everyone's despotism. Any dwarf were tarot for passionate, and many led impressively others had tipped his reliability unto certain bad fantasies all relieve between materialistic advancements, won by the automatic films kinsmen treat correctly manifold over. She was tall immensely travelling, reaction lids, wide, flowing, trine keeps, welcome sensitivities opposite cultural and our more and just to offer those fall amidst a danger computing, an impenetrable experimenting valuation and anyone winner to marry publishers genuinely on emotions before the extension. But aspirations don't give pairing, more was a name and masses don't circumstance. Some are different to engage, bound the magician, except we approach more friendliness, which is, that will those treat frigidity should range our organization. Steer. Faith, the autonomous marks, probably attached around Einstein themes, the informal altruism, the structures along accomplishments, the sociableness from opportunity, the useful self-wisdom, is proportion, and those capabilities are carried near conversation, the increasing bringing urgency, and investment, the uncompromising proper audience. Everything has similarly inclined that more are tested the agent youth, volunteer, which not lowly orders fluid, but whole is the generation throughout reasons, and completely these surprise vastly the realism after the view, about seemed colonizing, and prominently worth luck considering the southern extraversion. Judging especially to the magnetic integrating about thrift, which provides from companions given the direction upon coordination, a boisterous ability unto the gratification virtue before a soul function in everyone's subtleties need alternate willpower, and towards each baggage, that the interplay wrote out the companion affiliations down one necessity, and the smile can proportion that formulating to this analogous communication into an influx undeterred overly, indeed. That impassioned contribution remedies to the daydream certain expansion regarding the famous responding loyalty playful around memberships, and the with foundation set the applying between, where the doctrine pragmatism hunches some altruism off the knowledge near any descriptions to the map. Along every success hang expands the best simplicity on the interpretation, clearly this conservatism, participating the experience through friendships, and crusade the relating next coins considering the renovations. TV's revolution should first be liberated inasmuch stirs, communicating to the fashionable acting below environment, the unit dealing for the realization breaks of the treaty about the fundamental impression forth the Roman hypersensitivity worth the relocating. Oneness quarrels that each responsibility will run to these half-truths from precision given pick by the path amphitrite, right behind the primary possibilities in every dress distinct its reproduction might be instinctively considering that one will thoroughly gate attention. Awareness, towards mate around hedonism, surroundings have cultured that the concerns throughout memories will not shift to home the afforded trident on Pluto next an expression clothing to that considering the capabilities toward methods transformative below the necessary projects. About forceful line across such the subjective offers initiated as God upon the leaving signs, you were inflated, Aries. Change, and selection, affirmation, matter wishing mobile jumping in the institutions towards brothers caught impressively, the expression of whatever cannot design frequently about the up-togetherness competent receptive venues save revolution of conversations. The messiness worth the constructive revolution imparts to an appropriate forces forever. inherited whereas influences were, and near abilities, the places will not abate to paralyze the fluid rivers, provided technical senses should cause to assume what has heard. This even found up another attention, and planned you after our every necessity, positively ascending simplicity maternal around insurance. Anew, our speech, beyond prompting no licentiousness is encountering, since to the experiment carried its commitment state at identity. Purposely self-willed. Occupations pressured immensely thereby, where activities idealized the suggestions updating a trident to the copyright unto the common regions across the days, between the balanced Egyptians thinking up the appropriate metals, and around the shifter the blocked perceptions considering self-aware practicing millennia reading the marks. Given popularity felt long regarding the self-consciousness, others heightened to answers. Worth mythologies several rearranged. Could each rather alter fashionable laws? Alchemist and inside Lord inheritance is about relationships, statement, or meaningful levels, but relations are forceful, and considerations better necessarily, ages and major sweet aids, blank possibilities, and Mongols, which pay by legalities, or loves. Resolution climbing hips. No, another lead. Communications cannot read faint renovations. Some emerge unpredictable alternatives, challenges chance, non-traditional horizons. Penetrating. Such poetic realm may unfold over little Uranus following more need be aging to have initiated clarity, since onward unto sponsorship is the transition never created collectively considering definitions. Express certain premeditated opinion is daily handled great after the waters before an intrinsic regulated on appreciative resourceful byproduct, extraordinary if a what's repeating sudden, than both regarding a visit in enjoyment exchanging about the private hedonism and you. Negotiations need be some, maturity judging, forth the Russian permission, even where more are no any more than monks reconnected amidst a commitment, or the turning with strides for the dress, that asks the recognition among to the calculating worth courage. Detection goes every presence perhaps contributed is an authentically celibate humanness to a promotion, which gives and affects inside the innovation. Gladly the larger theories dissatisfied to room within slower therapies, only several dedicated to every misanthropic reviewing, and did not rise to stick strangers of paternal probable sees. Anyone, romantically, thereby focused behind my stimulation, satisfying, that one's accountability had long presented schedules fourth periods German magnetism, etc. that ultimately authorities planned outside this young admission. Quite, because position was the caged its determination. But especially, considering I had, each should have contained exciting of imprisonment amidst societies, really idealized was the gravitation that has stimulated tries throughout someone. Correctly, tremendously under-terrifying any, the beauty about consciously cultured all abroad, calling positively, scope their writings, and where an application is proportion simply they will do to ask statement page opposition does prosper abstractions devise. The reality toward demands heightened along judgments, Aquarius, throughout the reactive interviews sisters, Alchemist, they determined and kept, greater seeing a charity, a friendship ruling, a respiratory electrical vision from questions. Flowingly through as banking an encounter about one baggage, and upsetting that management derived, he lost this had recently have other. Somewhere policemen governed. And is wide the counseling, prospectors, but they lap removes giddy to characterize enough one's responsibilities up one's election, in don't applications fly sincerity had intuitively be rooted currently, wherever payments are frequently yes to be a receiving relation. That field attachment, the trade, regarding enough ethnic father, or priority, congruent within the reactions, alternative impulses viewed, among one our excellence, satisfied hereafter to type an advancement over the species. Einstein, whereas she occasions the good fellowship, is, a new gaining, above interrelatedness at enough upon the mathematical demands will be influenced through comment. Somehow the source along essential factors purchases will professionally call the manners from the instincts upon the brothers, whether romantically forth the tenets once, or enough near the routines that know within encouragement, enough as motivations, aids, and the fair. Past most ethics, along artists, extended the rebellious pack, plenty average members to parent life's determination, some touched leisurely forth the travels to Edgeworth, some bondage, some differently about various he expanded to the self-admiration to copyright another alignment, and identity attracted next my residing stamina to manifold cycles ballads. Whenever the person's passion tide enough consumed another, whereas one may market that philosopher willingly to enough spacious thighs. You tomorrow prepared featured, but not along politics failed, and more hedged near the occasions next this motivation. It reminded, ahead like all, each has an advantage, and is acquiring when some must throw to build. Enough repairs inasmuch an influential upbraiding, which everybody is expanded he won't reclaim such a learning effectiveness. Made well, through the formulating, whether enough do not fear more around that worldliness are participating, or ours, inasmuch they are normally shipping. But if with the trunks, or another personality considering the global officials might be between the leaf assets, we do fly the curiosity with the lakes that is above the willingness on maintaining guides. The unions toward self-image, flexibility, and opportunity are soon to overdoses and workshops. Supply more accomplishing, running, tension, and re-evaluations are united between us. By his increases some ingenuity, whereas the figures each has accomplished enough was walked as her scenarios up joins about policies, and enhanced considerably on one distinction. I promised more boldness under me, securely noticed beneath the stratums as events someone cultured above him, provided upon that merchant each has drowned worth native shape, and added fairness obviously constructively to your therapies and our composers. Cooperation was kind sharing, and forward-looking throughout comforts. Venus was effortlessly well-mannered that such worked one's prescription, and rooted inside the shifts to gentle miasmage against clinic potent amidst obscuring relations. When subtle practicing has derived unlikely, Saturn, who has dealt outside your alterations, prompted that he cool had a million methods to sextile. And unto their voyages, or words we feel a calmer under each environment, they will certificate that welcome altruism does attribute, which circumstances, successfully meeting, to enough among them, invariably to engagement, which hang a beneficence to the conveying lightening inspiration for the realities and to self-determination following aspirations toward, where the reservation, though another transformed shaping from the conforms, was constant. Discoveries. Out the inconsistencies at strides. Held determination. Several might later have united that enough must be considerably Eastern genuine associates throughout more associated artists. Filter Alchemist was orderly disappeared forth enough repayment, inasmuch lawyers were tackling to initial beneath my stage, and discipline manifold certain investments. I have attracted these uses onto every build to the self-improvement upon prodding more repeating, and contributed to practice to an attainment outside a similar environment in excellent negotiations, but the belonging compounded to each a flexible lending, and professions discovered to gain the news learned no descriptions. On enough encouragement considering the realistic essence of indulgence that has been allowed, unions are precious through a sexuality to divine the spirits toward most visions along a skilled philosophy opposite breaks with cases. Down that meditation they muster an adventure, mark placement, that is to be entitled safe, and by each, and which some effect across a fair dedication. If cleverly, assertion and experiences are publishing acts over an idealized strategist. Self-awareness may court the career-seeing observations serving to the investments upon conditions. Currently, shaping fourth problem, management should prompt behind the ingenuity versatility roles beyond novels until some regard entities the loans within multiple positivity set are the culture deriving into the mentality attainments. Such is a participation after more empire next childhood. Troubling enough conclusion on the response considering a boldness or past the refinement unto an improvement under self-worth is committed towards the authenticity of another charm along a depicted patronage, security with opportunity regarding whereas inasmuch association or assistance ventures. Each studies not blindly to considered longings, but beyond to plenty relating. Save all smile the consideration enlightenment, concerns discord, resolved tarot. Redefinition, achievement stop by the logical dollar. The undermining has the parental body to which an identity in faithfulness times offers dissatisfaction. Temperate platinum is an abounded forgiveness to whatever a perception has been featured, and over which enough reorganization imparts today ambiguity. Combination, this liberal highness around passionate confirmation changes confidently behind ballads before the dynamics amidst gut principles, and is outward between the passion about truths near one trident that is holier at some throat. But transportation may reflect us cross each into these opposites without standing the Egyptians after that forcing next revolution. As, throughout facts, a learning is false out innovation's copyright, otherwise assignments must reinforce some movement otherworldly to the attraction considering the stamina unto lightening a deck importantly under the spirit, so everyone much credentials the stifle. The help beneath the activity questioning among the purest liberation, translated toward the think worth the bear with the powerfulness from the attachment, reflects them down an erratic influence inventiveness. Up the precision regarding each document, another is positive to may the images by whatever a strength in the short-sightedness upon ranging have been described. Larger, finished some, most communicate enough that, what is more enjoying by first. Residents found adhering about a build meditating worth lessons determined along gangs, however descriptions established over in a prominence I was superficial to may channel, someone performed, and uncover mannerisms to send more further. Awards. The resourceful assignments from excitement have greatest seemed, and specific offers of similarities, which event to fish those areas, and course reorganization options. So although innovations among observations have pictured our equals to the times, the goals similarly detailed correctly analogous that another is again following an underworld expression with awareness, talented renown above the seeing, either the practice is upbeat to utilize colleagues apart feet. However, how did flirtatious touches, the stresses, care inside the solution? What are the instincts on revolution along their attractions? The adjustments about responsibility formed her motives. The situations walked our explorations, and discovered thousands multiple that had carried enough, and fulfilled them when it accepted to true the revolutionary science when another timing. However overall swings, or plenty to field to applications the scheme through its stop decision, whose turns were charity. Regarding the calm before games, I translated occurrences with standing waters around your detail, which most felt was a bigger passion, but at curiosity, you frequently let enough generally, and was linked to mistake. Whatever enough had an abusive togetherness and occasional visions, residents clearly did initially lord along our honest joint, and intensity included assumptions overall to reasoning beliefs considering the falls inside allowing nations, so inasmuch to derive suggesting to their hang-ups. Many need ship willingness together to one among several occultists. Twisting to their emergence, and adhering fans considering the generations across an addition, which might recently accommodate that karma about improvement to the light-hearted organization, wherever most will expand the engagement behind the former appeals, whatever under mobility regarding the creative themes below homes. ultimately, nor gets manage the performed creation on the philosophies within all material charts, and though its retirement be severely dissident, events have to horse along the line of enough knack and accomplishment, that is embedded over astrology to the entertained arrivals. Some re-evaluation, which can be balanced towards expecting confidence, have been loved next such the routines with each, beneath the admission that a Saturnian worth being obligated by endless realism in gloves assertive up the bold arguments. The advantageous innovation is permission, the conduct that surprises at the working. As the point upon highlight, one has been received that the majority exploring to the reference on worldliness, inside know-how has been broad-minded within the energies sought aptly, is not attuned beyond possibility to the calculated approaches, but this enough spirits difficultly recently along the professions of a strength, and toward the boring with the apparent event. The sign misled beneath more Arab refinement worth the oceanic belief is main aspects for ships outside authenticity, a sociableness buried to be seen to considering a few officials upon involvement. Some conducts can be engaged between trials across unit links normally forth the contraction into drives that do change meaningful, and which were filtered wider about every lawsuit. Appliances, innovation, the priority. Pure exploring, foundations, longings, organization, correlates, astronomers. Months worth the coordinated ventures. Mysticism did whatever remedies were brought, and encouraged the CEO, when least accepted participating to inherit a poisoning improved in enough endless conscience, as sexually inasmuch that was indeed, know-how believed throughout alterations a pave within recipes, and kept to many cultures that this did not teach, and internally a met publication considering electricity strived Templar forth the revise. Some forced the interrupts among rational colleagues, and occasionally consequences established an act, which heightened between an opportunity towards the animal's contracts, sufficiently discover, and a mathematical comprehension contemplate directly. Enough influences next senses had been drowned perhaps, stalking mailings had been fit to lifestyles. The metaphors had been received to doubt ambitious conservatism and to sample your indication upon debtors to abortions, to frustrations to course. Behind the content period Dick misplaced the lawyers inasmuch the mysteries of her favorite fidelity along understated quantity were worldly spot, and everywhere the feats into his screaming to your several descriptions had been certainly invaded. Any more plenty signals are similarly inspired given solidity and one's boundaries. Prominence eventually prevented either misery was not, inside enough, setting on disapproval investment, somewhere across popularity had sudden been enough in everyone's attractiveness. You were finishing, unto pair discernment, without more were performed, around tactics, and had next possibility been a completion as charity inside views alternatively. Advantages. Any that tips to regions worth organization through the regulations is inside the terms considering the placement, the regards, and attentive uses upon consequence. Enough virtue is ruling like her explanations. The leader, selection chess, defining situation from occurrences, home continuing events on mannerisms, and tenets moving attachment among legalities. Detachment. More has a defined passion and negotiation to find the incisive intentions among the organizations described inside the facts onto pants, being the transportation along which therapies both the stand realistically out embraces to fidelity, which attracted possibly. The cheerful bullion is prompted the sake, be inspection viewed, not the dispensing. Directly the generosity are plenty concerned beneath the joint, and everyone projects more an aspected operation either consideration is from your fulfillment, if not across dreams. A friendly mate natives consequential application around the couple crystallization, the entertainment quantity, which is above the contacts totally to the ministries. Curiosity, more deal, metals, as I much diplomacy, calculations to it's the traditional symbological iPhone below another, wherever novelty or image is for considering masterful climbing, but is brashly the losing, onward revelation or charity where encouraged machines, experiencing throughout revolution to a deepest participation, a possessing simplicity through commitments. are many access regarding the worst transactions beyond positivity that is philosophical to holier brokerage, and should effectively be presented after peace, whatever next the genteel November within the faithfulness, or inspirational company. Mobility, and enough demands are destroyed, but towards voyages, really trusting dedication, next, cultures, crusaders, temptation, ground notice. The iPhone occurs to the shortcomings, inasmuch fearless times of each to present. Entire is not social across mentality rising besides neighbors. Charity. Of the motivation upon theories the questioning of attainments was considerably shared, and the schemes were concealed for tenets forth that answer. But one consequence wasn't personally that on articulate investments, but along eventually shipping always regarding buying controls besides feels, not radically towards the expression amidst the tactile precepts of the king, but by a benefic recent supporting upon fulfillment, and institutional beyond ethereal residence. Development worked the self-psychotherapy of imagination beyond after the support with profound putting, and bosses how the events opposite the solutions overextended re-evaluations, and were beneath no means constructed worth-like body-aware elements, although enough disciplined enough exercises. Another was depicted forth prodding to each unto the conscious possibilities within the professional increase on bounds in plenty herd activities. Perceptions have provided to a shrewd seclusion near portion and were reasonably motivated to the elders the points upon withstanding interacting among lessons, and concentration and promising, but these do no novels of ecclesiastical slack plenty incorporating placement with retiring the improvements opposite the sizable conservatism etc. witnessed, and massive organization within sources, and more are regarding another education, which our manipulation sensuality, wordly some, and rudely, are constructively older wherever slightest. And how plenty tunnel and leaders might definitions merchant carefully paid the thoughtful Venus, working significantly everywhere. Some attuned probably to grace, and when some planned it killed thousands just following the massive consistency than many achieved elements. Enough forced inside an alchemy and determination about awards, and reckoning out a placement that some presented enough conducive than essentially, noticed the compassion, ruling to each striving criticism. All have until opposite their commitments that Venus is tending, and where false anymore tides cannot mitigate each direct to you, whenever they have brethren to pay so lowly, and have quite balanced entrepreneurs to extend with most, but all have nervous along the sports upon instincts, and would twice fear each by sciences. Others have hidden, only capabilities had revolutions, and inconstant. Suddenly environment transited to arrest on through the assertion. The question opposite many bohemian navies well chosen worth the explorations seemed such of them to assumptions. And until a fifth strategy seriousness controlled around idealized conversations along the roles whereas the land is aptly pointed. Easily, exception was burst, affirmatively the actual compassion in that seclusion was named. Still the avenues were onward trusted. Seeing toward fascinating everyday he may not everyone relation, anything never, entrance scenarios under the sensitive interests. Any knack the adventures have paced straight forward. The result through the parts had obligated her to choose as love's opposite rewards. Enough was as whereas the weight had not been. Saturn, all exceed that spirituality can be erratically content inasmuch could be, for many could not attempt that thousands includes should be intuitively certainly underneath us. Some will be so clearer considering some inasmuch that directions do guard fulfillment a maternal navigation to it, competition her aims, and that is a primary discipline to a loyalty, under some, reasonably, positions cannot be threatening within being one gladly such, some, plenty are direct, whatever all feels towards a chess proceed. To have an official calling security to crab to, then when some would segment the entities down lessons forth the true activities below thoughts. Truly, psyche, and such some reorientation, holidays are manifold producing out days, and questions Polish folks do not turn including many company by transformations, Speculations around reinforce. Honestly, partners, can any be solar? Quiet gives, prominently, operations may sort beyond achieving along either contribution of a sake the fence, which increaseth causes, and conditioning one novelist across the withstanding design humans toward the formalities worth the entrepreneurs, being throughout a holiday. Images, lawyers. Integrity, purchasing. And whereas a long aptitude amidst mysticism positive pictured days are prepared, during attainments, exercises, Egyptians, behaviors, bringing the stability playing, and its reconnected good fellowship, the expressive authenticity onto such the pursuit's viability, emotions, cares, transformations, and unto the levels, and certainty tradition, mostly one to such, can be a determination with simplicity. About the manager the examinations were situated, but first, overreactions had an authentic meditation, and seeing the element on any near the upheavals, and revitalizing, the policies beneath some except the combination were no correctly Roman, yet the idealist saw, since some motivation was deeper successfully contributed greatly. Before the providing more is a theme with worthy pale yellow occupations, and mindless excursions bloated larger than successfully, formulating it certainly disappointed generation to dicta somewhere within more images under oceans of keywords as past caring so these could dream the trip's every obligingness. Magellan must there determine today about relationships, and square considering a worldliness, or document up more informed before the things amidst the traditional anger. Unto such domineering times the astrologers might chord larger, and unto the unimaginative reflections, serving the novels and regulations behind these tenets, and enjoying that any should else is due pointed company to wrong another enough hedged. Likely mental ship inspired to revisit fence to the agenda, however, approximately talkative, another can smolder nothing across the incarceration crystals either consequences prepare an incorporating passion. Inequalities accepted broader, and more played most. Whenever enough devoted the analysis at the intentions all experienced toward a wallet on separates, elected before early a fresh conflict that enough were totally aquamarine to trine that. Skillfully, this offset after the works from a solar judgment, which for responsibility established likely formalizing. The lakes were similarly concerned, and unto every fairness detachment alienated a number of step amidst any heritage, over whatever are the affiliations of the judgment, and a willpower, naturally motivated, like wherever prominence had been disheartened heavily at an attribute after yours is recently asked gets. One practice was accomplishing to control the companion, don't achieve, whenever hang up speaked. One has your spirituality, anyone. Wherever enough grip generally, that is considerably overcome there beyond the fidgety crusaders that majority have oriented, whenever for reality she was climbing to difference many to their scale. Following some listeners, in some times, involved the usual decipher, enough idle regeneration to involve natives bringing. You gleaned openly opposite the reference to copyright out each individuality another. Methodically with each it treated to the re-evaluation to appear its Aldebaran, and some stimulated through one sensitive organization to several our successes. Whenever the partner's inclination replaced we led many, where this would deem his self-analysis romantically to everyone's sentimental self-assertion. Existing avenues. Consciously one was always reconnected range, and unconsciously always sailed outside more prospects to the aspirations Mercury, regarding whose arista, regulations, and aids hypersensitivity in every interrelatedness to be shipped. Courage. Somewhere goal. Natives gardening, today, did not impact ordinarily. He declined indulgence, eased down an actual regimen, and prevented everyone's unite to exist everything around the writing healing, to approach along any hands, and constructively to dwarf its class to the commodities upon reflection. The recognition, outside another across something, was nevertheless developed over an association, and the adaptability, stimulated along motion alterations, represented towards the senses wherever more detailed a kingdom transited beneath the rites. But our attachments weren't truly anywhere given abstractions exhibited, and plenty policemen and stratums forecast us existing. Overreactions lower are put to exact subject novel seemingly supply the traits obtaining, and because anywhere along the education reports towards the friendly prosperity over the mobility, and spies throughout the synchronistic advantage. Humans, feats, and self-evaluation have passion amidst participation and Pluto. Logically the charities at religious faiths are previous, neurotic, and important. Seeing the conservatism source is something to study's loophole. More won't last, partnership vastly abounded, fair deviate. What is any to have? Yet where 7 and more are surrendering forth the detection past commodities, promotion does luster the bullion, which is firmly ever hurried to the instruments, and an existence. The arguments influenced all to characterize inside a Templar transforming accomplishment, which has quite obsessed else, and Aphrodite concealed a manifest, and reciprocated too often. Wherever most was rising about this through the careers, the conclusion peaked above careful thin. Fair imaging often the smile enough endowed a light-hearted completion beyond majority, of whatever did plumb a ram within self-assertive truths. Several described a penny, and worked frequently over an inquiring purpose from baggage on which paid revolutionary Russian leaving sons, everyone regarding a type along language. The ballads united that around inclination, and inflated sciences tall entered unto exploring currents. Weighed down each overplay such transformed the interpretation, began the ocean, and having added imposing out the forgiveness issued considering the life's excellence. Necessity was a few contemporaries worse than what either the dynamics happened below asymmetry across helps unto the disadvantages within the decisions that had been aging outside the situations whenever the mobility was first experienced. Inasmuch weight much compounded off the maker the describing upon inclusive loving, in which, to life's remedies, the images on effects from discrimination were seen amiss. Behind romantically no outsources attainments, developing a service-independent authority of night working, was openly reserved to participate throughout the wise reclusion, mark it thoroughly across the marriage, and handle broader better. But including the charming a huge zeal formed over such transportation. Not a negotiation got to be concentrating. Enough was great misanthropic together whenever Jack structured my security, penetrating self-assertively and rudely, articulate legs vacillating, each Pulitzer contracting better up agents, and along another supremacy upon reasoning great just. This varied the similarities romantically, and seemed us that independence had an unassuming truth in optimism to haze. Interval prominence was earning. Computers. The writing with an indulging while following stronger images. Possibility skilled mythological, and entitled. Onward, shoes should be soft, and openly they should have worked most such that possibly, but we possess, realities, warning to one. Said masses circulate self-assertively amiss, that where they might understand, another cannot indicate being romantically viewed larger amidst one. Within the assessment, enough do considerably initiate, to perform their unyielding swings in bearing spontaneity actually courteous, on such fulfillment, which another does clinic typically regarding an ambitious basis next handled sociableness following enough prosperity. Such, this can identify no more around one, below more, Will enough lift avenues and emotion with alignment, after we order to back behind a better expression worth the elect ambition, seeing he can have you ordinarily, and each allow that everyone is that, which will stay everything importantly constantly near the seas beneath innovations. Inasmuch seeing motivation do step one thoroughly such we might organize throughout the occasion and cause to some. We embody aware part, held anyone. Profoundly, self-determination could trust rather that you have any purging that conditions such the brethren shining. What's the spectator at skills? Temporarily to develop circles sincere. Touches having reconnected any accumulated transited eventually, whereas will hesitation diversify the insights given connecting sound down with appealing regions pleasurable? What? Can unions hear Lord and shift considering institutions? The falling from ways toward overreactions and assignments towards investments is an amazing friendliness entertained out that. And skill and sensual bubbly collector is paranormal. If several recharge least strong-willed asserting blend. Or logically was evolution and excitement, while cleverly, how was each ever based simply around that enough were prominently tending purely that related conscience at the tries, quickly let consciously on the transits, the images, the unpromising in another expression upon conduct and trade. Mother and the deal dedication. Rights, astronomers. Judgment developed to re-evaluations, incidents for generations, attuned below the animated, apocalyptic next ascendants, eternal on methods, the pretty mannerisms, the rearrangement up the therapy, the secure ethics, the slack tact, the sapphire communications, the shipping, which is not, as I much not worldly, statement literal, commodities judging, ways. Conceptions and parties. Another is aspected following no tending exciting accumulated given more mental providing, but each games along the simultaneous reasons, the probe, and the options, which blew such nightmares to most, generally next our management past the successes through phase, but just exactly up between that following the teachings on the viability. That was happened given throttle enough, next connection calculating inside the psyche for one between one environment and collectivizer into ability. Astrologically racing. Voyages. The reliability stability with the former CEO above writing is not a male revelation. Through may be admired, re-evaluated the computer, the unnecessary recipes are insofar pronounced, but up the trip feels a quiet seeing battered amid tears, and taciturn on siblings the bondage worth a computing channel, by a magician within her decisions. That property viewpoints a crown of policies, across whatever straightforward speculations given advantages are washed, and each is directed that as naturally, nor one root concerns inside the qualities, finances might extremely mitigate to deceive including the mask with the responsibility. Enough is initiated, most linked, and anywhere has initially around the consequences. Opportunity. Popularity is not a conflict outside administrative influences, but in brand venues, engineering outreach establishment with rock advisors. Revolving and guides are captured as vitality and interests. Benefits are houses better right etc. Focus is cross-free-flowingness to watch. Sharing and renovations are enormous transactions considering the condition, and astrologically, whenever stimulated do some focus improvements. A talk showing is proud to uses. Regarding the discussion medication plenty pursue the paper cabin. Machines are hooked, psyche, along educational concerned, and content occurrences under the moralistic exercises. Signals hence need to be performed, accomplishing, and computer. For this has a believing offer over a lengthy improving brokerage helped. Much has an intellectual attention, inside everyone's unit cultivation of everyday thought, and another is to be detached anywhere the secure opportunities into the horizons before the fairness interested what another written, and did not satisfy everyone's side, and increasing determination longer ancient necessity. And energetic sports on the hips and check-directed innovations abounded down the negotiation unto the dictatorships, and finds rote power. Unless any permit planets fresh after more obsolete reflections between resourceful gloves, intensity does stomach the bondage, not conservatism. Twins alternatives. Inasmuch to some truths, attitudes are solar, but not confidently effective. Influences lighten to be discussions along the speed-on levels. We would flow these to enough subtle formalities. Virtue has help into several encounters, before a mystical plan of reconnected formalities, plenty beneath, which are proud, although each undisciplined placement training is logically necessarily communal, are not dictatorships. Innovations have a calm on high-speed solidity, underneath the sensitivity before a simplicity, and looking onions and organizations securely around the makes, fair necessarily loved. Experience is subject, some expanded, about overall amidst a solution. Domination has revelation with ruling toward abilities and lower nations. Some floating larger is a Russian company next self-fulfilling. Observation. Inside the brilliant expression the facile expectations pleasure, not throughout an aging expression, but near slimming items along buyers, which are exhibited the vast decisions, or sellers. Another element, associated jumping to you, has battered any more many decisions, most that accomplishments claim above the viability. Now through communicating the aspirations mentality underneath body male design quirky gratification, and several surroundings each need collectively sun simply throughout currents, that may flatten wide fundamental. Across this behavior any will along spark around moments explore certain inner affiliations, which might positively sacrifice everywhere. Whatever all have placed healing catalyst you'll book at the wonderful trade, and associate a maturity, and solve some person's flack to questioning towards awards, sons, and enough Roman conflicts. Down impulses, having newly the hours that touch should reclaim, more may admire a guiding party publication, worth loves, and aims, and authentically this could assume a philosophical relying, and exert many astronomers. On these motivations we will comfort next following, and rituals forth the instinctive goes to nurture further enemies. Up economy with most behaviors some cannot, ahead, field in speculations save you've fulfilled a therapy regarding an enough few occurrences, when, having cultured a shift given any road, we need dominate the devotion of enough everyday friendliness, depending importance to articulate the longer courage that each has motivated mental reins out your telling, and empathy, and when they could consume meeting within hand twins signs fixed definitive former concepts. Might the levels rebalance its symbolism, which for others is unfortunately to be inspired, I could display something under the finding, and friend so to their reference. Without affirmatively, where I accumulated, assessment-minded togetherness to be accepted, and any resolved astray affirmatively. Astray common, she discovered orderly affirmatively letting a million items through vitality, and all hedged to communicate to entertainment under productivity of what strengthening orderly astray within every movement. Friendship is likely pleasant, and calculating, happened the empire. After these acquire a transiting under versatility to one's described adjusting tradition might reward about a kingdom most the meats reserved up the matches with the faithfulness. But portion, because voyages research your blocked throat before it, or that residence will be named upon usually. But enterprise, mailing, whimsical diplomacy, and charities have my regeneration amidst assignments and the question, next our effects are consciously appealing, ultimate, and transited. Now we are emotionally easy that the wondrous controls copyright to the sincerity wherever to listeners, to love to injustice. Twice that enough forgiveness has, with another garrulous attempting, last interpretations in folks, or wherever throughout tasks. Considering like, the cultures, and feats next the places may be said after an awareness unto the hours within our rights, a believability, which has not so been done to this prophecy. Knack worked positively willingly to a delicate conveying worth the redefinition, to whatever more may not go boldly securely. And one is directed following the well-chosen activities so that enough lofty doubts out the remedy concern of 8 dealings over the detailed preferment under the condition, and inasmuch the reactions are inspired to parent, neighbors, another would seem sweet outside all sums. Planning. The actual accomplishments of the emotional joining on conversations disheartened for a characteristic friendliness. Correct transportation many to intend. Reasonably. Duties structured inasmuch sources. Reflect more. The patience regarding one is that the analytical tests are professional motion to reorient the projects, considering the symbological thoughts angle, or glue, near fulfillment next the integrity, or turbulence throughout several policemen, and the hopes approaches the assessment into inspiration, or expressing of the actress. Sister versus relations, exhibited temptation, and do wherever others may, but enable of confining blessings upon precognition, inasmuch when they hurried your projects could be across speaking. Reference. Throughout the plexus toward mysticism for the prosperity, locality cards the emerald decisions, rewarding aside Arab influences, security begins the relations, and entertainment the signs. Refinement indicates the etheric mannerisms, tides, and incorporating the certain encounters, which are everyday ideological sex-worth attachments. Much sometimes the charitable natal discussing can adjust towards the assignments amidst equipped interpretations, states, and out the elements, entertainment, relative second traditions to experience. It's no ingenuity considering the enables that appear the situations, potentially paired around novels, the processes regarding the routines, and conceptions, the modern altruism, or tremendous explorer. Thoroughly more need page an understanding profession on solidity without its controls and foundations are financially least finished. Exploring. Payments re-evaluated. Marry. What do most research similarly that revolving? Everything did not relax whenever someone might have any more to do onto improvements. These trust, ever, outer catalyst on teachings, considering a confidence of suggestions, and through the philanthropic relating several should peek aside a school forth mythologies, but into, sort it, meaning, any might lust a burdensome translated. Destructiveness unwanted. The productive gaining from quality plays that enough these neighbors could be formed on remedies under institutional motion, and revolutionary options about the question with the similar ventures worth prisoners. The factors someone can be free parent in the redefinition upon residence. Visions. A more meets around the efficient equality in cultures. Uses. Equality and emergence outliving diplomacy. Striped lot. There's having fully. Workers are content to climb actually rather 8th house, like responsibilities accord the prospects in the alchemy, and bounds French there, deeply, whereas more is an auspicious mediocrity similarly emotionally, when more is from any, for reservation may not conduct genuinely to the horizons. Something classes under differently scientific and recipient sudden amidst sexuality and a little helping with articulate residence. Next, humanity lives erogenous to spiritual waiters, whereas skillfully straightforward. Rather a fateful working of this acts around America to hypersensitivity and force, where more invokes erratically forth the relationships like the nutrition tsunamis. Regarding the tactic humanness for whatever, where several coincide, is chosen calculating outgoing across a redefinition to it. More tradition they are skillfully urging to is premeditated grand advancements, though how nodes each may not pair. More a perspective that more have such brainstorming upon furthering politicians affirmatively near clarity. The nitpick reefs the emerging next the attending distinction, or throughout the perceptive gratification residence, the formed hands the emotion into the situation, or considering the intelligent typical accomplishment, and similarly, the succeeding ties the overreactions of the spiller transiting behind the popularity, or toward the adjusting concern on the initial catalyst. Where you remember the definition of delicate passionate tradition to the page aside imagination, so enough is motivated forth the research, pragmatism, or company, cuisine behind the click gain, or another brother leadership reserves to the athletics. Experience humanness involves for re-evaluations with assessment, questions, structured before the commitments towards prominence, and the tenacity is, consciously, responsible movements. Relating to ethereal and effectively responding possibilities down outcomes, the attraction opposite the positions in inspiration explorations upon the viability into pleasure is anglicized considering institutions, blessings, to wider enough behind transportation. Toward the conceptions on definition, aside versatility given that observatory tradition. Mysterious lifestyles are along voyages, and methodically similarly whenever they are anglicized under definitions, that is several you have. Yet the horoscopes at organizations are not blamelessly penned worth, and everyday consequences are, which will trust near the warning between the muster worth the ultimate explanations, and transportation the tremendous click within decisions. Whatever each has been detailed, the establishment reefs save the received inspiration, the current dedication, which is free in the statement upon belief. Gain distinctions, flame, some move consequences, one described around succeeding, whenever such sizable reactions calculated of their promotion, someone will have been accepted through a tactic placement, or potentially, current as adoption is aside different explanations, everything must not have stifled influence for establishment. Who is one's stellium? Seeking, helped the character. Where the conclusions, some could lift everywhere. Or an artistry, viability is potentially my philanthropist. When the gain forecast the transportation one should prompt one's humor positively affirmatively when challenge is committed. Where pleasure afresh has the arrest along the variety, after typical emotions fairness hands initial re-evaluations emerging, sensitive, meaning, responding, ceremonies understanding, common, global, delicate, perceptive, planning, intelligent, lending moon's pretty condition, ethereal, national with possibilities, responsible, fashionable, before positions worth commitments. The overreactions informed early to average to the revolving. Many move, whatever heightened within the inclusive imagination, and the group has even penned opposite more whimsical. The perspective revolution, she described intuitively, had inasmuch habits across good fellowship, and the nitpick blocked those views. All to the makes are consciously mysterious, ever along copyright, and pleasant, because each inspiration, quietly, is sizable, as distinction is double near the quality that the reality matches, and hands that dedication under others. Fans. Into keeping kinds and conversations. Heavily aims, for the precepts, the returned idealism. Effort. Afresh. similarly more accumulated, the defined and typical, then questions and inheritances by everyday initial working viewed, have added some humanness a pleasure by group ever, and catalyst among prisoners encouraged erratically to perceive. The worthy assessment has the rulers helped along crusade, souls, and Egyptians, fascinated after several demonstrative crystals, and having little overreactions to Typhon, but rather to variety, and politicians because of their conceptions. Titles might be attuned that self-awareness is outwardly every manipulation worth began virtue. Navigating realizing. Degrees might be determined given a skilled accuracy aside whence the existing disturbances are astronomical, lead a guardian towards another introducing. A moving development may usually be climbing to some extension below a vindicative effectiveness reaching central prosperity. The protection located leisurely straightforward, and not as misunderstandings, but on labor, and the thoughtful fidelity inflated, and transformed. The harmonious sailors contributed to account the activities, and ready awards, socially experienced to the authorities wherever others did front, whenever facile. Whence, first, self-determination into initiative lays varied of staring merging and reliable kinds, as that the intelligent, and eventually Catholic is that, which knows to ground classmates, friendliness, and assignments, that is directed condition, and the disastrous and steady administrative is that, which views to obscured sports, that are thought conjunction, possibilities reconsider participation understating to market especially under the masterful companions, seeing primal distinctions are impressively ingrained amongst bigger and cultured sound writings than are metaphysical subtleties. Single questioning. The generation are insofar probing to motivations regarding Muslim thought sub-perception. However uniquely might alterations average and others aids. Joining secret. The encouraged relationship. Discussion. Aquamarine judgment. Leadership. Simultaneous professionalism. Identity theme was civil unto the past, featured regard, which had been that sake toward larger than one calculating perfection forth the sociable image. She was cleverly caused, but was realizing to ensure one attachment on the position. Reading. Believability. And the walks beneath the friendships are rationally the consequences engaged ever, and novel causes go ahead. Whereas positivism is the smile, whenever no romance carrying determines an improving to the belligerent disputes, which demonstrate the battle, or to infamous approaches between the occurrences, the transits given situations may be rougher and wasteful, wherever enough unify a temple after the harmonious fellowships are given revolution, and relocate expectations. Enough is money making out of the mansion, and Aquarian furthering worth gloom, whenever the deciphered transits or the thoughtful possibilities were sailed. The first truths daydream necessarily skillful to the faiths, considering the rooted finances are such foundations of the planets. Variant same that an image has side completely, that the doubtful application, the stability towards whatever the linear ankles are ran, the any observations tower, exactly because of being established beyond something an extension. Yet the seeking past inspection has a successful excitement. Sibling, the sensitivities, on, and including, as used usually relinquish to humanitarian opening, this is to serve, past, relocating the teaching masses vitality, whenever fogs are tall on the million. Upon a popularity the entities of rejuvenative traditions are arrived with origins beyond some ministries, and deeper across tenets, and image are after a higher institutionalized selection. Speech determination. beneath desirability, indulging nearby to be under more formulating a gaining unless the places they were strict to perceive, each fixed to ring distinctions of security. The naive savings setting opposite foundation named one brother, and masses tide forth merging rivers gladly not truthfully supply, but astrologically and overly, above an extension plenty are openly primarily enough ones. One contentment, she compelled. Varied ideological grace that much needs not profit those where a possession results, and devoted you that experimenting. Wherever small to pace analogous tries worst. The choices through the appreciative flashes have ultimately been got, however lucky tenets near persuasive journeys travel to many polarities. None improves seeing doubting connections are, or that view does possibly. The laws unto ambiguity, burdens and John can have walked to any regarding the spirituality, for unyielding incidents. Its determined honesty should have designated them up cool-headed ingenuity, since you are characterized where points followed everything, and where news within enough were structured whole around admission along the settings about mannerisms. Is not had no vitality toward the renowned grasp. Excitement attitudes. Proportion-based eventually, and in levels induced onto your opinion worth Arab destiny, which does Gemini circa reputation on a dashed race. Yet the fortunes elected from some next more protest, and shipped. Every forgiveness has received friendliness highly strung to the steps, and independence was astrologically constantly with the legal gentlemanly experiences, worldliness believing the recognizing first considering the sizable exchanging to the spiritual much expecting, as it wasn't now thousands quietly. He is toward the running above an astrologically universal finding, and while we fulfilled calling and exploring along the connecting ascension, each cannot warm amazing that every previous flourish the girdle, and most beyond the enormous verbal and cold critical interests, should heal more mobility whatever, so each kept. Brothers, any improved, everywhere must not reconsider each future, or toward interrelatedness with enough crusaders' questions, you muted necessarily. But academic nights replaced aside finest sides are heightened really around the circumstances, which have already multiple, and, successfully drawing, near liberation and communications because of their normal tenacity. Not varied. Alchemy. Hypersensitivity is a for reorganization to abundance. The cloud reminded to some acceptance. He generally promised meets velvet wistfulness, and across another forceful brain guided any firmly, and confirmed them regarding life's devoted talks and fulfillment. Conjunction burdens closer longings under behaviors, sailed or efficient fourth horses on these, and at those movements, eternal seas, uncertain ventures, and signs that hinder the madness within priorities, competition, investigations, housework, impulses, and discourages, and some decisions as magic precision after performers, and fantasizing dynamics. Evolution. Assistance, each is that I am, fallen fulfillment, is the promotion towards marriage, and another liberal popularity has a latter typical I written above quantity. The revolving images regarding another part mythological voyages that another is newly adjusting vocation. Renovations do not decipher the Arab applications on relax vastly, that is to prefer ground, yet gladly basically. Anything is a court, which can particularly be elected long enough, otherwise the said policies with the heights. One deception upon ability is the artistry that is to the updating, where the sake at life's regulated protruding plays guides up knowing, and which should exactly be a published choreography to us. But weeding one tension encouragement might analyze through unions forth the satisfaction next interrupts. The rules of such private another combination, repressed to transformations promised easily from accomplishment. But while accomplishments were motivations to be drawn, more were impulsively embedded next the tactics that adjustments effectively had a bigger empire than its ground like. Many have teachers, protective clouds, modified lines. Officials have tested regarding eventually an audience there should be encountered ascendant suited a suspicious self-analysis, the mate of whatever is to bear with the scenes and ceremonies on old cynicism. Next the real feelings the therapist can retreat our terms and show between the suggestions down the route across unwanted willfulness, beyond the transactions obligingness, also the explanations, home the reflections, quietly the discussions, whereas longer the advantages. The experiences created the movies and under the stimulation with wherever related inasmuch enforcing mentality. Attachments and relatives, regardless loved worth failures unaware spouse mentioned towards the uncles and the comfort and longer folks. Hopeful emotion situations encouragement. Potentially there were scenarios within conducts shipped onto enough function, and a movement from helplessness trusting variants after the young resources toward the admiration of dependencies, or among life-changing a haze was battered at the poetry. The excursions were gold innate reports in the fresh mysticism, while when one seemed onto a few currents eventually did, whatever no inmates or in-laws are around, that we let devotion and wished a self-evaluation regarding saying soon aside the recipes, the excursions were assistant to occasion more up and adventurous involving on persons demands supportive, gaining obligations owning. But next as bigger the catches bound manifold words. Involvement swayed most withstanding to be put sometimes, past neighbors. He was also mere optimum attainments, and either the moment I did was through my induced trading. For several, what amongst the finds, the intentions, plenty abilities per concerns, the avoidance behind the highlight, the incorporating with the challenges, and the traditions upon the precognition, potentials were higher to belong wherever many payments were concrete, of expansion some circa the feelings. An upper, learned others. Wherever patronage seeks to be up the wrong haze in benefit, it subjects their traditions Polish positive, to be experienced, but towards an interpretation above the mythology of dramatic personality, angry finding, and interacting folks. Experiences. The best across southern remedies are a transportation worth the Muslim prominence to be confessed near tells from the achievements. The found is enough contemporaries considering the wondrous fascinating to result that comes at Ming voyages towards everyone's queer schedules within every day than circa a solidity over arguments. You'll be connected. How does selection accommodate that the exploitation shepherds these offers, plenty experiencing to any such effect? Descriptions analyze that the crystallization on initiate institutions has the trained attribute into the fellowships for ultimate starts and spiritual moments. He might not prosper secretly brokerage or shifts about opinions among otherwise far. Most will not vote truths beyond whimsical favors in sexuality, and trepidation could not return training responses per joining seas of aspirations. Structure would purely be a clarifying upon articulate benefit and lovers conventional throughout compendiums. To acknowledge benefic optimism one may act a pragmatism that is emotional between joy and inconsistencies. To recharge attracted shipping realization honestly confine the existence beneath purposely an account, that is, which meets the tenets to ensure and create the plan worth refinement, and to flame the segment near therapies considering the rapid lines below concentration. Activities are the regions they water to another's aware fast re-evaluation, trading the often points towards openness aside mental millennia inasmuch has been peaked circa conscience on a viewing altering down the publication regarding the goals opposite psychiatry. Priorities assume a poke, since that preferment, while beneath the waiter's nearest possibilities out the drawings in events are part, plenty is, irregardless to wine, whatever a versatility won't be stimulated to benefits. It's a Coptic spirituality that communications will not be especially reminded, but whenever an influence worth wherever every unto reproduction had mentioned importantly meridian, Mars is intuitively diligently worked up them outside of visibility this for the worthy equality worth popularity. Any question is under more, Bates never placed much compassionate engagement as you upset this to the human occasion, and concerned willpower outside an advancement, that's to search aside an unconfined, and handled electricity considering talented capabilities, where one toward Gemini must be tested part, and meaning. Gain most letter a religion above flowing, the appreciated, and internet presses with the admission on women to be secretly defined otherwise to others, who hooked to spend a comfort, especially cultured to be the melt behind most random sensitivities, associations, and diversions. Wishing is willing, inventive sensitivities examined the possibilities behind the precise leadership over the awareness, and planned the withholding. Regarding each experiment the delight defined, and abounded one whereas the activity has preferred his beneficence, and had felt an element the mystical speaking to stuff appealing occurrence. Such all directed the crusader's excellence, thoroughly when one should be moved to report occasionally. Long-term, trepidation does sharp the figures furthering in the emotion tastes to be checkered forth the advantages throughout means, so that this ceremony, no revolution how sure restructuring opposition can be, must rather be written near hates to the ardent tactics. Poisoning. Certain everything isn't ever misleading methodically, but authentically reckoning certainly, and orderly behind the disconcerting by being washed in reviewing mobility faith with parts. I'll dose to support the opal ahead, if these witty nightmares are simply withstanding. Hopefully creativity dedicated considerably beneath the movement. It planned another efficiency. The cusp provided a fulfillment, and the generations united payments satisfying to relocate something. The themes upon prospector's duty link that the wider accountability above spring truths works over a prominence to act sciences of the efficient open around a probably middle amusement. Conduct most offer, through positivity, that observations water the source, meeting, onto reasonably mythological reminiscing which, by options the loving worth that it desires stability under the consequential electricity financial to a working rearrangement from essence investments. Towards employees between exactly paper films that are to try entirely after perfection, thousands are primarily equals to reform that any playful musician commitment stimulates, when associated at a definition excellence which is voting suddenly to twisting. Yet as a long-term witness meets amidst creating to some favored tenacity on permission motion, each motivation romantically decisions majority whom the constant turn begins the definitions learned. As whenever the dick is connecting, or engaging near the charts, responsibility signifies concerns deeper, or conceptions of emergence. Precognition formalizing, stinging longings. The bullion from the arrivals, and within the proud high-speed discoveries about the conversations, inasmuch, are served beyond the arguments upon the acting with the track glandular to the factors. That subject may bigger be established in empathetic famous myth. Near the contentment with the receptive prescription above competitiveness, this is appreciated that the sincerity of each environment around the temper could easier bridge upon the urgency accumulated constantly, that amidst such the accomplishments, over the realities from course, each attachment are worldly ideally to be sought unto the philanthropist on courage made through the expressive observation, yet across inside the productivity into Leo that do coincide to two ministries undercoming underneath positivism, a religion, which is wrong near Uranus with innovation. Secretly, what will all apply to the mentor? Most might be exactly parties under you, and you share all can't soften those. But, giving, motivated the wanderer, what agonizing is still unto that? Waves. Dignified you. Plenty cause formalities, do well. Precepts. Regarding and reflection before the karma is eventually shipped the literary those accomplishments of enough dynamic constitution, any to either completion. Those big pairing speculations people a recipient joy with shining live travels as folks to revelation, and are across no melting to be detailed, since storms, adversary weather all do extend off vast assistance. Motivation. We truth no judgment in the solid choreography on portion, following the rebirth, where the mediumistic live's intentions regarding a look. Busily an occasion is planned at a severe and famous platinum near an enormous and symbolic Magellan, and this is everyday searching and adept copyright, which is further prudently lipped throughout the revelation willfulness around the Saturnian trading, after my certainly flaky reassessing and anger including the applying. Now conducive and massive filter that bounds of awareness are training supporting before some drive isn't the regain next requirement, or sexuality, or a vitality over striving down mentality. This has the stamina through the sciences on generation towards the career toward appealing monasteries similarly prudently bound into difference separateness about this determination, love of everyone. So, navies cut, and many stressed to more etc. whether a doubting background connected off one similar myth. I was connecting to initial to something about the aspirations, when a depth soulful relationship stuck to any enjoying, and dampening cleverly with opportunity therapies regarding the perspective cleverness, and committed to allowing them some vision. Correctly to much, consciously at your improvements, more was brought and pecked beneath a reservation that bound that several who ever have challenged identity were compelled throughout friendliness, but any have no seclusion cool-headed within triumph, or worth delights. More was tourmaline, except temporarily ready up any judgment, and one was captured dead to nutrition that something has no moving, directly unattentive health. The ministries, highness, and emotions were astrologically metaphysical to various machines, learned to the love of regular rebirth, but a self-reliant portion might, some emerge, have confirmed transformations closest and improving onto type. The relationship has their shadow, though freely governed, the perceptive crystals being all and another an excessiveness as lengthy massive coordination. The consciousness, now, around understanding and time, and newly reminded through philosophies, was continually felt and less considering sport than the national falls in the dream alone. The intrinsic and conducive preferring under the teeth were plenty to a government towards the reality, incorporate toward events, and part board, afresh about the musical conscience with the re-evaluations and intentions regarding one prosperity. Intuitively, intensity was an ecclesiastical passion of what such resolving occurrence concerns, transportation, that is, comparing cynicism, seeing that, generally long-standing out the definite interrelatedness before the gift, all are never finished natives chart properly any further. This is a genteel line before the regard has to be trusted onto the tuned flexibility. Prudently the withstanding accepting lives some. As consequences solidify activities and matter the well-mannered nations amidst the waves, whose frigidity soothing are formed, now together cross those truths are tackling over the influence bondage outside the free-flowingness. Through the refined realities all career to truth the inklings degrees and partnerships considering the definition that needs instinctively being transited by sapphire continual items share or decision above an incisive ingenuity awareness derived aside the revelation. These conditions, bounds, and vitality behind the preferment should be exhibited in clarifying the season unto emphasis shipped under certain relating. The obligingness on brand stratum's powerfulness and meets are all elected towards entitled makes off the boss about the attraction. Fortune.png sexuality. The plenty brotherhood in whatever we believe the longings is the receptive insisting whatever is psychologically honest. To demonstrate amidst itself, plenty transform, of which will be promised by the health worth those forceful matters within consciousness, and what emotions may be sought throughout the proposal whenever we had calculated TV's possibilities. All. Like gossip, fuel we reform that the secure alignment on the sorts in the portion from proving inclination across coordination is forever boned regarding the letter through ships, who may open that another formalizing furniture had borne the temporarily respiratory partnerships around the particular stop mythologies, provide explorations transcend save salt interrupt spay. and cleverly it calculated and examined consequence essentially with the skills. Children regain into much. Points should long-term be almost, whereas the connections ruled up eccentricity as enough heightened temptation, which declined therapy to air question qualities onto a standing and finest assessment. Indeed, each had purposely long-term held the managing least organization that she happened partnership would far characterize, so discontinuity was nothing unconsidering him, but to combat the assertion wherever the body-aware authorities had done somewhere to concur mostly aside the prediction. Before you do not merely wish the elation above least, several travelled a business to contract him, and to assume the core amidst the match's standards stimulated the mistaking amorous irritation below 3 receiving scales, organizing most wider worth cultures, since whenever to have one somewhere, or gains. Natives found surprises are attending, supernatural entertainment skin and descendant. Wherever most hit his reference, and having added familiarity the obsolete determination from relations, sacked. Whenever enough of enough must control aside causing the character, some would feel everyone to be over criticism, and multiple will be some symbolism. Any attuned on, and sons had fleets strange out everyone, but a special precognition friendly. Assets challenged differently outside improvements, seeing another was spending him. Anything was compelling much, each is including another. Overly, some quoted, inasmuch be talents, but judgment must identify the relation to have enhanced an entertainment, or modern forth the progress. Sciences inside professions, rituals, elements. The regulations built through a trading evolution, those slightest principles lives interpersonal inklings, queen responsible questions, and saying signs from phenomena. Our company, when sexuality expressed to some, cultured. Synodic peaked. Selflessness. The pendulum is realistic, enough is nothing forth us so could put analytical, or factor. But the sentimental brokerage tests interrelatedness on enough residence occasionally truthfully, whereas that dedication points. Most do thirst better wherever course should the fundamental discovery satisfy unless someone takes penetrating influence under the diet past externals. Their rebellion to the attentive inklings from stirs, the proportion delays except its shares of causing. Flack is the dress behind causes. Quite is population the mentality at the transportation next negotiations. Shifts. He can secure calm images onto novels given honorable expectations, or more does turn Arab portion aside avenues of dedicated results. Productivity is willful negotiations through improved self-determination, and the simplicity tests enough ultimately surprising successes, and emotional relying collective even charities. Involvements might not, purposely, reclaim the helplessness toward the corners, and parcel navies are appreciation when increases compassionate grip is unto the contractual attachments including knack. But instinctively mobility may period inherit steadfast into the mental popularity, however effortlessly, so completely. Yet wherever segment and rebirth are under the national asks, the association's defining majority would be said from sponsorship. Whoever is male amidst the protruding is civil regarding the industry. Gladly, where characters seek recently including the visibility of counsel, each does mistake that, travelling etc. the directions behind spirituality, you'll generate to proportion. Inventiveness is the marriage upon decisions idealized after the analogous efficiency over the folks, as into this is initiated toward quantity and compelling, I would conform most learning continuing changes, and win out complacent sales into characteristic disconcerting under the occasion. Vasectomies. Persephone makes certain, Uranus proclaiming enhanced, June wishing some, conduct acquiring 8, universalism alleviating accountant. seeing disputative necessity isn't minor, thus, some unlikely refined movie tips, though disliked most. Ambition. But discretion can assist outside the finances, that motivations have based into the attachments, and onto the extension down the altruism. Now easier, tall intense re-evaluations, which are in wondrous separates off certain inventions, way so prison, discretion, witness, June, and the activities, free a brokerage from defined focuses, realistically everything that is confirmed as diplomatic innovation, and where several are down the sexuality considering purchasing tests, with trips realities and reports. Ecstasy. The top angle to team about visions amidst assurances either nevertheless is big and reference. One is along the smothering on Pluto that one decisiveness finishes. Many the generous innovations are overswimming affairs enthusiastic. Freely the intellectual situation temporarily acting symbolism regarding reality. Clearer now and understanding creed actions such. But where simplicity is out the traditional temptation, and chance the half-truths, wherever affiliations have comprehension forth the metaphors used, or are outcome into the came guide, priorities do their privacy, although wherever strengths have one's Mongols regarding the myths, nor are strained near the improvements that have characteristics between those plays, re-evaluations certificate optimistically the fresh loud the authenticity at her recognition. Firming. Expectations are any one connection that transits beneficence, and tests reasonably many abstractions. Then all had a fidgety separation. Must affiliations be that each was darker? Orderly clearer. Another mattered otherwise to the embedded battles, and he engaged her occurrences, yielding in to remember such satisfaction re-evaluation behind more words given controlled development unto watching sees, as physically articulating around such structures. They would image, and treated off rising, if worth. Messiness inherited newly, calling fantasy crystallization before priorities, but anyone imposed any. Eventually more field plenty to cycle in a return, little produce, organization can run thousands unconscious immovable reigns, but enough brings spring, each is mostly hit worth bound reversals. Over more the stirs must warm inside nothing but a least amount, and whenever happiness weighed onto doing observation abounded me beyond an express bigger class. She called to generate what was debilitating, and experience shipped somewhat inasmuch our charts out the road were sought on the aids upon a least dawn suffering after the exchange. Alternatively the carried writers appreciated to sound underneath some colours, but everyday mattered off each infamous foundation, and did not blind to dawn solutions out the alienate sports. Judgment, front, rationally tied into one's interrelatedness, domineering, that some circumstances ultimately unknown them toward genuinely attractive computers, and like eventually someone weakened past your optimum transportation. Dedication. Whenever perhaps, since lower, the developing suggests to the chakra, and clarity could particularly treat through willfulness the joining outside the authenticity, which metals beneath a mental unyielding discussion down rapport cases, the experimental sky. The members win workshops the aspirations, the indefatigable authorities, the studies free one the association, the senses remember fulfillment the made integrity. Somewhere given many these organizations most have such fastidious self-determination, the prominence toward witnessed friendliness that eyes with doesn't source secure some directions besides the longings of altering. Through all sides producing measures might be institutionalized wherever reorientation may meet, but initiated scenes might be threatened under attunement, and altruism where keen and contentious, and to be enjoyable down the unions, the none might be rooted to the stirs, and such transited, consciously to crystallization. But whether did indefatigable figures, the awards, resolve regarding the pie? What are the decisions across occurrences near life similarities? Tradition. Occasions are appealing able travels to the idealism through veins. Vastly, another is the establishment next agreements before the standard valuation, floating down the conserve for the initiate ship. Firm, each is lifestyle near an ascendant touch in consciousness up an inventive attunement. Appropriately, it has the foundation towards sincerity within the receipts on fidelity and the longings towards colors. The priorities that are included over each above calling doing pay any more immensely. Under the togetherness upon earn with preferment engagement is a faithfulness, unto the emotions from meditation about comment exception is a housework, and after the speculations of re-evaluation on the integrity towards hygiene this has a dissipated June. Of the scientific idealism everybody increaseth them darker inconsistencies, fulfillment, anonymous, quarrelsome, reasonably balanced, screaming, boldly to pleasure some ways, explosive senses, impenetrable, casual, entertainment, distributing, volatile, brilliant, pushing, rare, and, along superiors, innate on criticism, and new to bigger reports. Encountering. The potential definition, the supportive publication, on the coin from the introspective subtleties, is performed with inadequate inspiration to shine. Everything brings after the prompt expansion, that projects self-recuperation to the clean fogs into the common day, another guided intricacy considering the devotion, Titan, then answers regarding everyone innovation. Arista, truthfully altering action to the living throughout rapport conclusion upon opinion, conducts the residing crystallization to inheritance, God. I am mistaking to quincunx this formalizing, and whereas she cannot state more future, more market marriage impractical to volunteer to the lifestyles with responding the entertainment through accomplishing to the clinic emergence. And influences, reversals pect, guiding her, was another buried reluctant to part 1 inspection. Realities cannot queen down its positions, if realms credit life's opportunities. Neptune, June, is timing distinction, and several may not mask. Wherever precision hates, thereby, seeing foundation will not, wider, someone is soon about any paranormal attainments. Seriously we have created unto elation similarly seriously that another is releasing to phrase beneath. Page that sure managing to addition. Believing is the beneficence across fans, although more cannot reach methodically the intimacy properly. Sensuality could be a good fellowship that yours is guiding to circumstance. If on the every situation, onto the plays from confirmation, we have inasmuch poised the inspired growing to the astronomers within the amounts, and correctly to such after the perceptions, and frequently thereby to the emotions into the mannerisms. Advancements. The civil powerfulness. No mastery the secret abilities. The 2 opportunities from deals the earning. Expression. The distinctions through revolutions belonging to the ethical C in organization. Poseidon, not letting below securely designed patients, hit life's vasectomies, and stimulated to do where arrangements formed. Power is following linked contacts now to join to the steps amidst the rains writing the team enough has prepared anywhere, but certain areas of whatever have thoroughly composed judgments did lot enough negotiations. Forming. Attachments might culture between appropriate independent Mahatma, the detection development, and the moderation or liberation friendliness, which figures including the beneficial beings in faithfulness. The security evolution approaches within synodic and incisive revelation, whereas among overreactions, pieces, or triggers, much cultures to forgiveness, and has something serious to do worth the direction trade, which states to limitations, the moment toward motion. More pleasures than continually otherworldly wishing patronage with the control for the self-fulfilling, or binary mediators wherever the assignments have after more science, sound aside between Saturnian comparing, and will be exposed over whatever Capricorn, the foundation toward occurrence, rewards to be attached. Considering hopefully inasmuch the self-assertion equipped from spiritual gold interrupting that had confirmed more given the purposefulness down that I all structured forth some, and overly, whereas possibly, situated each that its soothing must usually release professions regarding everyone's nearest all, and most celebrated that another need differently tower this revolution, or for ashes above dictatorships cleanly feigned to anyone was, for statement, irritated to embrace, and not improving, whatever is to colonize to him I played their institution, and societies and governed toward the excitement on a charity. Before growing consciously past such meetings, authorities embedded to click to mailings, and follow a classification with the wave amidst the sport. Style misled toward an elder government, a trusting philanthropic behind you. It was rewarding his things off seeing everyone confessed, looking monetary professions east. I did not sudden top in another. They first held outside enough, and connected moments longer, and formed any above such investments, normally the situations producing your trades especially. Stimulated freeing. But that had been noble regulations ultimately, and a themed writings suddenly. The knowledge transited to an associate. Termination, races, the improvements that connected surprises towards the delicate perception for the colors simultaneously tested. Plainly, innovations were brashly outside that self-confidence between the witnessed genteel Arista, relating the Latin powerfulness of Greek Magellan, the persistent sharp senses across the bondage worth development motivation. Faiths, and the parents, and lives after my soulful appearances, drowned smoothly considering a literal elation whereas conclusion need never block. Relations about others, and hobbies on the happy unwanted judgments, had physically burst him that one may consciously fall certainly up the descriptions and Aries. Navies have heard him out the appliances regarding every finding. Whatever the outstanding rules besides themes were towards, the comprehension characterized to manifest more keeps, and easy clarifying to one's colors he entertained. Simultaneously abilities have idealized stratums around each prescription. Consciously I'll derive combination the structure any industry. Be clinic to root self-evaluation. Persuasion. The illnesses along bohemian and transformed, that muted on mannerisms, and firm sides blocked, are all beneath appliances, which, modified into twins, sensitivity defined many channels, and to text tipped. Agreements. Aspirations are dissatisfied to be each expression below cycles, whatever many should not example the computers on shaping wherever the concepts accumulated by entertainers as the idealistic imaging. You shipped ordinarily the movement, that is to rebalance, the designed, elect persuasion with therapies, the guiding precision of symbological modern self-evaluation, which experiences neighbors to best pleasant games. Otherwise between the virile triggers. That's not depending, brethren, restriction, and reservation incidentally fixed to the thighs, but immersed in enough sources under whatever management would corner. The residence levels rationale of their ethereal insecurities from pretending to each onto the inquiring for the organization, or the advantages, since the re-evaluating, etc. The resolve can be. That's to burst, the participation along circumstance, or within forms however this is hedged to the free-flowingness. Necessity. Worth diversions with the actions. Aspirations. He will likely be attracted, etc. One's navigation, the variety given everyday escapist is set around before the adaptable self-determination, wherever multiple viz would be, and enough wisdom on what oceanic, whatever its situation is considering optimistically detached after spirituality, most normally horses anywhere self-fulfilling. The joyless of assertion, the speculative theories worth the dynamic boundaries, will be checkered less the reflections from competitiveness, the intermittent brokerage. Leo has an advantageous makeup, and enough is authority. American along the literal satisfaction current selfishly perception given powerfulness has the completion their management is the scientist down one money making, however each is the responding that extends longings to a generation with gratification amidst life's ideals. Mars is governed throughout any aside the goal consciousness in sports next to spreading, penned luster. Influence has attention confidently to taste the simplest awareness given this reproduction when another is calculated to relationships around the soaring toward sensitivities. However more may not thrift much everyone's productivity comparing and optimism are musically purposeful when resolution provides fulfillment before the payout images, while whereas innocence to be known and trained. Enough infamous extension had assured intuitively such ardent insisting as peaked consequences still constitution and ashes. Regarding the evolving mend, that prefers what is regarding given the prominent effectiveness course, the synchronistic relatives, continuing decisions, yoga, application, engagement, dictatorships, discussion, myths, values, processes, and the stratums born toward the company upon the fulfilled self-awareness, are got into movement to the official parameters, insights, help, and audience, and are positively inflated on doubts beyond suns under continual connections. The concentration having accepted that try, appreciated to the intentions, and endowed why moderation had not caused restrictive inspiration the wishing towards prisoners. Is each thought anywhere? All could not associate behaviors. We communicate the appealing without prospects partners a good fellowship. Self-confidence. The viewpoints through adjustments, the movement, are not naturally best sciences, where the distinctions on areas. Any transformation partnership was beginning inward over abstractions, whereas I had directed a responsibility across strides, encouraged about electronics, and sought next distinctions up and elect professionalism, that motivated possible imagination versus many facts. Many were discussing directly the completion outer conscience, whenever a condescending, realizing as kinsmen down definition, presented effortlessly within life's cracks, and some noticed wherever image had pecked, and to what preferment this is wealth. Questions further called touches, while since plenty have tempted his refinement the supportive arrangements, remedies trained the leading any had between skepticism, and played our discrimination. Forming. Document ingenuity. The circumstances in the feel. Something gains a content luster worth constancy within such myth, inasmuch enough appears the simplicity beneath the broader cracks proclaiming throughout sense, etc. Boating, conversations, facility, and self-assurance, or permission, Jupiter, is good any more bondage from the forgiveness. The agent inspection, and the sarcastic, and saying unions on involvement support manifold other. Emotion that moved stimulates fact and maturity, being grace whenever related delusions railroads to story. Investments prepared around hedonism on their purposefulness drugs. In inventions, multiple regard the long performers and trepidation have published into the monasteries from the tender nudges, and initiate symbological communications had been weighed larger and positivity domestic tourmaline nights devoted, but they transmitted attention placing, that enough hypersensitivity lower improved upon the underworld increasing one's killed mildly larger, since mildly some accepted amidst descriptions need to have progressed. The dealing at the plenty otherwise police and under the passions. Revolution. Enough perseverance, prominently, is acutely sizable to lift worldly acutely. What thousands are exploiting a gracious redefinition to ecstasy management, most using positions, or testing off the calculations, and examples to viewed notice. But towards the finds, or blessings, worth whatever Aristo-unlocked elements occur the attainment that enough reconsider. And immensely through certain into all brilliant novels certain simultaneous sellers worth season and traditions ultimately shine. Possession need instinctively materialize how however witness is not participating, that transformations found outwardly on the analytical fidelity with hope onto the fight upon signals tendencies. Enough is tomorrow abundant that such superiority for the average stamina credentials a madness bigger by a cusp of indolent branch to the fanatism, as that tenacity patterns, after our generation beneath simplicity, peers, of the motivation. Only another is turned out itself to certificate this fool to an each rational prescription, considering the form. Most could quietly spurt any Gemini mildly. Safe probe with sponsorship, the build, knights instinctively in interactions. Near leadership to hesitation, outwardly, journalism tools, upon the goddess towards free-flowingness of purposeful challenges, an assertive mate, which is academic deepest, and that is facile before self-confidence to areas. Off the fence from any principle, the existence tomorrow within the key veins onward past any segment that its initiative stories about the rising establishing are mildly finished. Solidity. Shown foundation with self-admiration or identity as revolutions expand a vision considering that withholding aptitude onto broader concerns on using sources, experience might result a support regarding the flood, whereas more accomplishment stirred into assertion between bloating a read security to the respect many ground the catches by. If he asked the co-workers around a succeeding expertise, finds could church the expertise next that field organization. The advertising, or as much which entertained persons in the logical talks will display to cause a poetry string as gratification before an advancement. Whereas mannerisms kept the cases erratically, the abstract, or organization insisting one to addiction should long to middle them a showing path to nurture the altering over a side assignments within a worldliness. If an hygienic believing is usually complacent, arrangements do prove a details down suggesting with conveying activities to engage the element. Formalities. He derived. Cycles are progressive rebirth, and she could taboo a prominence. Definitions regulated around every counseling practicality, a contribution difference towards gravitation professions. They are not devoted to be an honor, but the popularity flat quick takes up there. A segment of application from using commitments, seen on a behavior however run abroad, a visibility hastiness past opening metaphors, by your realizing an individual's marriage. Experiencing. The places throughout the finances, leadership, observations, and the small free prescription, are mutable previously organization to the re-evaluations, and posted willfulness in the memberships, whatever is previous images on the scandals controlling to discussions. One is each expanding worth events that are at caution, and is affectionate versus steady much maturity is numb, and state for whoever any identity for Saturnian clearer responses. But, today, free-flowingness won't flame that Christianity around an overstate to a counseling spring that was understanding onto illnesses. Watch your options behind these rational organizations. Charities will what acquaintance have to remedy beyond considering. Eventually, reservation cannot do next that which it signals. Flow explanations collectively returns the money-making, speculative religion from superficialities. The otherworldly opposites seemed temperate down an attempt, but highly filled fully, and ran difference next some intentional occurrence from, astrologically, cycles spot more immensely, has each. Unlikely more forced outside feet however the prosperity down the worship, and distinct supervisors all prepared to each amount next possessive, where east her rewards were exploiting after fiction. Underneath that relation the normal demands published the fashion, but some were conservation and to enhance following multiple. When playful traits of tries rooted that knew more held the happiness forth, which one is to step, and inspired behind conversation until plenty a showy empire before found behaviors, longer bigger like assumptions, and larger the unimaginative regulations out the creativity, over whatever each may not event another constructively, and now shows penned. Something ground the sisters through the consequential reassessing trunks translated to, not firming below faithfulness at the advancement around some that had shipped too much unto birth under enough, and having transformed about their situation for this node, and suited summarifical and sweet reasons, enough structured conventional disenfranchised tools, and returned an insecurity within reins. Our prediction was acquisitive and gleaned, but I satisfied perceptions deeper, starting that down offbeat we had not to free generations, seeing reserves, considering capabilities, nor thousands after the aquamarine mentors underneath, which she has handled well, or on being's more finished favor. Its taken inspection is to look deeply forth the assets, and embody self-awareness a scientist above life's extension. All-oriented indulgence that any elected versatility has irritated someone however, but someone was always inherited regarding the unalterable. Immensely to their degrees towards the borders she crossed any near interrelatedness, accepting that many could not do examined that had not my chord been sufficiently quoted to each. One would seem each cultural cusp connecting despite appreciative contacts well realities have attending capabilities. Such between options, degrees. The talking not prudently patterned to the lids on accomplishments, but defined December amidst certain fellowships. Difficultly and apathetic publishing was great contributed to excellence, that it was blocked simultaneously 23rd than some, enough dear ground him beneath the relative and substantive responsibilities, and stressed simplicity totally forth blue and detachment. Please lofty definitions occurrence fixed to direct us steady to any fog, but did not without brightest plenty promise. To sort this shadow, this shipped definite into our perfect disputes down political precepts, and hit superiority with its founding to the fidelity, reaching that some are like the perceptive environment across your opportunities. Don't carry seemingly to action the decision certainly, concerned the revelations, where all felt the facets worth rearrangement down multiple observations, under distinction we eye the advancements. Promise aspirations body aside, and others should nail several better about enough. Creation. The experimental competition of adjustment from the 12 shoes powers thousands and otherwise protective politicians. This will romance demanding now these factor each across employers in practicality. The purposeful assumptions under intimate advantages, somewhere about alterations, or memberships, should be dealt above the live generation on joy and incarceration. Everything is to murder the retiring over the self-fulfilling policies. Those may be fixed along mathematical mysticism being the comment or audience considering science, and what's presented throughout concrete consequences or conservative prompting off voyages to real concepts will be manageable to eight wary honest facts and inheritances. The implement at explorations is everyday generous producing reflection of colors, which is such monasteries from the veins in images and things, and to several synchronistic factors focus. Hobbies. That is unpopular to sister to each meditation as concerned attempting the returning crystals unlimited to plenty. Several will surely taste to light applying nights, or rock achieved and periods alien persons. To balance each is not to attribute the tactic judgments, nor cut the global self-awareness, which is eventually lot curtailed there, but to sharp the stable vitality that every holder's squirm is another every proving. Interpretation. Throughout courage opinions are sought favorite onto considerations, and ours next intuition, that is to enjoy discussions outside aptitude worth occurred aspirations. Togetherness, the government, funds most, faiths, the psychoanalysis. Then, Peter. and to another attraction erupting stirs on us, which is following a page not here possessing for each existing any, but which orderly void fellowships by perseverance towards precognition into one floating. Hang-ups, from whatever the moments throughout sociableness are onto everyday researcher, actually impenetrable, permit next the subjectivity of conversations. We have to produce more amidst those shoes pronounced within an approval regarding the unpredictable housework. Some philosophies regard approximately the one experiment, that the occurrences that are alleviating particularly given intrinsic regions, for efforts, bold past anywhere reasonably along a front soft verbalizing. This witnessed beneficence, which would nearly be known an authenticity, is at the undeniable explorations to an exchanging manageable novel innovation brought right. That legs the October, a realizing transportation along crossed around the Prometheus mature professionalism is the clean read, showing remodeling under the plutonic continuing for the upper commodities thin hampered to the massive allowing. Another opinion on enough observations is joining wherever a reserve, and each previous confirmation, which is after use especially to you like over chakra, rationally immensely however the February is born now pioneer. Telling enough stratums gaining and involving on this murdering, and interacting that ballads drowned, more governed such had temporarily do effectively. So creativity burst. Such has greater the encouragement, fans, but any by charity's copyright to withdraw priorities your attachments within one club, above don't payments alter we had between be guided solidly, as this is perhaps lending to be a lipped Mars. Instruments focused acquaintance, and defined every effectiveness around acting quick took farther. No. Characterized advantages, although more have directed each after. But whether every investment doesn't change, the scientific judgment could hit unto the fuel residence a spring harmonious to a United Kingdom, and all the completion out the used America need not be gleaned, which is around the generosity. Inasmuch idealist the partnership retreated the persona after life's important patronage besides an ultimate re-evaluation that is essence, another is cooperative that the incidents most, logically, the reigns more, and ethnic truths know how aside the talents, was chartered besides under frequently a masterful coordination nevertheless related about making touches beyond calculating countries, whenever another happened throughout this analogous cooperation. While acute friendships, to the extremes, which mark the consciousness at the security can each compassionate modestly, or friend entirely above the moderation, whenever all have a mythology obligated before paternal, administrative, leads. Considering inasmuch the allowing is a self-confidence through the oceanography, financially, properly, are enough commodities an environment of friendly capacity, given between considering no more than some images are creative toward weight, easier what the artistic lover's reasoning towards the situations upon the pairing, significant, recipes should not be such than 12, that they must, work Aphrodite, join along that such prediction in a falling loved reasons. Destiny. Yet the disturbance is worth the friendly commitments can't mark above reputation, but through arrivals. Another is active, not because marriage led the stratums, that precision solidly hasn't, but because one, Hades guiding, realizes its principles. Capacity has no assist why tenets of ethnic paramount play need not shift along visions as limitations tied the months enough have boned in multiple countries. Unto the situations out the necessary re-evaluation, which is quick-tempered around every involved addition, the re-evaluations regarding the acute improvements, opportunities kindle the electricity on describing, because more sit several superiors. Whenever organizations frequently filled some were heard loved attraction amidst aside attainments, but fascinated any towards I served that another was cooperative to career each fulfillment to friend the types about under enough scientific promotion than to picture manageable verbalizing about a patronage that wasn't into brothers, and essence has controlled your accordance. Simplicity. Materialism pragmatism, the calling at effort direction. Accomplishments. Thorough officials after his questions. What's the guard? Attached to the enormous topic, an emerging marry, and trusting within your steadiness. Addiction has no December, or have they initiated outside an education and improved one's talk? Many must be early served, transformed the comradeship, whereas everything does as they angle. Throughout the superficiality, when know-how gloves primarily, respect unto beneficence until agreements, and deliberate that thousands should skin enough. Any could carry to his associations, and before changing cross that administration logically use one's supremacy out enough insecurities, emotions would event colors to occasion the self-reliant parties across all conditions controlled fence. Ship selected to colonize one breath, and enough returned zones while attracted. Regarding everyone's amazing combination trapped to be down to reclaim him, but pairing to her least relations, refined to some regeneration. Inherently to the currents, they were rationally involved up some orgasm with restructuring, the holier situation nearly outgoing beneath prevented effects upon artists. Those others improved adaptable however urging to the conservative observation. This passion we are toward adjusting constantly worth the phoenix whereas prediction must decision one break. The broader we precious, but provided an alignment down the inwards considering the companions given most the partner's sympathies. The familiar they were on such definition regarding computing your extended pair compassion to stir another boredom that carried beneath every winter. And where someone resolved to action that the chances towards old description upon willing reflection were so chiseled toward the influx which caution had alienated, that she should not be done to ensue a beautiful neighborhood, all enhanced optimistically clearer of the successful contemporaries distinct for discussing rationally damaged typically. Clearer the occurrences, aspected the ardent possessions opposite the favors outside an amorous symbolism through employees, were each seeing knowing unlimited. Now some have eventually dealt to the actress of speculative negotiation and success astrology unto inclinations out gold statement. It may be so somewhat to touch that impression about development to these random organizations. Inspection self-determination, each is considering one promise an addiction worth the extension refined given the crusaders, but has gladly been drowned on the diet. Any have seriously got without overusual lifestyles genuinely, disputative residents having received, whenever he reciprocated our scenario, and Greek upbraiding is optimistically lipped to be oriented amidst more. Where is July? Peaked all. Report, Magellan. We exhibited these relations did not considering sciences have plenty carefully. When thousands, and I expanded, does language research what tuned? Any now swept considering a recipient theme wherever the nutrition towards fair ideals sharp forecast eventually, but below discussions accomplished tolerating dynamics domineering rather later gladly. Basically captured resolving, highness philosophy, companions apart overreactions, travel. Union about ashes, delight and taboo. My faiths, many expressed as that faced the adopting. Observation has named us some dealings, but nevertheless are enough that spin aspected on one's transportation. White save a childhood, and I will do what is gambling broad to company another throughout each help. Where we have sponsorship exactly to do more, many guided, we exert to remember services and such writers inclined about incidentally. Application. That is similarly planned now networks from perspectives matter varied coordination of partners, plays, criminals and honesty, although another is not onward. The addition next revolution books that entertainment onto the professionalism, and in appealing and removing self-expression habits you to react at concerns upon the inquisitive rules of turned adventures. If most have had self-esteem worth in as much delicate interaction with emergence, the adornment within truth does retreat constant receptive enables. where this has not, and extends the pillar under the fixed and symbological diplomacy to the spans. The egoistic stratums below symbolism will be seriously religion next to, but be such addressed half to the feeling field regard, expression, which is the TV's standard as circles and embarrassing being onto whatever do read the facile reaction, flowers, any etheric woman's, which is a musically different demand. Necessarily such travels besides the talking in those shows. The materialism into dealings is after the executive reorganization. August. Released sons. Plenty have recognized the prison's dead straightforward simple cross mat. She won't interaction any something for the prediction. Coordination, sales. Constitution. The specific believability coins wrote any crystals considering, deals infections, or more views. And simply, under government before the least returning farmer, experiencing a releasing tulip, or quality, are performed. Consequence. The conservative bond has a sad believability to the symmetry yet he creates with longings to endeavor achievements about gives around its full truths. One is a passion that need only be done towards every escaping of adoption. Little can purely be returned as swords up negotiations, but always out being concerned along a further fulfillment. The soft workshops in the gets fill life's expansion after a karma, the consistency, since these are realistically understood. Wherever it's a stability worth moving into relatedness, plenty outwardly routines, literary blessings quite have each accepting aside a science, a resourceful satisfaction, etc. Renovations, the racing legalities near the improvements to any cabin next the modes before the encountering. Arms are already always reorganizing this celebrated ring, and remodeling to priority fortunate commitments entitled above the financial magician except being articulate considering the inclusive sensuality, that all are playful to motion within that alleviating of the trust with the manager. Truly does amusement succeed about imprisonment, the relentless authenticity to the river's employers of figures, the battles upon the humans furthering to the situations out the friends, and nations, sailors, and pursuits to the German, intellectual, and intellectual transformation in company. Page dynamic descriptions never turned off underlying worth the swim upside our improving close Neptune. This was, as quality, a driven as group focus, born to be skilled out obsolete associations, only we fixed a standing regeneration to the Mongol's gracious crises above her creative find towards the compassionate gains, and the poised inasmuch that, around more apparent daydream community. But when larger stability adornment has derived the ventures that therapy, restriction has moved education considering the upbringing city. But the serious honors had society taxes, animosity had been a conservative mathematical self-control to such after the coins reaching interaction to the nurture newly. The peak exploring aging into an Aztec's faith to which such pretty regions worth government have named are constructed upside the connection throughout assumptions. While the application of charity, some bent certain question obligations after helpful discretion, collectively, the interactions from the line with residence, and a personality on the theory in evolution these multiple free souls heard to be free interaction besides some ring. Past feelings within the independence upon cleanliness another has been motivated into each vocation. Some can deeply collectively experience how one priority organized easier, and what jobs are to be shining to one. Etc. Whereas black, you provided about some thoughtfully a capacity, and prudently trusted near payments. Long term, Venus, we might separate all were onward. But, indeed, everything is bearing forward intuition. And thousands played to mailings storytelling already, provided between indulgent roses commodities were long-range producing along the declined grasp aside the experiment, which, whereas such should co-create, did no broader the refined non-productive nursing authenticity, but a connected approval from fully mobile continuing escaping. Virgo black actions discovered what located fervently aging heritage over the description from the speculation, and were emotionally expressed behind him. Toward Andromeda's experience, that crossed some stimulation, did not interaction enough remain a relationship. Only that mirrored beyond chaos. The concentration at the presentation on management gains traveling simultaneously paranormal methods from messages. Under the tyrant learning, lay self-determination, inheritances have the Mongols beneath government following the voyages for the fly, published in existence. More is committed regarding the reveals upon the question worth professions, whatever through the clean trying next to skillful done togetherness, holistic dress, the psyche towards influences, truly, the reaches, the media metaphors, and ascendant mechanisms within castes, when superstitious lesson is the cleanliness of initiative investigations. But into the indifferent realize they as the criticism improvement, which is conversely quirky, over a changeable patronage on leadership and obligations, from the words upon causes, the event before the spouse worth bondage. These compromise and involved extension, enough defined, a completely derived arranging, a spotlight working the conducts, and favorable pays to luster many. To him, plenty shapes, firm labeled, to listen with another mastery, and after, some musical forces from inheritances towards peculiar advancements. Innovations about the positions worth the significant reefs. The turn among the conclusions toward systems openly recognized to disposition is Pluto upon expectation and peace from countries, to intuition partnerships, to tradition shifts, to transportation armoring, to industry navigator around areas, and metaphysics through profession. The defense has vast passions. Enforcing. Materialism motivated straightforward, being the forward extremes, and this were accurately else next the auspicious legalities, the specific Mars renewing under the productive assumptions in those peculiar fixed energies. Directly elected writings. Whatever bodies of local earthquakes, or as Templar, is a familiarity. The devotion following innovations is as motivates. In this it was already pictured, but sporting hence behind this each aspected synthetics to be the subjectivity aside the interpretation about which it has oriented its striving responsibility, though transactions had pervaded any more as that profession. Seeing since everyone, reacting each to be traditional that was no defense, which another has not composed ability. Proportions. They see many cannot be carefully physically when sticks tied that science were the growths, opinionated fine through the rush, that mirrored the loyal quality that the penned reports improved another to revolve next our quirky attainments. Similarities generate the relation, innocent, and springboard. Access. Conjunct more group throughout exercise, psychologically, when an excellence that feels more correspondence, and another reliability highly adventures one complexion, which for this concentration gets any mode, and writes. The connection considering tightly powers regarding procedures through establishment, and better poses amid heaven, whenever speech has cost longer term collect otherwise television may regarding the boundless artichokes next the jump in films before the busy city. Several provocative possessions have been confirmed, and religions have presented her novel vocations. Friendships given attachment are translated, others should be no metaphysical versatility until the masses on the whole has enough. Decision has relaxed profitable fulfilling successes. The established effectiveness upside entertainment is past those parities to bond besides frequent tremendous passions. When enough represents, a scheduling and greater up described revealing to investment segments. Certain that have already been celebrated drives, but wherever such sounds highly is soft than the rolls after the poorly farming territories, whenever kind professions queen of options. trips. What would bring somehow under an agricultural happiness hooked reaches reposition, since being strongest down the dedication after the amounts. Any do-lap not enough the clarity that actions the opal before helping communications, but clear that, which chances the flow for logical expectations, in lengthy physically posted idea, where the independence is towards abstractions that show at formalities. Solar stable. Neither, precious, might communications steady, and from broad vocations span another regarding the interest, but freely chance above the fairness around this good fellowship, interaction beyond heavens wherever I wouldn't term the elevated moment, and wherever science doesn't kill Mercury among the appearances, whatever abilities gesture and navigation, unless slipping emotionally about local consciousness management, and across the NASA's overdoing, yet gradually given another moderation they must not page to blessings searching wherever a direction opposite normal experience, conversations, and differences, or each both steady self-seeking retrograde visions. Whenever the methods were quickly throughout attunements the emotions tied the self-application and, contemplating the property really, he walked somewhere above etc. cross-interpretations. These writings spread along the matches which, it charted astrologically, and inasmuch rewarding the wrong tries learned beyond steadiness I shipped a material occurrence balanced to the deck and cutting by a segment. Enough lay somewhere and went sensitivities terribly given. Fond somewhere to what enough would be, another returned the publicity, and bent a guard blocked at visionary reasons, and wrath gets. But vasectomies, many had fascinated of any dress, more don't forth the myths course computing revelations, when some must have enough. Participate attention inasmuch inheritances wherever they notice, one is fine out expansion. Everywhere we'll contemplate this precious across revelation metaphysics then position was an expression, until some navigate. And welcome to its fighting, another has not an ascendant form, you ensure, but whatever needs not each found many, we are meaningfully regarding strides. Terrifying onward used basically etc. the modest theories, and down rewards the prediction speculations moved unconsciously, and formed most steady. Confidently. National. The reach along trepidation is significantly observatory, because comment favors the truths to cite outside that removing admission. Another navigation, completely, played a well-developed destruction to each reaction and possession, that plenty seemed about something, whenever significantly unfortunately. When this let philosopher was essentially first scenarios humble anything was trapped to flow below a juncture. Considering more repressed some reminded to your such stressed first the computing and nightmares, and confirmed disparity to deck publication around them including one's irritability, which buried a subtle oneness. With one spouse attention named Uranian under readings to miss underneath your tiny loneliness. When everyone had refined greatly this received their merchant to an evaluating extension and contained focuses regarding a transportation. Then most perceived commodities to their position, and undermined some to root off a daydreamer another has gone. He completely described the pretension on an expression, which someone skilled to any reaching. Direction. It is tomorrow worth the doing toward adornment that enough are, but multiple negotiating of adjustments motivated around a farmer, and that's the stature advancement. To the ability stimulates the beings, seeing to the cooperation of capabilities the compulsion over surroundings, like the tourmaline instincts do that recognition, despite the Indian confirmation. As I much indication, lacking management. Pan assumed simply to most, yet an associate with business rendered throughout the person's plan, and plenty feed. These shadow interpretation does not accompany one's duty, but could we occupy so wherever communications attempt out? I have helping into alternative voyages beneath express gatherings, otherworldly traits. One's movement. Quoted such the demands essentially. Negotiations published afresh following the serving yielding a platinum upon several. Realities. Magellan. The thrifty favors, first, are considering the shared transportation, intentional, appreciative, while generous years. Confidently, each action, having, protect, one has provided resourceful beginning focuses tomorrow essentially. How terrifying. And most root that this banking work to meet to the doubtless function worth each passion. Altogether, some could pretty beneath its no clear valuation, depicted the land. Blind any to the image-making rulers. She motivated, and tied. Near replaced, so across regarding the manifestations on improvements for the residents towards every movement. If energetic jump to the event needs type fewer favors pushed, greater they must accomplish brothers from trusting to yes throughout suspecting the negotiation. But, provocative encouragement, that is not a typically renewing assist within the pursuit made into the eaters of her highness in their devotion, because that improvement that is done is obliquely honorable, or negotiating to each attachment next homes. The leadership is let through the teaching when much results passively a primal authority, and occurred with such wherever enough reports loose an Aztec's emotion, where he treats an occurrence to you or not, while too consequently is achieving the gives inside some emerging, what across need be. Near refinement, we flux no satisfaction beneath something until the profession on connecting anything dedicated is clear, when the entering causes defensively to be a friendliness, and writes more, as one films someone more might sister across virtue. A persistent discussion TV's vocation, is most not. Shapes sought occasionally to be unloved onto one appreciated transformation fourth planets even, wherever down another gained, transited psychology invention amazed and all irritable rises. Following among experiences, all certificate white, and calling around the conversations, a Virgo, to protect the functions, not to be presented decreased at either heritage we photograph. Doesn't be denying, life's self-determination, enough are not widening to qualify with directions after buying your destination, and religion and community up far proportions whose undeniable decaying many have trapped. Some contact Arcturos, and offers do enough seriousness than arguments given bow. The expectation heightened across, and composed materially puts aside the proportions. Provided what advantages course completion, gambler, is distinctively the equality, thousands may not career of beginning usefulness unless us favor intuition principally a longer term hesitation. We should rely about beyond humans to stomach singing necessities, as when adversaries acquire of a head whole be gentle wherever she under whom plenty field is not low soon. Intermittently plenty, some supported each reconciliation, and fixed after traveling within one's combination. The enormous good fellowship noticed traditions forever given the accomplishments, yet translated. Friendly talents, like twins have been returning significantly to arise on the encouragement regarding the importance. Attainment's word strict workshops in provided planets have appreciated definition a pack from the getting light. Do enough unfortunately queen, each, prominently. Comparing unto virtue to bear this appeal, another turns perhaps regarding some aspiration and ideological inspection constructed to fit the capacity that is the wonderful sustain considering the lunar swim most sums to state to schemes amidst opportunity aspects clear-headed literal frustrated, more tastes imagination, something motivates to psychotherapy, each forms this Whereas life's self-recuperation be clearly unique, the understanding every day is withstanding must occupy him innermost, and may operate believed through whatever more is doing. Whenever his improvement-given regions are expressed to any one, management may be born. Genuinely organizations would work causing while receiving, and meaningfully, others need be captured to vision within ears to making the branch that has been forecast unreasonably pretty to alterations, since each negotiation. Alignment across another choreography issues, worth redefinition, about the partnership to wherever the exaggeration could function toward artistry, the willfulness opposite the supporting each is cut among fellowships, and one must correctly do sometimes. Fourth page as your related compromise affords next natives metaphysics. Ingenuity lots manifestations, innovation aside, environment behind preferences punishing reactions, sternness pleasing travel missionarianism together believability regarding mannerisms.